That's what pros do. What would he know about being a professional?
Here are some of the ticket text. Running up the score. Do you remember last year when the Dallas players were waving bye to the Lions after they were robbed from that game? In the NFL, you don't whine about the score being run up. You stop the opposition. Forget class. We kick ass, reads a ticket text. This one says, I thought putting an offensive lineman at wideout was taking it easy on them.
Yeah. This is the definition of a front runner. Like, I'm going to cheer for my team, and especially when they're doing well, and then I'm going to bitch anytime that they don't.
To the phones we go. Manoli, you're on 97.1.
Morning, guys.
Good morning. Good.
Just a quick comment. Campbell should run up the score every chance he gets. These guys are professionals. They rely on their stats. And why not take the opportunity? I don't understand this. This isn't, Little League. This is the NFL.
Yeah, we shouldn't have to worry about hurt feelings with grown professional men playing this game. You shouldn't worry about hurt feelings. And I also think it's important after they lost Aiden that they didn't quit. Like, I actually think it was a positive for himself and for his team that they went out there and said, we're not going to just throttle down to neutral, idle our way home. We're going to show that we have fight even without our best defensive football player.
Yeah, and do you expect the guys that are on the field to take their foot off the gas, especially in light of the injury? I mean, we've heard all week that they want to go out there and play for their leader. And it's not just Dan Campbell. Yes, we saw it in the emotion that Dan Campbell had when Jared Goff gave him back the game ball. But now all of a sudden, on top of that, the emotion that they were playing with because their on-the-field leader went down.
Yeah. Let's get to the phones where we got Lou in West Bloomfield. Lou, you're on 97.1.
Hey, last time I checked, Chris Christie's from New Jersey. And in New Jersey, you root for one or two teams, either the Giants or the Eagles. What do those two teams have in common? They both hate the Cowboys. How has this guy not been run out of Jersey yet? Actually, I kind of understand now because he gets the hell beat out of him every time his name appears on a ballot.
Yeah.
It's well said, Lou.
I mean, you got a guy that is the governor of the state, yet he can't be a fan of his own teams.
Well, Jerry's a good friend.
Right. You have two to choose from.
Right.
Pick one.
Even the Jets.
Yeah. I mean, you missed you missed the the
you
stepchild.
got three to choose from.
Yeah.
But they all hate the Cowboys.
I agree.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
And it's in division, right? You talk about he could be a Philly fan. All right, in division, it's the Cowboys. Could be a Giants fan. In division. You could even a bit of a stretch. But, I mean, he had aspirations of being in D.C.
Says
he could have been a Commanders fan. And it's in division.
Right. Wah. Sounds like he should push for a mercy rule on the ticket text. We'll get more people's feedback. John, you talk about fight and keeping up the fight. Yeah. Minnesota this week, your expectation. It feels coin flippy. The spread is within, 2 points?
Yeah.
What is your expectation? Because for the first time all season, Vegas expects the Lions to lose.
I expect the same emotion that they played with at the end of that Dallas game to be carried over this week. There's a built-up momentum, and it's not carrying over the momentum from game to game, but it's the love that this team has for Aiden Hutchinson. And it's not going out there to prove that they can win without him. It's not going out there for any of those reasons. It's that they want to prove that they can win for him. And that even though he won't be on the field, his presence will still be felt.
Their love for Aiden Hutchinson, I think, is real. Love doesn't sack quarterbacks. There's two really good tackles for the Vikings. This is a tough matchup for a team that does not have Aiden to begin with. They would have been tough with Aiden. I mean, this is a 5-0 Vikings team. I don't want to look past him. I know it's Sam Darnold, and we don't think he's very good, but don't we have to acknowledge that what they're doing with Darnold is what we did with Goff? Bringing a guy who's a former first-round pick, support him with a run game, an offensive line, a good coordinator.
Great receivers.
Playmakers galore, and let him just kind of distribute the ball. And Minnesota stops the run, and Flores dials up the pressure. And the only way you really get to Goff is not necessarily blitzing, but pressuring. The blitz has to get home. For the first time this season, do not expect the Lions to win a football game.
But it's also the game plan defensively should be to make Sam Darnold have to go win the game. Put the pressure on him. They've not been in that position where he's had to go win a game.
Sure.
So if you've already signed DJ Reader, Levi Onwuzurike's played well, you have re-signed and paid Alim McNeill as the number 4 highest paid defensive tackle in the NFL, you go out there and you stop the run and you force Sam Darnold to be the reason that they beat the Detroit Lions. And I don't think he can be the reason that they beat the Lions.
I say for me, it's pound town for the Lions. The Vikings have the second rated run D in the league, but Jordan Mason did have a 100-yard game against them this year.
Right.
So that seems to be a little bit of a jaded stat that they're that good. They've been up on teams and teams stopped running. Joe Mixon didn't play against them.
Fair point.
So it might be a fake stat. We'll see.
It's a good note.
So go do it, Lions, and do it. And you know how you stop a Flores defense? Because the whole key to this thing with his defense is they're showing a look. And then they're doing something else once the snap. And that's going to put decision-making in real time on Jared Goff because he can recognize everything at the line all he wants, but the second he snaps it, they're going to do something else. That's been the key to it. That's the chaos of what they're doing. So guess what you do? You run the football.
Yeah, that's a great point because when they played the Bucs twice last year, blitz-heavy defense, Goff was very good. Now, this year when they played the Bucs, he threw it 55 times. I don't think anybody wants to see that against a Flores defense.
Right.
You need to be more balanced. I'm not saying it's got to be perfect, but they do need to run the football in this game.
And there are going to be games where you just have to go out and score more than the opponent. I mean, that's the whole key, right? Is to win the game is to score more than the opponent. But this offense is going to have to continue to be the best offense in the NFL.
And it's keep away. Right? It's keep your defense fresh. So when you do need them to get after the quarterback, they're not huffing and puffing and you're gasping for air because you win time of possession, because you keep them off the field. Justin Jefferson has to sit on the bench while you go on these 15-play drives where you bully the opposition up and down the field.
It's time of possession. It's field position. And I'll take Jack Fox in being able to flip the field any day of the week.
So could you argue that David Montgomery is one of the guys that has to step up most without Aiden Hutchinson? Like, obviously, the clear thing is
the guy that
the
guy we labeled as the tone setter?
Right.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, but I think you could say Montgomery, as weird as this is, a player on the other side of the ball is one of the biggest keys for the Lions post Aiden Hutchinson.
And the challenge is out there. All right, we talked about wanting to win for Aiden and all that stuff, and emotion does play a large part in the game of football. It's one of the ones where you could play an emotional game, and it will be a factor in the game. Not the deciding factor, but it can be a factor. Everybody has been telling this defensive line, even with the new signing, new contract to Alim McNeill, you're not good enough. You aren't good enough. You can't get it done without Aiden Hutchinson. The only reason this defense is any good is because of Aiden Hutchinson. So I tell you what, it's Levi Onwuzurike, Josh Paschal, Alim McNeill, DJ Reader, it's Jack Campbell, Anzalone, Brian Branch. All of these guys go out there and say, hey, we are good players as well. And you hit those suckers in the mouth from the first play to the last play. You go out there and you drive a nail into that coffin every time you step on the field and you take it to them.
John's ready to play the game right now. You guys are ready to talk about this. 248-539-9797. Dan Campbell called classless. Your thoughts on the matchup with the Vikings? It's 97-1. And this time of year, it's all about getting off the sideline and getting into the game with Moran Chevrolet, where GM employees and immediate family members can lease a 2024 Equinox 2LT EV for $159 a month, 24-month lease, $999 down. How about that? A monthly payment of $159. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Moran has shipments arriving daily. That means they're going to have the vehicle you're looking for. If you want the EV, great, get the Equinox. They've got a bunch of EVs. If you're looking for a Silverado, we've talked about the Silverado, they're going to have the vehicle you're looking for. Score your best deal, MoranExpress.com. Check them out on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. We're going to get right to the phones. Chris Christie saying Dan Campbell showed that he has no class by running up the score against the Dallas Cowboys. How about the Cowboys being outclassed because they quit and couldn't stop the Detroit Lions? How about that for your headline, Chris?
Yeah.
Jason in Commerce Township, you're on 97.1.
Guys, to me, this just means that we're relevant. We're everything that we've ever wanted to be. We're part of pop culture now. Sunday night, we kick the crap out of those guys, and think of how many teams or how many people root against the Dallas Cowboys. And now, 4 days later, we have Chris Christie talking about us. I mean, it's awesome and amazing. I mean, what's next? The Kardashians?
At least they seem somewhat relevant now. I mean, this is a guy that's not even relevant.
True. Again, but I don't know what the forum was that this was brought up at, but again, for Chris Christie to be talking about it, again, that just, everything we've ever wanted to be, we are part of the football fabric now, and everybody knows us. So
yeah,
I think it's good that we're still being talked about.
Yeah, it was on Mad Dog Russo.
Yeah. Mad Dog Sports Radio, Chris Mad Dog Russo was the guy asking him about what happened to the Cowboys.
Yeah. I loved his response. Oh, so it did get you.
It did bother you. Ben on a cell. You're on 97.1, Ben.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Jansen, you're firing us up this Friday morning.
Let's go, man. Hey, big weekend.
That's right, buddy. Hey, it's kind of funny that schmuck Christie, as a Lions fan, how many times over the last many years have we seen the Lions pump the brakes in the second half and end up losing? Like, championship quality teams drive and pound and drive that nail in the coffin, man. This is what we need.
Absolutely. You're always pushing for more.
Yeah. Yeah, we're so used to that laid back, let's pump the brakes. We have a 14-point lead, and how many times did we lose those games in the past? I don't want to bring up the same old Lions, but Campbell is the leader, and the guy's amazing and inspirational, and let's go Lions.
Yeah, taking the foot off the gas is something that former regimes may have done.
In that sense, it was incredibly telling what Dan Campbell did. It didn't show that he was classless. It showed that he absolutely has the pulse of this football team.
Yeah.
That they are going to finish what they've started, which is all you could ask going into this season. There's unfinished business. You need to see the mentality, especially after losing Aiden, that this team is going to finish what they started.
And what did he tell us when we talked to him? There was more that they left on the field. Like, there were mistakes made where and nobody ever plays a perfect game. There were moments in that game where they came up a little bit short, or something didn't happen right. Somebody didn't do something right, made a mistake. There was more on the field. And that's what you're always asking for more.
Dan Campbell wasn't classless. The only thing he did wrong, this is a ticket text, the only thing he did wrong was not hanging 60 on America's crybabies, the same people that were going to be upset at him for letting the game hang in the balance and leave it up to the officials. He made sure there was no chance of that happening.
Yep.
More power to him. Let's get to Kyle in Canton. Kyle, you're on 97.1.
Morning, boys. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah.
This is business. This is what this team is about. There is one way to play, and we play to win. Our second string is that way. Our third string is that way. Guys will get their reps, and we will play till the end of the game. This is one of the first signs of greatness within a team, that there is one way to play throughout the entire game, and there's no questions amongst anybody. Next man up. Let's go.
Yeah, it's the fighter's mentality.
That's how I see it.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
John,
Thanks,
you have
Kyle.
everybody fired up, including the ticket texters, and he sounded fired up. He says they need to send that audio to Aaron Glenn and have him play it to his defense before the start of every game.
I guarantee you, Aaron Glenn, especially since those guys are former players, they're going to hit all the notes.
They can tap into that.
Yeah, they're going to hit all the notes and tell all the guys, hey, they don't think you're anything without Aiden Hutchinson. Josh Paschal, you can't fill those shoes.
So it's interesting. We came to the show today with 2 pieces of audio. The first, Chris Christie, and we'll play that again for people at 7:35, him saying Dan Campbell has no class. The second piece of audio is Max Crosby speaking about wherever he's playing. Leaving the door open. We'll play it for you and let you decide. But first, Heather with the news.
Listen to this story, you guys. On Wednesday, a kayaker on the Rouge River discovered decomposing human remains tangled along the embankment. Imagine that. You're just going out for a kayak ride and you discover a human body. It's pretty crazy. So the kayaker did report the discovery, obviously, very quickly. It was right around 5 p.m. Detectives got out there and they did say, yes, these were human remains. Recovery efforts were made. The next day, on Thursday, more of the remains were also recovered from the river. They've been transported to the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office for, obviously, further investigation. They do say the identity of the remains has not been determined.
Go out for a little kayak ride thinking, I'm going to see the sunrise. It's a beautiful landscape. And
Yep. Boom. A second man accused of posing as a DTE worker has been charged in the home invasion and murder of a 72-year-old Rochester Hills man. 39-year-old Joshua Zazo of Dearborn was arrested on Monday in Plymouth, and he has now been charged with felony murder and 2 counts of unlawful imprisonment. Of course, he's facing up to life in prison if he is convicted, along with the first suspect who was arrested in Louisiana. This guy that was just taken into custody, he does remain in the Oakland County Jail. He's going to be arraigned later this afternoon. The guy who was arrested in Louisiana is still there, but is expected to come back to Michigan sometime next week. So we could have a warmer and wetter winter this year, all thanks to a weak La Nina. Yes. So on Thursday, the National Weather Service kind of released its winter outlook for Southeast Michigan, and experts say that this predicted winter weather will be influenced by a slowly developing La Nina. So basically what that all means, I don't even know how to explain La Nina or the other one, El Nino.
Yeah.
I can read about it, but I can't explain it. Anyway, we can see temperatures that are about 1 to 2 degrees warmer than average. So we'll have that. As far as snowfall, they say probably an average normal amount of snowfall. But it sounds like what could happen is that we could experience big shifts in the weather. Like one day it could be a little bit warmer, and then all of a sudden we're going to have a really cold spell. It might not be consistent.
Okay.
Which doesn't sound shocking for Michigan weather.
Say,
so,
kind of expected, to be honest.
About 24 employees of Mark Zuckerberg's Meta were recently fired after they abused the company's $25 meal plan or meal deal.
They had a stipend or something?
Yeah, so they got a card for Grubhub, or you could order food and get it delivered to work. Well, these particular staff members were misusing the company's meal credit, and they were buying things like laundry detergent and wine glasses and toothpaste and acne medicine. They were basically using the gift card and ordering from the app and having those things delivered instead of food. And according to the sources, that some of these people who were fired were high-paid engineers, 6-figure salaries. Cut them loose. It sounds like they were given warnings hey, don't abuse this, right? We're helping you out here.
Yeah.
But after the warnings, they kept doing it, and then they got cut. Yes. The members of One Direction posted some really heartwarming tributes to Liam Payne on Thursday. They all hadn't spoken out really since his death. I'm not going to go through them all, but Harry Styles just said that he was truly devastated, said that Payne was his greatest joy was making other people happy, and it was an honor to be alongside him as he did it. They all echoed the same sentiment, right? Super sad. And of course, as this all unveils and unwinds, we're learning a little bit more. There was an autopsy report released saying that he died due to trauma and internal and external bleeding after he fell from the 3rd floor balcony in his hotel room. Local prosecutors there say that he was alone when he fell and was going through, quote, some kind of outbreak due to substance abuse. They do say they found some substances that could be narcotics in his room. They did find alcohol as well. And they said there were several things destroyed in the room. And I saw photos.
Same.
I think TMZ released them, and the TV was smashed. There was lots of things just all over the room. It's just a really, really sad story, and he was so well liked around the globe.
Yep.
So tragic.
Yeah, those photos are jarring. Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, we have 2 pieces of audio to play. One, we've been referencing Chris Christie calling out Dan Campbell for, quote, running up the score. Okay. And Max Crosby speaking about his future and what he wants. We will read between the lines and let you judge as well. It's 97.1.
Hey, the NFL season never stops. It continues on, and there's no better place to get in on the action than FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. You're going to get started with $300 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. If you're looking for something to put that $5 on, try a same-game parlay on the game this weekend. Lions traveling to Minneapolis to take on the Vikings. Amon-Ra St. Brown, anytime touchdown. JJ, Justin Jefferson, anytime touchdown. He's good too. Montgomery, over rushing yards. Put that one together, see what you get. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more this NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, the whole rotating goalies not supposed to happen in game. It's happened twice for the Red Wings through 4 games. Ken Cal's call, Wings lose 5-2, 1-3, and not competitive in those 3 losses. Look, I know Yzerman's farts don't stink, but his hockey team does. And we open the show with it. If you want to go back and listen, Odyssey Rewind. It's football season. So no apologies. We got a lot of football to talk. Lions have a major matchup with Minnesota. And we know what's on the line here. You win, you're in first place in this division. You win, it calms a lot of people down after the Aiden Hutchinson injury. It shows a level of fight from this football team, and I think we're all looking to see how they respond. John, we've played audio for people. One clip from Chris Christie, who says Dan Campbell showed no class in, quote, running up the score against the Dallas Cowboys last week. We'll play that again for people.
Wonder if he's ever met Dan Campbell.
How do you think that interaction would go?
Oh, I'm sure as a politician, he would be schmoozing.
Yeah.
Oh, Dan.
Dan, I don't know what you heard.
Oh, I love what you guys are doing there in Detroit.
And Dan would hit him with the other audio that we want to play for people. Trust me, I know he would. The other audio we want to play for people is from Max Crosby. John, what do you want to start with? You want to reset the Christie audio, or do you want to give people a taste of what Max Crosby thinks after the Davante Adams trade?
Well, I'm a little fired up this morning. I don't know if you've noticed that.
I have noticed.
And I came in fired up, and then I got even more fired up with Chris Christie. So let's light the fire just a little bit more. Let's pour a little gas on it, and then let's go with and see what happens with Max Crosby.
So this is Chris Russo, Mad Dog Sports Radio with Chris Christie.
I like Dan Campbell's reputation.
So I think he should be proud of his reputation.
Absolutely.
It's a no foot off the gas all the time, play hard till the final whistle mentality. He should be proud of it.
And I would bet, now we all know the picks. I'm not very good at it.
I just flip a coin.
But if the shoe was on the other foot, do you think Dan Campbell would be crying about somebody else scoring that many points?
John, do you remember his first year and a half in Detroit? They were losing.
I do, yes.
And he didn't complain or cry about it. He understands. It's competition. The other side's trying to win, and they're never going to let their foot off the gas.
It's our job to score as many points as possible in 60 minutes. It's our job to stop you from scoring points.
248-539-9797. People want to react to that, and we'll get those phone calls in. The other piece of audio, dueling audio, Max Crosby at his locker. Listen to a couple key words here about his future. Wherever
I'm going to be.
Implying it might not be the Raiders. And he said, I'm not here for a rebuild. So the Raiders owner has said they're not trading Max Crosby. But here's where, if you're Brad Holmes, you are absolutely barking up their door. And John, I do think you should be willing to give up multiple first-round picks to go get Max Crosby. You got to be very careful trying to win 3 Super Bowls before you win 1. Max helps you win 1, and he also probably helps you win 2 or 3 because he pairs well with Aiden for the next couple seasons. John, what did you make of that?
I made of it the fact that he doesn't want to be there for a rebuild. Same thing, all the same reasons why we were talking about Myles Garrett. Does he want to be there for a rebuild?
Right.
So now all of a sudden you pick up the phone, you call Vegas, and you explore the options. And it's not like you could just call his agent, right? There's tampering there. You've got to address the team first. Now, you may have some friends that take the temperature of the agent. You may have some friends that take the temperature of Max Crosby, because if Max Crosby were to come out, and I don't think he is the type that would, wipe his social media. Like, that seems very childish, and he doesn't seem like a childish individual. But if he were to say, I'm not here for the rebuild, I want out, I want to be traded, what happens to stars that come out and say that? We've seen it time and time again. They eventually get traded.
They leverage themselves out of town. So what I think we need to do is temporarily retire the J-Mo laughing drop anytime Max Crosby's brought up, because if he is using phrases like, I don't want to rebuild and wherever I'm playing, it's maybe a higher probability than we had given credit. So if you guys want to react to it, we'll hit the phones. Let's start with James in Dearborn. Great point. You're on 97.1.
Hi, I just want to talk about the Chris Christie thing. And obviously the guy didn't watch the NFC Championship game last year, where I feel like we took our foot off the gas. And I think the team responded well, and they're not going to let that happen again this year.
James, that's a great point. And I don't necessarily know that they took their foot off the gas, but they had a 17-point lead, and they lost it.
Yes, they did. So that's all I had to say. Thank you guys for taking my call.
Yeah, thanks, James.
It's learning your lesson. It's a great point.
It's all the experiences. And I've talked about a young team a couple of years ago that loses a game to Seattle, or loses a game early in the season that they get to the end of the year and they think, man, if we had just won that one more game 2 years ago, we could have been in the playoffs. You lose to Carolina at the end of the season. You could have been in the playoffs. All of those experiences lead to who you are today. Dan Campbell has an experience, and this team, we've heard about Penei Sewell. How many times has he watched that NFC Championship game?
Right.
That they have the experience of losing a 17-point lead and what it cost them.
It's a great point. Ticket Texture says, I love Dan. I love what the Lions did, but I hate the misconstrued narrative that you guys are pushing. So throwing the ball to Sewell wasn't playing hard. It's showboating, but I'm all for it on the ticket text.
It's showboating, using one of the 11 guys that are on the field that can make plays. And we've heard this from different people. Could be the best athlete in the NFL.
This was retribution. Is that a good word for this?
Sure.
And they definitely still had a thorn in their side from what happened last year in Dallas. And whatever you want to call it, you know what? Sometimes teams need to do things for themselves. Again, I have made broad comparisons to the 85 Bears with what Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes are building here. The talent depth on this team is so deep. I'm not calling that defense by any means. I'm not calling that on the football field in terms of the way they play, but the way they are built as a team and together as a team reminds me of that. There was that stat out there about Campbell being compared to Ditka. Guess what? In the 1984 NFC Championship game, the 49ers ran a play late in that game that ticked off the Bears a lot. And they used a defensive player as a lead blocker. You know what the Bears installed in their offseason?
The fridge.
And guess when they unleashed it? In San Francisco in the regular season.
Yeah.
You know what? Whatever you want to call what they did, they needed to do that for themselves.
But here's the other thing. Did they score on that play to Penei Sewell?
Unfortunately, no.
No,
they should have.
What happened?
They started calling flags on them because
they called another penalty, took away a touchdown from an offensive lineman.
Did the Sewell one go maybe a little? I liked it. I liked it. It was my team. You know what? That's the way I feel about it.
I feel the same way if it's against my team. I go, the Lions would have to stop Dallas.
Stop it.
Exactly. Stop it. If you don't want it happening to you, you are professional athletes. You are the best of the best. Act like it and stop them. That game did not reflect that both teams were professional athletes, and that is a reflection on Dallas, not Detroit. Yeah.
Do you think Dan Campbell gets asked about this today?
Did he do a media today? Yeah, Friday? I don't know. Do you think this blows up?
I don't know. I think it's definitely juicy when a public figure calls somebody else classless.
Well,
it's pretty strong audio.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong.
And where's the always been? Sorry, where's the always been classless comes from? You can call if you want to have the opinion that was classless Sunday. You can have that opinion. I think it's stupid.
Sure,
but where's the he's always been classless?
Right. I'd like to go back and find out. Okay, when Dan Campbell played for Dallas, what did Chris Christie think of him then?
Oh, he loved him then.
Oh yeah,
and Jera
love this guy.
And
yeah.
Dean Blandino.
Oh man, he plays so hard. Yeah. Oh, we love this guy.
Phones to get to: Crosby, Christie, Lions, Vikings, all of it. It's 97.1.
All right, you guys, I know some of you are finding yourself wearing a hat more and more often, or maybe you're turning off your camera on those Zoom calls. Well, if so, it's time to deal with your hair loss, and it's time to talk to the guy who wrote the book on it. Literally, that's Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration. He's Michigan's #1 hair restoration specialist. And Dr. B, he can restore your hair and your confidence just like he's done for thousands of guys over the years. Go online and you can read all kinds of Google reviews from his patients who recommend Dr. B. They all talk about how much younger and more confident they feel after their procedure. And they say they just couldn't be happier with the results. Many saying it's the best decision and investment that they've ever made. Michigan Hair Restoration has so many more options as well than just hair transplants. There's lots of natural remedies, and these therapies keep getting better and better results for his patients. Dr. B also has treatment plans that fit almost every budget. And right now, they've got the special you don't want to miss. Call and book your consult. Make sure you speak to Maria. And make sure you mention 97.1 because you'll get a complimentary natural hair remedy treatment valued at $1,000 at your consultation. Go download Dr. B's Ultimate Guide to Hair Loss and Restoration today at MichiganHairRestoration.com.
wherever. That's what Max Crosby said. Wherever I'm playing. Mm-hmm. ... John, wherever could be Detroit. Huh?
Come on home, buddy. Come on home.
Let's temporarily retire. This is not a laughing matter. This is a call you have to make if you're Brad Holmes.
Certainly. And there's a bunch of back channels. Okay, what did he mean by this? Is he really thinking that maybe he'd like to force his way out of Vegas?
You make them say no. Multiple firsts. We're chasing a Super Bowl. He'll be part of multiple Super Bowl pushes. He's the best option to replace Aiden Hutchinson.
Right. And I'll start with, there's no replacing Aiden Hutchinson. Even if you go with the Max Crosby, if the stars align, the super moon that we all saw last night leads to something beneficial for the Detroit Lions, he doesn't come in and have the cachet that Aiden Hutchinson has had in the locker room, the culture. Now, he could build it, and it doesn't necessarily have to take very long, but you also have to prove it. You've got to show, if it happens to a new team, that this is who I am, this is what I'm about. I've got to buy into the team. Team's got to buy into me. It takes a little bit of time. So there's no replace, even if you get a Myles Garrett. Production on the field, you might get what you're getting with close to Aiden Hutchinson. Max Crosby, you might get the motor and some production like you get with Aiden Hutchinson, but it will always take time to fill the void of the culture, of the leadership, of the individual that is Aiden Hutchinson.
Let's get to Jordan in Fenton. You're on 97.1.
Hey, morning, guys.
Good morning.
I just wanted to touch on Chris Christie comment. And my opinion with Dan Campbell, it's I love the guy. I think if I had to say, I compare it to that MJ mentality where he doesn't want to beat you. He wants to, turn around, rip your heart out. And then, I don't think it's running up the score. I just think that's just how the guy is. And I love it. And just secondly, I just think call it the society that we're in today. I just think it's, we're just getting soft and we just can't take an old school beating and people get, sensitive. And no, I love what our team's doing. I love Dan Campbell and appreciate the time, guys. Appreciate the call. Have a great morning.
Yeah, thanks, Jordan.
When Dan Campbell took old school beatings in his first year, did he come out and say, "Oh, you ran up the score. How dare you?" No. And now the tables are turned. A front runner like Chris Christie wants to say you're classless. The irony of a politician calling Dan Campbell classless, who's probably never met Dan Campbell, never had a conversation with Dan Campbell, that to me it's gross.
In Dan Campbell's first year, in 2021, right? They lost games 35-17, 34-11, 44-6.
Who was that one to?
The Eagles.
Those classless SOBs.
Right. This idea, they lost 38-10 to the Broncos. Nobody was crying about the other team running up the score. You just got to be better, play better.
Yeah.
Let's get to Kyle in Royal Oak. Kyle, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Actually, John just touched on it about Aiden. I was calling because he is irreplaceable to me. He's 101. I think he's a prototype DN. You can't replace him culturally, with the guys, the relationships he has, the team. But if we do sign Max, that would be the best option. But I was just calling to say you can't replace him. He's irreplaceable.
Yeah, I mean, he is irreplaceable for what he does, what he's done throughout, now 3 off seasons, how he prepares, how he sets the tone for this team in the off season, in training camp, every single practice, every single time he's in the weight room, meetings. You can't replace that.
Ray, you're calling in next. You're on 97.1. Ray? Roy. Sorry, if I could read this morning. Roy, are you here? I don't think it matters if his name was Roy.
You hit 30. You want to borrow my glasses?
Oh, no. Don't do this to me.
It happens.
Mike, I can see this one. Mike in Chesterfield, you're on 97.1.
Hey, morning, fellas. I just wanted to say that I think even though it was against Dallas, and I love that it was against Dallas, I think if you go against any other team, we're still running the plays that we're running. It's nothing about last year, even though it feels good. Like you go back the past couple of weeks, we have the hook and ladder, we have the Philly special, we have all these plays that are outside the quote-unquote normal playbook that I think will eventually become the normal playbook because of Ben Johnson. But I think it's nothing about disrespect. It's just the team that we are now because we have that fortitude and that grit, if you will, to run the plays we want to run when we want to run them. And I would have Dan Campbell marry my daughter if I had a daughter. So.
Oh, well, he has to be married.
Well.
Yeah.
That's how much
I get your point. Yes, I get your point. I don't think we heard Mike McDonald say, I can't believe you scored 42 points on us. Or anybody from Seattle.
No.
Like I could not believe it when I heard this audio that somebody all of a sudden thinks, how about you tell your buddy Jerry Jones, maybe he should decide, how he builds his roster. But if you do that, Jerry Jones is going to come on your radio show and say that you should be fired.
Right.
Or he's going to find somebody that asks some better questions.
Oh, yeah, I'll find somebody. Find a new general manager. Find someone who's better at drafting and signing and evaluating your football team.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Just quick, do you think Jerry might call us and threaten our jobs for going after his buddy?
Yeah, sure.
I'm not going to think that we are better than we are or bigger than we are. I don't know that Jerry Jones knows us.
Probably not. He's on a bye.
He probably knows you. You're John Jansen. I mean, you're.
Yeah. Well, we did not have a great record against Dallas.
Or loves you, I guess, if you guys didn't do very well.
But I'm not crying about those.
Right. It's how it works. So we've got Max Crosby audio. He says, I'm not here for a rebuild. Wherever I play, I'm going to be playing hard. Wherever opens the door to not Vegas. Mm-hmm. And then Chris Christie has gone at Dan Campbell and says, no class. This is who he is. What goes around comes around. Didn't like that they, quote, ran up the score.
When we come back, can we play the audio again? I'm really enjoying it.
We can play both audio clips, dueling audio. And we should mention, and we've got texters saying, guys, can we talk Vikings? Can we talk look ahead a little bit to this weekend? Yes, we'll mix that in. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. The Red Wings lost a second straight game against the Rangers, this time at home in Detroit, 5-2. This is the third loss by 3 goals in their first 4 games. Here's Ben Sherratt. Cam Talbot started, giving up 5 goals in 19 shots, eventually pulled for Alex Lyon for the final 27 minutes. Mo Seider and JT Compher scored for Detroit. Lions quarterback Carlton Davis sat out of practice again yesterday, even though Dan Campbell said he believes he'll be good to play in Minnesota on Sunday. Vikings running back Aaron Jones did return to their workout in a limited capacity. In Vegas, Raider star Max Crosby turned some heads when he said he's not down for a rebuild after Davante Adams was traded away. Obviously, the Lions need to replace an elite pass rusher. Michigan football gained a commitment from a 3-star wide receiver, Jalen Pyle, son of former NFL receiver Willie Pyle. He joins the 2026 class out of Dallas, Texas, and at their media day, MSU coach Tom Izzo believes their basketball team has a chance to be very good this year, expressing that he wants them to play fast and continue cutting turnovers after that was successful last season. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, John, you want both clips for people who are just hopping in the car. They're on their way to work. They go, wait, what's this Chris Christie, Dan Campbell business? Yeah. What did Max Crosby actually say? Let's start with Max Crosby because it's the shorter clip. This is what he said about his future. Oh, Greg screening calls. Busy this morning.
How dare people want to get involved in the show?
It's okay. We'll get those calls in too, Greg. Let's play Max Crosby.
wherever I'm going to be, wherever my feet are.
I think it's slim but not none. Slim but not none. They are rebuilding. He doesn't want to rebuild. Yeah. He said, wherever I am, implying that it's not only Vegas that he could see himself playing.
Yeah, obviously general manager, owner.
So when you're talking
about, well, the owner said they're not doing it right now. He didn't use the terms right now, but that was his comment in the moment. Now, if a star player, how many times have we seen star players, and it doesn't matter the sport, request a trade and want to be out? They can force the hand of the franchise that they're playing for.
Yeah, and then a little longer, this is Mad Dog Chris Russo on Mad Dog Sports Radio with Chris Christie.
Run that play on Roger Goodell, not on my team, not at that time.
Right.
I mean, I could almost. It's an audio clip, and I could see the tears streaming down his face.
John, before we get calls on both those clips, the Lions are underdogs for the first time this season. We'll get to the picks at 8:35. Vegas expects them to lose for the first time this season. Do you share that expectation?
No, I don't. And there's a lot of reasons I don't. One, the football reasons. This is the best, the Lions. This is the best offense in the NFL. And I know Brian Flores is one of the best defensive coordinators in the NFL. I don't expect the Lions to go in there and hang 47 on them.
Well, it'd be classless if they did.
It would be, very classless.
Ridiculous.
If they did that back-to-back weeks. I mean, who would possibly want to do that?
Clutch your pearls.
But this offense right now, Ben Johnson, and it took some time, a couple of weeks, for him to get a grasp of how can I best use Jamison Williams, when, how, and how many times, along with Amon-Ra St. Brown, along with Sam Laporta, along with David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. And, oh, by the way, how do we integrate Tim Patrick into this offense and utilize him as well, like we did Josh Reynolds? Because it's not a one-for-one swap. Tim Patrick's a different athlete, different skill set than Josh Reynolds. Now that they've got that, along with an offensive line that Penei Sewell, best tackle in the NFL, learning to play next to Zeitler. Zeitler learning to play next to Frank Ragnow. And Graham learning to play left guard versus right guard or center. Like, all of these things take a little bit of time. Now that they appear to have all of that chemistry worked out, the rhythm of this offense, what works, you can attack a team on every single play at every level of the defense. That's to me, it's a football reason. Now, defensively, there are going to be some challenges. There's no question about it. You don't have the best defensive player through 6 weeks of the NFL season available anymore. Aiden Hutchinson's not going to be there. There's no miracle that's going to allow that to happen. And so, Aaron Glenn, how do you take a secondary that is much better than it was last year and defend Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison against a quarterback in Sam Darnold that is playing at a high level, has a lot of confidence. How do you defend the run against a running game that has been very effective? And the run game is not as big of a concern to me because if you take out Aiden Hutchinson and you put in Josh Paschal is good. Not great, not Aiden Hutchinson, at being a run stopper. Levi Onwuzurike, better known as a run stopper than a pass rusher. So you make them one-dimensional. And you force Sam Darnold to be the reason that the Minnesota Vikings win this game.
Yeah, we keep waiting for Sam Darnold to struggle, and the last couple weeks haven't been very good for him. But I think we need to keep in mind that Jared Goff was Sam Darnold at one point.
Yeah.
And they've done a good job in Minnesota doing what we've done in Detroit, which is setting him up for success. 2 really good tackles. They do run the ball effectively. They run play action. They've got Jefferson. They've got Addison. Detroit is without Aiden, obviously. Carlton Davis also, we don't know if he's going to play this week. That's a huge deal to me with Justin Jefferson on the other side. For the first time this year, I don't expect the Lions to win. I think it's a coin flip game. I really do. And they're coming off a bye week. I think it would alleviate so many people's concerns if they take care of business and win this week. The emotional response, first place in the division, it's a massive football game. So I want to make sure we mix that in with everything else we're doing this morning.
And you can't underestimate the emotional response either. The emotional response of, and I'm going to try not to get everybody fired up right now.
It's okay
I'm
if you
a little
do.
frothing at the mouth at the moment. And it's the emotional response of this defense, this team, wanting to go out there and win for a guy that they love. That's Aiden Hutchinson. Wanting to go out there and put together a performance. And in a game that is, it's an emotional game. You cannot play this game at a high level by just showing up. Emotions play a part of it. And then on top of that, how many times has this defense, specifically this defensive line, been told this week, you can't possibly win a Super Bowl? On this airwaves, they've been told that you can't possibly be a Super Bowl contender without Aiden Hutchinson, the heart and soul, the heartbeat of this defense. You can't go out there and stop the run. You can't go out there and pressure Sam Darnold. You can't possibly stop Jefferson or Addison or Darnold. You can't possibly be a team that still has Super Bowl aspirations. Don't tell me what we can't do. Now, all of a sudden, Aaron Glenn is going to be fired up. This defensive staff is going to be fired up. This defense is going to be fired up because nobody believes in them anymore. Their heart has been ripped out. How could they possibly take the field? Now, you go out there and you find a way to smack someone in the mouth from the first play to the last play. You hit them and you keep hitting them. You be violent. This team is a violent team.
Be very careful that you don't run through the wall on your way to work this morning. Once you get going, we
can't stop.
And I think the team should be foaming at the mouth this week, too. Let's get to a couple quick phone calls. We got Steven in Clarkston. Steven, you're on 97.1. Or Stefan, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. No problem. Good morning. So, listen, I think it's a cry for help. I think his position's changed. I don't know how you don't view Vegas as a rebuild. They've traded, their star quarterback, star receiver. So it is for sure a rebuild. So his words, he does not want to be a part of that. So I say you put 2 first rounders, Hendon Hooker, and let's get it done. I think that would do it. And if you look at it, the way the Lions have been operating, signing all their young players to long-term deals, I think it put yourself in a position to get a player like this because now you don't have to rely on draft picks. You don't have to rely on the younger players coming in because you do have these younger players that have proven themselves that are going to be here for the foreseeable future. And I think it does. I think it does put themselves in a good position to trade for a player like this. It's amazing how his words have changed. Max Crosby, that is, over the last 6 days, where he wasn't going to leave. He's a Raider. It's tatted on my body, and now it's I don't want to rebuild. And I don't know how you sit there and think Vegas is not a rebuild.
A cry for help from Max Crosby. Will we listen to that cry for help? He said 2 first-round picks plus Hendon Hooker or, something else to sweeten the deal. I'd do it in a heartbeat, John. These are late firsts. You go, oh, well, it's going to hurt their ability to build this dynasty. They have locked up a bunch of really good young football players. Be careful trying to win 3 Super Bowls before you've won 1. Do what you can do right now to maximize the team that's on the field today. Yeah, absolutely. I'd be all about Max Crosby. And it sounds like he's at least leaving the door cracked open. 248-539-9797. Phones and ticket texts all morning long. A lot to discuss with this football team. We've got the picks coming up at 8:35. It's 97.1.
About a year ago, my wife and I put a new roof on the house. We called Mike Beatty Rapid Roofing, and from start to finish, it was professional. It was classy, and they did exactly what they said they were going to do. It wasn't a high-pressure sales event. They showed up one day, dropped everything off, ripped the roof off, made the repairs, put a new roof on, and cleaned everything up, and we're gone. They do most roofs in just one day, and they told me at the time it's going to add great value, not just the protection, but great value to your house. And now that we're thinking about moving, it has done exactly that. You can give Rapid Roofing and Mike a call at 888-360-ROOF, 888-360-ROOF, or you can find more information on the web at rapidroofing.com.
Right to the phones we go. We start with Steve in Canton. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, no, appreciate you taking my call. I'm sure the lines are busy this morning. A couple quick thoughts on the Crosby thing. I think it's twofold. One, I think you have to make a definite effort and a legit effort to get him. I just hope then if we do and are successful that people aren't complaining later on that we had to give up too much to get him. I think someone like him, and there aren't many like him, has enough, he brings a force like Hutch did that makes the rest of the defense better. And I think in addition to that, we're still going to need folks to step up and find some things within themselves that they may not have found yet, but still be able to play within themselves, so they're not being asked to do too much. And I think that only happens, with a big force on the other end.
Mm-hmm. Steve, I think it's a good phone call. It's a good point. You are right. We are jammed up on the phones this morning. Let's get to another phone call and go to Kyle and Howell. Kyle, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, so I just wanted to touch on the Chris Christie thing real quick before I talk about the Max Crosby. As far as being called classless or whatever, we brought up at the beginning of the season about being called a dirty team or dirty players. Haters going to hate. People going to talk. Let them talk. I don't care. You want to go out there and you want to practice that play again because you're up by 30 points. You do you. Practice it up. Get your looks while you can while you're up 40 points and the game isn't on the line. See if you can change anything from the last time you did it. And what a team to do it against, the Cowboys. I mean, people were calling for him to come out and do that play the following game last year. And I think that he waited and classless, whatever. Doesn't bother me. And then to the Max Crosby thing, we got to go out and we got to get him. We got to do it before the Minnesota game. The price isn't going to go down. You want to wait until you're, one or two more losses into it. Hutch may not be the difference between going to a Super Bowl or not, but he is the difference between one or two games, one or two plays that give us the 15-3 record versus the 11-6 record. And that's the difference between home field. And as everyone knows, bringing the playoff games to Detroit is going to be tough for any team. The road goes through Detroit.
Kyle, it's a great phone call. It's a good point.
No, I agree. I mean, it could be the difference between being, a 1 seed and it could be in the division. The difference between winning the division and being a 1 seed versus being a wild card team just because maybe you dropped one that you shouldn't have.
Everybody's all fired up. I blame you in a good way.
Yeah, they should be fired up. It's Fired Up Fridays.
Absolutely, baby. Football Friday, big game coming up, and we go to Brian Baldinger for some breakdown. Brian, as always, appreciate some of your time. Good morning.
Well, good morning, guys. How are you doing?
We're doing great. Hey, I got a quick one for you because last week I asked you about the Minnesota Vikings, how real they are. Obviously, we get a chance to see it firsthand. Give us a reason why the Lions win and give us a reason why maybe Minnesota does.
I'll give you 5, John.
Okay.
How about Sewell, Zeitler? Just give me the offensive line.
My man.
And what they did to Dallas last week. I mean, they pushed them all over the field. That's a offensive lineman's dream last week. I'll tell you one thing, John. Minnesota has outscored their opponents in their 5 games, 84-26 in the first half. They play with the lead. And when you give Minnesota right now the lead like that, I mean, that those coaches over there, man, they will scheme you up and they'll get to your quarterback and sack him and the whole thing. So I think that's the whole key is. And I think the way that you beat Minnesota right now is you run right at them just like they did Dallas. And I think if you can have success like they did a week ago, I'm not saying 50 points is possible, but I think that you can put up a good number on Minnesota if you can run it like they did.
My man, put it on the line.
What's the path for Minnesota?
Well, I mean, it's been 2 weeks now, and Sam Darnold did not play well. The Vikings offense didn't play well against the Jets. And so, they got to get back to, I don't know if Aaron Jones is going or not, but he's a big key to that team, getting their running game going. And then their offensive line is very good. They're not Detroit good, but they're good. And, when you got Justin Jefferson and the receivers they've got out there right now, they're capable of moving the ball with anybody. I would expect Kevin O'Connell to really take a look at, Detroit minus Hutchinson, maybe get an extra tick to be able to get the ball off. They kind of struggled against the Jets the last time they played, and just protecting Sam Darnold. They hit him a bunch in that game. So I think that's the key up there.
How big of an issue is it? We all know, we've been talking about it all week, not having Aiden Hutchinson is huge. But how big does it become when you're trying to create pressure on Sam Darnold? How do the Lions create pressure on Sam Darnold?
Well, I think you're going to see a lot more pressure. But, when you have Justin Jefferson out there and Jordan Addison and some of the receivers they have, you got to pick your spots. It can't be just, every down. But, you got to pick your spots. John, I don't know if John Paschal, I don't know who's going to take his place out there. They don't really have a guy on the roster and like that. So, and guys that can win one-on-one and play with that type of effort and energy on a consistent basis. I was looking forward to the matchup of O'Neal and Hutch this weekend because that's been a pretty good battle over the last 3 years. So, pressure is the way you got to create the pressure right now, John. And so overloads, zone pressures, you're going to see probably things, safety blitzes. You're going to see things you haven't had to see throughout the season so far.
We're talking to Brian Baldinger. He is our insider on Fridays, brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. You may have heard when we were getting you on, callers bringing up Max Crosby, and we've brought up Crosby and Garrett and Hassan Reddick and Trey Hendrickson and basically anybody who may be even slightly available for this Lions team. Do you feel like they should be aggressive in pursuing an Aiden Hutchinson replacement?
Yeah, but I know Max pretty good. He wants to be a Raider for life. He doesn't want out of there, even though the team is struggling. I know Devontae's gone, so you're thinking maybe there's just a fire sale there. But, Max is their best player. I can't see them ever shaking Max loose. I know he went to school, college nearby, but I can't see that deal getting done. The guys you just mentioned are all elite players. Cincinnati is still in this thing. They're 2-4. They played Cleveland this week. Trey Hendrickson is a great player, and it'd be a great fit. He's not Hutch, but he's pretty close. He's a really good player. I don't know that. I'm sure that Hassan Reddick is a guy that I know pretty good because we lived pretty close to each other. But that guy hadn't done anything this offseason. And I got to ask you this: does anybody that misses this much time when you have a contract that's worth $10 million, do you really love football if you're willing to sit out like this? We know what Hutch is. He's all about ball. I know he's out there, and you probably could get him from the Jets right now. But does anybody really love football if you're willing to sit out the first 7 weeks like this? I'd really question that.
I can't disagree with that at all. When you think about
talented, John, he's got talent, but he hasn't done a thing. I don't know what kind of shape he's in. Nobody does. Nobody's seen him. And I don't know if he's working out. And regardless, football shape is way different than running, running around a track, John. So, I don't know. I really question the guy's love of the game if you're willing to do this.
Yeah, then you question, will he fit with the culture that Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes have instilled here?
No doubt. And there is a real culture there. And so, I'd really question that because he's I don't know. He wouldn't be the guy that I would be chasing if I was Brad Holmes right now.
He's Brian Baldinger. We appreciate his insights every Friday during the football season. Brian, thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
All right, guys, enjoy it. It's going to be a great game in Minnesota.
We cannot wait for it. A lot on the line early in the season. We've got the picks coming up next. It's 97.1.
Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beer right here in the great state of Michigan for over 25 years. My headphones didn't work. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. And with that focus on quality, they set out to create a beer that lets you have it all. And with All Day IPA, here's what you get. It's a refreshing and deliciously flavorful beer, easy drinking, and high quality. All Day IPA is an IPA that is naturally brewed with an array of malts, grains, and hops, creating a delicious citrusy taste and a clean finish. It's the perfect beer for anyone looking to make the ordinary extraordinary and the good times great. Speaking of great times, we got a whole bunch of them this fall. Great sporting events, whether it's college football, we had baseball, NFL football. All Day IPA is the perfect beer for anyone on game days, whether you're at home, at a tailgate, or in the stadium. Visit foundersbrewing.com to find All Day IPA. All Day IPA, it's all in the taste. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly. All right, FanDuel 9504. Jansen. Enjoy all the NFL action with a chance to win on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. New customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win a bet on tonight's game. That's a $5 bet. All you got to do is win, and you're going to get $300 in bonus bets. And take a look at some of the best features that the app has. You have the Parlay Hub. They have some already built for you. You can build your own. You get popular bets and FanDuel Squares. That's, I think, is one. Why wait for the Super Bowl? You can do FanDuel Squares right now. There's so much more. So download the app, check it out, and find what you like the best. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more this season. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. FanDuel is an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 9502. This NBA season, you can make every play, pass, and point mean more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Check out newer bets like number of dunks in a game, assists, or three-pointers in the next 3 minutes. All of those are available on the app. It doesn't matter if you tap into FanDuel before the game starts or after it has already tipped off. And same game parlays. They have them built for you in the Parlay Hub, or you can build your own. All you got to do is visit FanDuel.com/Jansen for your chance to score $300 in bonus bets with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Again, that's $300 in bonus bets if you win on a $5 bet. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. 9503.
It's a football Friday. Lions, Vikings. I feel like we've been talking about this matchup for weeks. The intrigue is there. No Aiden Hutchinson. How will they respond? Can they get pressure on the quarterback? First place in the division is at stake. And for the first time this season, Vegas expects the Lions to lose. Are you in that position as well? 248-539-9797. We also have dueling audio that we've been playing throughout the morning. One from Max Crosby, where he says that he does not want to rebuild. We know he likes playing for the Raiders, but he says he doesn't want to rebuild. And he said, wherever I play, I'm going to play hard, play to win. Wherever opens the door to not Las Vegas. So we've discussed, how aggressively would you pursue Max Crosby? What would you be willing to give up to get Max Crosby onto this football team and to be a multi-year replacement? Right? I mean, it would be a replacement this year with Aiden, but then you'd pair them up for the next couple seasons together. It would allow you to chase the Super Bowl all in this year while keeping the window open the next couple seasons. So Max Crosby's part of the conversation. And then, John, you found audio of Chris Christie, of all people, taking a shot at Dan Campbell.
Everybody saying who?
Yeah.
And why does he feel he's relevant right now? Taking a shot at Dan Campbell, calling him classless. It's gross that he even has an opinion on it, but the irony of it coming from him is hilarious.
He was on Sirius XM with Chris Russo, Mad Dog Russo.
Yeah.
Why don't we play that for people? Okay, these are professionals, to Chris Christie's point, which means there's no mercy rule. This isn't high school football. You got to show up and you got to play hard for the entire game. When the Lions lost Aiden Hutchinson, it'd been real easy for them to throttle down, let their foot off the gas. They did the opposite, which I think was big for this football team moving forward. This football team lost the NFC title up 17. You do not take your foot off the gas. I have no issue with what Dan Campbell did. You want to talk class? Dallas was outclassed, and that was the problem. You want to talk about what this says about both teams? It says a lot more about Dallas. They couldn't get up off the mat and even play a semi-competitive game at home on Jerry Jones' birthday. So I don't want to hear about what this says about Dan's reputation. Campbell's reputation is a guy who has his team playing hard every single snap for 4 quarters. I think he should be proud of that reputation. None of the nonsense from Chris Christie.
Yeah, the irony of being a former governor in New Jersey, instead of picking Philly or the Jets or the Giants, or you can go down the road of Washington, yet he's a fan of Dallas. I wonder, did he think that Dan Campbell had no class? He said he's always had no class when Dan played for the Cowboys.
Ooh.
I mean, I'd like to have asked that follow-up question.
So we got a lot for you to react to. There's Max Crosby, the pursuit of him. How real is it? What would you give up? There is reaction to what Chris Christie had to say. Dan Campbell running up the score, nonsense.
Classless.
And there's this question about Minnesota, the game itself. For the first time all year, you are not favored. I don't expect the Lions to win this week. I'm curious where everybody else is.
Yeah, you're one of one.
You don't think there's anybody else?
You're no unique.
Well, I am.
No.
Very special. Thank you,
John.
You
are special.
Thank you.
We think you're special.
I feel like you're patting me on the head when you say it. Let's get to Steve in Detroit.
You've seen our show pick.
Exactly. Steve, good morning.
Good morning.
What are you thinking? You got a lot to react to.
Yeah,
I do? Chris Christie, boo-boo, grab another jelly sandwich. As to the Lions winning in Minnesota, Lions are going to win by 14.
Ooh. Wow.
Okay.
Like where your head's at.
Well, you got to realize Dan Campbell has them playing hard every single second they're on the field, and they want to play for him. They want to play hard.
So the follow-up question I have for you, Steve, is, and trust me, I think they win too. I think 14 is a little bit chest out, but how does the Lions defensively find a way to pressure Sam Darnold without Aiden Hutchinson?
They're going to have to gang up on him.
Sure. Right.
Which they're going to do.
Yeah.
Which they're going to do.
Steve, I think they're going to play their hearts out without him. I have no doubt about that. I think they'll be as motivated as they can be, Steve. My fear is, like, no matter how much you love your teammate, Love doesn't sack the quarterback. They have two really good tackles. They're going to protect Sam Darnold. They run the ball reasonable. I know no one really runs on the Lions, but at least they have the threat of a run, play action pass. And we all know Justin Jefferson loves playing against the Lions. And if Carlton Davis does not play, I mean, this is the recipe for a loss on the road. Keep in mind, Minnesota's got 2 weeks to prep for this game. Detroit's coming off a big emotional revenge game. A lot of the signs point to Minnesota for me. And that doesn't mean Minnesota's winning this division, but it would put them in pole position after this weekend. 248-539-9797. Mike in Madison Heights, you're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas, how's this going?
Good.
Good. Hey, I just wanted to say I think the Lions are going to win big this weekend. They got a lot of energy coming off that last game. And then I just want to touch on that Chris Christie comment. It's funny. I've seen Jerry rest his cup on Chris Christie's fupa a few times, so it's no surprise that he jumped into his backup on his birthday, getting embarrassed by the Lions. So, and then a fellow New Yorker and Mike Valeni also thought it was quite catty that the Lions were doing that. So maybe it's a New York thing. I don't know. Thanks, fella.
That could be.
We have Valeni coming in 9:18 for his underdog pick of the week. I didn't know he had said that. So the Lions are running trick plays against Seattle. They've run trick plays against all kinds of opponents this year, not when they're up 4 or 5 touchdowns, but like in close football games. Did it mean more because it was Dallas, because an offensive lineman was denied the 2-point conversion? Yeah, I do think it's pretty obvious they wanted to get a big guy in the end zone. But are they wrong to want that? What's the downside to that? Having your teams back?
Right.
Trying to rally and galvanize the troops and keep your team fired up and motivated and playing into that. I don't think there's any downside to that. I don't think Dallas has any room to complain.
No. And, I mean, all of these comments, whether it's Jerry earlier in the week, getting on the guys that he's been doing a radio show with for years. He's the one that puts himself out there. And now all of a sudden, because things have gone south, he says he doesn't want to fire his coach. He's not going to do that in season. He signed Dak. He signed CD. All of these guys, this is the roster that he has put together. Then he wants to be butthurt because somebody asked him a question about offseason moves, and now his buddy watches games with, his politician friend wants to go out there and have his back. It's the definition of a front runner. Hey, everything is great while we're winning. And then all of a sudden, well, it's not our fault. Couldn't be our roster. Couldn't be our owner or general manager. It has to be Dan Campbell's mean.
The mean Dan Campbell. He didn't call off the dogs. Texter says, run up the score every game. It's not peewee football. Another one says, Jerry Jones threatens to have 2 radio hosts fired, but Campbell is the one with no class. Yep, right. Got it. Thanks, Chris. All right, more of your phone calls. A lot to react to, whether it's Crosby, whether it's Chris Christie and the classless comment that he made, or just the game itself, guys. It's finally here. Your thoughts on Lions and Vikings. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. If anybody's worried about the Lions using too many trick plays, Chris Christie, well, don't worry, because offensive coordinator Ben Johnson says it's not a problem. Yeah, plenty more to come. Detroit will get their final full practice today as they prepare for their first division game against the 5-0 Vikings on Sunday. Plenty of issues for the Red Wings to solve as they lost another game by 3 goals. The Rangers took them out at the LCA 5-2, converting on their first 3 power plays of the game. Cam Talbot was pulled in the second period for Alex Lyon after saving just 14 of 19 shots. MLB, the Guardians won a wild one in Cleveland over the Yankees, a walk-off home run by David Fry in the 10th to win it 7-5. New York is still up 2-1. The Dodgers took a commanding 3-1 lead in the NLCS with a 10-2 victory over the Mets in New York. And Thursday Night Football, the Broncos steamrolling the Saints 33-10 in New Orleans, a 5th straight loss for the Saints after winning their first 2 games of the year. Denver is now above 500. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
9 o'clock hour, we have the Cookie Jar at 9:35. It's a Halloween-themed edition of the Cookie Jar. Mike Valeni with the underdog pick of the week at 9:18. Get some of his thoughts on all this Lions business. Yours as well. Let's get to the phones. Mike in Lincoln Park, you're on 97.1.
Hey, real quick, I just want to say it's going to be a lot closer game with the Vikings. I think maybe 7-10 points, if even. You know, we've got a defense that we're going to try to bring back. I mean, Max would be amazing to bring. Like, Max would be phenomenal because next year, Hutch and Max together, no one would be able to touch that defensive line. But right now, we've got Gibbs, we've got Montgomery, we've got Sonic and Knuckles. Like, we've had Megatron, but now we got Sonic and Knuckles, and they're going to play hell in Minnesota.
They are the key, right? You play keep away. You win the ball, win the battle up front, win the battle with your offensive line and your run game, and Justin Jefferson's on the sideline. I would love that.
Yeah,
time of possession is going to be important. Keeping the ball out of the hands of Sam Darnold in that offense. And I mean, here's the other thing. When you control the line of scrimmage, you control the run game, you control the tempo of the game. And when a guy like Sam Darnold and that offense is on the sidelines, it's really hard for them to create rhythm in that game. So keep them off the field.
And Brian Baldinger made a great point that I hadn't heard brought up all week. Minnesota has played with the lead for most of this season. If they get into a spot where Detroit dictates terms and has a lead, it's going to make it easier for them to play one-dimensional pass rush football, knowing Minnesota can't be balanced and stick on the ground.
Well, and that's why I say you've got to make Sam Darnold be the reason that Minnesota wins. Put him in position to have to come from behind, to have at the end of the half or at the end of the game, a drive. Like, put him in that position. See how much better he really is than when he was with the Jets or with Carolina.
Ticket Texter says, wait, what happened to the JMO drop every time someone brought up Max Crosby?
We've suspended it because of the comments of Max Crosby.
Something changed, right?
Yeah.
Just like Walleye went away when something changed. You know, on this Crosby thing here, Mike and Rico yesterday I thought were really good with the 3 first-round picks. That's a lot. And it at first blush, it seemed stupid, but then when you really think about it, you're getting him. He's one of your picks.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like you're drafting Max Crosby.
Right, because he's so young.
So you don't care about one of them, basically. And to give up 3, man, that seems like a lot. My whole point with this, though, and that's what it might take, is if they make him available, Lions fans, you need to realize there's going to be other teams interested, and that's going to drive the price. And I think somebody would offer more than two Lions valued first-round
too late
pick.
first,
Yeah,
essentially.
I think somebody else would hop in and that's why you might have to go to 3. I don't know, maybe 2 1s and a 2 would work.
Yeah, and I wouldn't balk at it because, again, most of this core is already locked up. You'd have a 3-year window where you can chase multiple Super Bowls. Now, you got to win one first, but I think he helps you do that this year and keeps the window open for a couple years. I think people who are concerned about, restocking and trying to win the Super Bowl 5 years from now, the NFL stands for not for long. Most of the non-quarterbacks get churned out every 4 or 5 years. You have a chance right now.
You have a chance right now, and then it will be up to Brad Holmes to work his magic with salary cap.
And with later draft picks, which he's done a good job of.
So let me give you this is what I think. I think this would get it done today. First rounder in 2025. First rounder in 2027. Second rounder in 2026. And Hendon Hooker, but you're also sending us back Minshew.
So you have a backup.
Yep. Because I think what other teams can't do is just throw in a potential young QB that could help them.
John?
It'd be a great mustache in town.
I'd love that trade. Like, sign me up for that deal right now. I think I got you guys licking your chops over there.
Well, I don't know what was going on because John was deep in thought, and I love that the first words are, how about that mustache?
Yeah. I mean, that and a great personality in town.
Let's go, right?
Yeah. You know what? I'd do that as well. I just think that Minshew right now is greater than Hendon Hooker.
Oh, no doubt.
And so you're adding, you're not giving as much value on top of what you're getting with Minshew, and because you're improving your backup quarterback position, and you're also obviously getting Max Crosby.
Right, but what you're giving the Raiders is potentially their future QB. Probably not, but a guy to work with while they consider their other options with all these picks in the next few years. And the reason
they're forced to go with Aiden O'Connell for the majority of the rest of this year because Hendon Hooker is not going to be a starting quarterback anywhere this year.
Well, he could late in the year out there. They can do whatever they want. Maybe they'll start him on Black Friday so we can watch him against come on, seriously. They play against the Chiefs.
Yeah.
It's the Amazon game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Why's a black quarterback got to start on Black Friday?
Come on. Why do you guys go there? That was completely unintentional.
It was a joke. No one's actually mad at you.
Now David will pull it, and just like they did with that other thing when I was paraphrasing Stoney's comments about the royal family that one time.
I know. They do us no favors in the afternoon. I'm well aware. 248-539-9797. All in good fun. Let's get back to the phones. Thomas in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. I hate to even call this early in the morning. Listen to that Chris Christie comment, man. That tripped me out.
Get you fired up, doesn't it?
Yeah, first of all, Matt Russo is an idiot. Is an old idiot. And it's number one. And then number two is clickbait. Chris Christie need to worry about what's going on in his city, his office, whatever position that he got. Second of all, quit kissing Jerry Jones' ass. That's number one. Tell Jerry Jones to get a real general manager and get some real players out there. Because at the end of the day, nobody was complaining when teams was running it up on us when we was playing like crap.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So
Breach.
take your ass whooping and keep it moving.
Yep.
And go Lions. And I would love to see them get Max Crosby or Myles Garrett right now.
Oh, yeah. Thomas, that'd be incredible.
You and everybody else.
Let's work on this first Super Bowl, and then they, like you said, they prime and set up for the next couple of years if they whatever move they make. You guys have a good morning, man.
Hey, thanks Thomas. Appreciate the phone call. Yeah. TJ's next up. TJ in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I'm going to start by saying this. We don't mortgage our farm because our farm has been growing at a rapid rate. We have a lot of Pro Bowlers off our draft picks. I'm not mad at Brad if he sits still. I am happy with that because at the end of the day, when you're a professional, you learn how to affect the game with players going down. That's the NFL. I believe this week the score is going to be, I'm going to tell you guys, 37-21. Lions. What we're not paying attention to is total defense. We're better than Minnesota stat-wise right now. Offense, Minnesota's 17th in the league. We're going to score the ball. The best thing Minnesota has is a rush defense. We're going to exploit that this week. We're going to, if you look at Minnesota's schedule, they haven't played anybody. I give them one victory, and that's Houston. Everybody else, Green Bay wasn't healthy. You played the Giants. You played Cream Puffs too. So we're going to see this week because everybody says the defense. I understand. I played football. So I understand when you lose the end, that means you start blitzing a guy like Branch off the edge sometimes. You mix it up. Remember this, Minnesota hasn't seen us this year.
Right.
So they haven't got the Aiden effect like the other teams have. So they don't know what to expect now. So you make Sam Darnold throw the ball. He'll have 2 picks. We'll win 37-21. Guys, I'll sit back and listen. We got a defense. I ride with this secondary. By the time the 10th game comes around this season, this secondary is going to be number 1 in the league in interceptions because they're already number 4, number 5.
they're playing. We're forgetting how well our secondary is starting to gel. Terrion's getting better every week. Everybody else is playing solid football.
TJ,
So
you're
you
right
create
about this.
pressure.
And they got a couple safeties that can take the ball away.
Yeah.
And they got a couple corners that aren't allowing much separation down the field. Yeah, absolutely.
And Minnesota
Secondary's
does
getting
as
better.
well. Minnesota has 11 picks, but the problem is they haven't seen us this year. So they're going to get a taste of the Lions. This is the first time anybody's going to see us without 80. And I guarantee you, Aaron Glenn, he's going to use Jack on some stunts. He's going to use Branch down in the safety slot.
Yep.
He's going to create pressure. And Sam Darnold, all you got to do is create it. He's just like Goff. Everybody wants to say how Goff is only good if he stands in the pocket, if he's got protection. Sam Darnold's the same way. And I'll take Goff any day over Sam Darnold. So let's just see what we do for a couple of weeks before we all let's go get Crosby. No, let's not sacrifice our future. We're doing very well through the draft. I would love to let Brad finish this thing out, man. In a couple of years, I guarantee you we get a Super Bowl. I'll sit back and listen, guys.
All right, so I do need to go back to what he was saying at the beginning of that, where, yes, the Lions' defensive stats compared to Minnesota's defensive stats, those defensive stats are with Aiden Hutchinson.
Correct.
So let's be careful when we're starting to talk about 37-21, even if you're talking about winning by 7 or 10 points. That's a big win and in the NFL. Now, I know it's on the heels of what they did to the Seahawks. It's on the heels of what they did to Dallas. And I do think they're winning. But we need to see what they look like and how they're doing. Anytime you bring a blitz against Minnesota, you put your secondary at risk because of Jefferson and Addison.
It's 248-539-9797. We got the open phone lines. We've got the cookie jar bottom of the hour, Valenti's Dog of the Week, and some Lions talk next, 97.1.
The NFL season continues on, and there's no better place to get in on the action than FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. You're going to get started with $300 in bonus bets if you just simply win a $5 bet. So lay down 5, you win. You're going to get that $300 in bonus bets. And check out a same-game parlay. They got the Parlay Hub there. You could choose from some that are already built. You could build your own. Check out this one. Amon-Ra St. Brown, anytime touchdown. Justin Jefferson, he's pretty good too. Anytime touchdown. David Montgomery, over rushing yards. That might be the difference in the game. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now on trouble bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, 95.03 FanDuel, Jansen. The NBA is back, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action because right now, FanDuel is giving all users 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do is catch every tip-off and buzzer beater in place a $5 bet on the NBA. And you could be talking about LeBron and Bronny playing together. Victor Wembanyama in San Antonio, maybe a fun title contender like the New York Knicks or the Oklahoma City Thunder, or maybe the Celtics repeat. Doesn't matter. You find out what you want. You put that $5 down. And if you're new to FanDuel, just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to get 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. Make every moment more this NBA season with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. After 3 months free trial, the full price of League Pass will automatically be charged. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Unreal Heater 7-1 on Underdog Picks. LSU last week. As Mike steps in the studio, you have not heard this Chris Christie audio.
No.
I
didn't have Chris Christie on my bingo board on a Friday.
I didn't either. When we woke up this morning and whirled in here, I saw it, heard it, and I thought, oh, here we go.
Like, you guys got a ton of play out of Crosby yesterday, and it's been part of our discussion. Lions and Vikings, part of our discussion. But by far, most phone calls have been reacting to this piece of audio. Your thoughts?
All right.
Your thoughts, Mike?
First of all, okay. Like, obviously, I don't even know what to say. Why does this guy have such a hard on for Campbell? Like, just because I don't like trick plays when you're up by 50. Like,
yeah.
You want to run it up, run it up. I wasn't angry. I'm just going, hey, be careful with stuff like that. Like, that's got a way of biting you in the ass cosmically. But like Campbell, like attacking. Who has said a bad word about Dan Campbell? Start there.
Right.
Nobody.
No one. Fellas, that's bizarre. That just sounds super personal. That's crazy.
Yeah. Hey, stop being mean to my friend.
You know he's boys with Jerry Jones.
No, I know. Yeah. You did something bad to my friend.
Oh, your
I'm going to go
friend
public.
ran his team like crap and had $25 million in cap space.
Yeah, but if you
sign
ask
a
that
running
question, then he's going to come on your show and say that he's going to find somebody else to host the show
good.
for you.
Yeah, we played that audio.
Oh,
that was amazing.
So this has been an amazing week.
It's been great. You ruined his birthday. It was awesome.
So who's more classless, the owner who comes on and threatens to remove people from their jobs, or the coach who just wants to score as many points as he can?
It's always the owner.
It's always the owner.
Or the politician who's a joke.
Well, yeah, throw him in there too.
Well, right, but that's the key. Is like everyone views him as a punchline, anyways.
Correct.
Right.
What are we? I love Mad Dog. Like, that's the guy I grew up listening to. But like, dude, what are we doing putting Chris Christie on?
Well, he's on all the time over there. Isn't
Yeah,
he?
like I said, what are we doing putting Chris Christie on?
That's fair point.
Jesus.
You got an underdog pick?
Yeah. So we're 7-1. So these are both. I got two. You want two?
Let's do it.
Sure.
We can do one for tonight, and we got one for tomorrow.
Okay.
Tonight, off a bye week, new quarterback. John has personally flown to Tallahassee to get the offensive line together.
Mm-hmm.
We're catching 3.5, and we are going into Wallace Wade Stadium. Florida State getting 3.5 at Duke. Number two, this is the travel deal we talked about last week. You ready?
Yeah.
Now, USC, after blowing that game to Penn State, they got to fly all the way across country. Sleepy kickoff to a Maryland team that lost by a zillion last week. And USC's flipping 7.5.
Give me a number.
Give me the Turtles.
Yeah.
No love for the game John and Doug are going to tonight.
Purdue, Oregon.
You're going to that?
Yeah, my daughter is a freshman at Purdue.
Oh,
And so
okay.
since it's on the way to
That's
Champaign,
great. All right.
little road trip.
Ross-Ade, where the press box is bigger than the entire stadium.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, why not on a Friday night? Okay, I dig that. I like that.
I'm excited.
No, I'm not like this man.
Spoiler makers, baby. Let's go.
Oh, yeah. Anytime they face a number 2 team, they're going to upset them.
They're
Yeah.
live.
But that's Doug's bit, too. He loves Purdue.
Oh, yeah. He's
Every
a Purdue.
year.
Yeah.
This was a bit way before you came to the ticket.
Yeah.
Doug selected Purdue like 7 straight years to win the Big Ten West.
And then when he didn't,
They
is when they did.
It's incredible. You guys will have a good time.
Hey, did you have a good time at the house that Pizza built last night?
Oh, Listen, I know.
This is how I started the show.
It's how we begin the show. He goes, how are those season tickets treating you?
How could you? How could you do that after the offseason they had? How could you just go, here, take my money?
Well, he only bought half a package.
Half a season.
Yeah. Well, the Red Wings got a full one last night.
Well, that's what I said earlier. I go, listen, I know Steve's farts don't stink, but his hockey team does. Like, are we allowed to talk about it?
Not yet.
And I know it's early.
Why don't you just be grateful, okay?
I'm sorry.
All right, you don't want to upset certain people in this town.
I understand.
Be grateful that Steve's even here.
Your show later today. TJ's in.
Yeah, and we'll do a ton of Lions. Because listen, it's the NFL. You don't win every game.
Yep.
I will tell you, I am shocked. Your listeners are very talented. Because I don't know how they're driving their car with both hands on their shift knob. Lions by 30, Lions by 50.
I know.
Mini Lions 100, Vikings 2. I'm like, all right, it's going to be a long day today, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the NFL, man.
I'm trying to reset expectations because even when somebody calls up and says you're going to win by 7 to 10, 7 to 10 points in the NFL is a lot.
It's a ton.
And you're starting to compare the defensive stats the Lions have with Minnesota's defensive stats. All of those stats were accrued with
Like, let me ask you a
Hutchinson.
question. If you could sign up for 12-5 right now, would you do it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means you have 4 more losses downloading. Like, you have to approach it in the big picture. Now, do I want them to lose? No.
Nobody does.
Would a loss this week really hurt? Yeah,
Yes.
you're starting to create a divisional separation, but gee whiz, I tell you, I wish I had the confidence your listeners did. Lions 86, Mini Vikings 3.
We got to get to Heather's news. You want to stick around? Couple minutes?
Yeah, I don't care.
All right, let's get to
Hang
Heather's
out.
news.
Okay, so Krista Cavallari, you guys remember, she's making headlines for discussing the Illuminati and
Oh,
cloning,
yes,
right?
yes.
Well, her ex,
I gotta go.
Jay Cutler, is making news for other reasons. He just spent time in a Tennessee jail Thursday after he was busted for drunk driving and gun possession.
It was his
and
clone.
a couple other
It
charges.
was his
Oh,
clone.
was it?
Yes,
That,
it
you
was
know
his
what?
clone.
That explains everything. Anyway, he did post bond. He got released that day. The circumstances surrounding everything are still kind of a mystery, but I'm sure that will all come out later in the
It's either
day.
his clone or she put a spell on him. Could it be?
Can she do that?
Well,
Or the Illuminati?
yeah, it would certainly be the Illuminati.
Yeah,
of course.
for sure.
Connections.
Yep. Now that Tom Brady is a new minority owner in the Las Vegas Raiders, speculation is already swirling about how much control he'll have over the team going forward. And according to Barstool Sports' Kirk Minahan, Brady's first move is going to be to get Bill Belichick. Big sources.
Yes. Well, maybe we can get him to trade Max Crosby first.
I don't think that would make a whole lot of sense, to be honest.
No.
Bill's a million years old. It's a full-scale rebuild. You got to draft a QB.
No.
And how did it work at the end when Bill was the entire football department of the Patriots?
Not good.
Just not a move I'd make.
How do you think it would play to bring back Josh Daniels to Vegas as the
No.
offensive coordinator?
Break glass in case of emergency. No way, man. That would be the Mark Davis haircut of hires. That would be ridiculous.
Shave him bald.
No, like, wouldn't you call Ben Johnson before you'd call Bill Belichick if you're the Raiders?
There's 5 different guys you would call
Right.
before that. Yes.
Same thing. Like, I would take the dude in Houston. What is his name? The offensive coordinator. Is it Pets? No, that's Arizona. What's Houston's OC? Young guy.
I know who you're talking about. I can't think of his name.
He's basically AFC Ben
Right.
Johnson.
Yes.
He's
Yeah.
fabulous. But move on. I'm sorry, Heather.
Oh, that's okay. I've got so many other stories. Let's do this one. This is kind of interesting. Some U.S. residents were shocked to find that their robot vacuums actually had no filter. Did you hear about this?
No.
So some EcoVac, not Roombas, EcoVac Depot vacuums were hijacked and rewired to bombard owners with racial slurs. Yes.
sorry,
So there's this guy in
I really
Minnesota.
gotta go.
For one, he was watching, just sitting on the couch watching TV, and all of a sudden his vacuum started talking. Right. And he's like, what is that? What do I hear? Turns out the vacuum started to move and just started spitting out like obscenities and racial slurs. So the guy.
It was the clip from Mike's show a couple of days ago. Talking about Gus Johnson.
Where Rico and I were doing the whole,
Yeah.
how he sends it, how ridiculous he sends it to Jenny Taft.
Yeah.
So this guy unplugged it, obviously put it in the
You
garage,
think?
never used it again. Not the only person it happened to in Texas. Did the same thing, just started spitting out just swear words after
Yes.
swear word. And then in Los Angeles, one of these, not
Vacuum
Roombas,
with
but
Tourette's.
vacuums started chasing the dog around the house because it was like.
What is this, Final Destination? Jesus.
It's incredible.
So just beware. If you have one of these, it could be spying on you.
Need some sensitivity training at the
Yeah,
very least.
exactly.
All right, Heather with the news. Cookie jars next. It's 97.1.
Hey, the awards just keep rolling in for Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration. He just won the Macomb Daily's Reader Choice Award for 2024's Best of the Best Plastic Surgeon. So congrats to him. And you guys, how incredible is it that Dr. B is right here in Metro Detroit, making it really easy to restore your hair by the very best. So if you've been thinking about going to see him, go do it now. He'll have you looking younger and feeling more confident with a thicker head of hair. And the sooner you go to see him, the more options you're going to have. Dr. B has the most advanced medical therapies and natural pathways to stop your hair loss and improve thickness. And these therapies, they just keep getting better and better results for his patients. With treatment plans that fit almost every budget, Dr. B will create a custom plan that is just for you, and he guarantees all of his treatments. So call today, mention 97.1, and you'll receive a complimentary natural hair treatment at your consultation. It's valued at $1,000. For more information and to schedule your consultation, go to MichiganHairRestoration.com.
All right, this week and next week will be all Halloween questions.
Oh,
it's that time of year.
Okay, yeah, it is.
All right. Your first question. When does Halloween season begin?
Oh, Halloween season, speaking of, that's that time of year. I don't know, October 1. It's the month of Halloween.
Ding, 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 ding. That's exactly right. October 1st.
Yep, I'm on the same page. October 1st. Anybody disagree? If you put Halloween decorations out in late September, party foul?
It just depends on the weather. You know, I mean, you may take advantage of a nice day in September 26, 7, something like that.
Yeah, October 1st then is good, I think, for society. My personal one would be October 15th.
Oh, really? You're not a big fan of the Halloween decorations?
Oh, I don't like Halloween decorations. I don't like Halloween to begin with. So
well, Christmas should only be a month, and that starts
like
with
costumes.
again. I'll bring up Black Friday for you guys.
There you
go. So Christmas sets the bar, and that's usually about a month away. Black Friday, Halloween does not deserve as much time as Christmas.
See, I think Christmas is a 2-month. It's beginning of November. I know you're leading up to Thanksgiving, but you start getting ready for the holidays, maybe some decorations. And this has to do with weather as well. Like the lights go up at the beginning of November. You may not turn them on until December, but they got to go up because who knows, at the beginning of December, you might not have a good weather day.
Candy corn, love it or hate it?
Oh, I hate it. It's disgusting.
I don't have as strong as an opinion on it. I don't think it's disgusting. I don't love it, but I guess I'll go with I like it.
I don't even know what it's made out of because it's not even like, is it just simply pure sugar?
Just like
I'd rather take a
melted and
teaspoon of
formed.
sugar versus that.
I agree with Heather. Like, you could say I'm tailing her picks again, but what I do feel like I don't have a strong opinion on this.
Yeah.
But if we're living in a binary world, 1 or 0, I would have to say that I love it because I will eat it.
Yes, I will too.
It's like wax. I'm with you,
Oh,
John.
yeah. It's like wax and sugar together.
Who would choose candy corn over a different candy?
Right.
That's where I don't get it. And people do that like they do with Peeps.
Oh, see.
I refer to them as construction
I love
cones.
Peeps.
They
They do look like construction
I like
cones.
that.
Yeah, it would be like eating a construction cone.
See, I like the candy corn better than the candy corn pumpkins. They're like a completely different texture to me.
Yeah.
Has Trunk or Treat gone too far?
I don't really have an opinion on this one. I don't really care. It's participation is voluntary. So if you don't like it, then don't do it.
I don't know about that.
Trunk or treat?
Is it really voluntary when you are kind of like, all right, we've been to 18 trunk or treats, and because Johnny's friend is going to the 19th, you feel the pressure to go to the 19th?
Again, it's your decision. How
I
do
know
you handle
it's
the pressure?
our decision, but
Yeah.
then it's the whining kids that let's go. These have gone too far. Okay. See, my big thing with Halloween is I think it's just it should really be a day holiday. You can put the decorations up a few weeks, but it's a day. You like when you were a kid, it's for kids, right? By the way,
Yeah.
Yes.
Adults a little bit with parties like near it. I get all that, but
Yeah, cooler in
seriously,
the wagon.
Halloween used to be. This is all it used to be was wear your costume to school, have a little party at the end of the day, and then you would trick or treat.
Yeah.
And now we've got 65 trunk or treats that we get asked to go to.
See, I don't even know that I've ever been to a trunk or treat. Like when I was up north, that we had a trunk or treat where it was a classic car show, and they actually lifted up the trunks of the cars, and that's where the candy was. So the kids would run around and grab the candy. I thought that was cool because obviously I love classic
I
cars.
actually think they're cool, but it's the candy. The kids get too much candy now.
We're
That's
going
where my
to a
problem is.
trunk or treat tonight.
Are you?
Yes.
Oh.
Wait,
Very
2 weeks
excited.
out from Halloween?
It's what it is.
Yep.
It's at our library. Emily loves it.
It's all
I'm
about
pumped.
scheduling. Yep.
Yeah.
I don't even have kids, and I feel like they've gone too far. Like trick or treating is about going door to door, hustling for that candy, the rush of it. Like trunk or treat just puts it all in one place and kind of ruins that.
Mm-hmm.
Best thing to get your trick or treating candy in pillowcase, hands down.
No
right?
question, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes, all right.
Yes. Do you believe in ghosts?
Nope.
No.
No.
No, I do believe some people have spiritual encounters. That's not ghosts. There's like
What do you
there's
mean?
Explain.
Like they can talk to the dead?
No, that they
Let the dead talk to you?
through like
I see dead
dreaming and
people?
stuff like that, but more so like I do believe people have experienced like near death things
Oh.
where they see the light and all that stuff. Like I think that's real stuff.
It's
there.
usually the ER light.
All right, you can have your beliefs. I have mine.
No,
I don't believe in
again,
some little cute white thing and coming up and going boo. That's what a ghost is, right? Ooh, I'm
Please
scared.
define the cute little white thing. Casper?
Yes.
Mhm.
That's what he meant.
He's a friendly one.
He
at
is a
least.
friendly ghost.
Very friendly. Okay. The next question in the cookie jar. What's the best Halloween song?
Heather?
This is hard. So we've been listening to a lot of Halloween songs at our house. We do love the Monster Mash.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody's watching me, if that's the name of it. I don't know. But the one that Emily likes the most, I'm going to go with this one, is that This Is Halloween. Do you know that song?
Yes, I do.
This
Yes.
is
Oh, but
Halloween,
don't sing it. Don't sing it.
Halloween.
Don't sing it. Because that's the one that gets stuck in your head. It will never, ever go away. That's why I can't stand that one. Monster
loves
Mash
it.
is good. I think you got to go with Thriller.
Interesting. Yeah, Monster Mash was my pick. I know it's cliche, but it's cliche for a reason. It is number one with a bullet. Best Halloween song.
Heather, you mentioned mine. Somebody's watching me. I think that's a great song. So it's by Rockwell, and it has guest vocals by Michael and Jermaine Jackson. It's a great song. I didn't know if it was considered a Halloween song until I looked
so.
it for a
It
list.
counts, yeah.
Yeah. Now, if you took this literally, there was a great 80s song by Ministry called Halloween. Some people will love that.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm familiar with that one.
Greg, do you have a top song? No. Okay.
No.
Greg's
opinion.
very indifferent on this
All right.
one. He has not asked for the microphone.
That's fine. The last one is best Halloween movie. Now, I'm curious. Do you go pure horror? Do you go more cutesy, like Charlie Brown, Great Pumpkin? What's the
No.
best Halloween
That
movie?
sucks.
Oh, wow.
Those movies suck.
The
They're
Peanuts
awful.
movies?
Yes.
The scary Halloween movies?
The giant pumpkin, whatever it's called, and the
with Charlie Brown?
Yes. She doesn't like Charlie
the
Brown.
worst.
What?
I hate them.
That's fairly un-American.
If you sat Teddy down in front of it, he would not be entertained.
Teddy watches those all the time.
They're awful.
The Great Pumpkin?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Emily
Charlie Brown
and
Christmas?
Brooks are missing out.
Yeah, all of them. They're all awful.
What?
Because
You
they were
don't
made
like
in
Charlie
what?
Brown?
What year were they made?
Classics
A long time
never
ago.
A
die.
long time ago, and they
Okay.
don't hold up. They're not good.
Do you watch at Christmas? Do you watch Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer?
No.
Or
Claymation
Frosty?
one?
No,
Does
I
Rudolph
don't.
hold up?
No.
Okay, there is
How
one that
about
definitely
the
holds
cartoon
up.
Frosty
Rudolph,
the
the
Snowman?
original
No,
Rudolph?
John.
The Grinch. The Grinch still
the
holds
cartoon
up.
Grinch is really
That's
good.
a classic that always holds up.
She's not willing to concede
I
that
don't
point.
even know if I know it. I mean, I know the Grinch, but I'm trying to think of the
What is Bronner's?
original one.
What is Bronner's?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think of the newer ones and the one with Jim Carrey.
No, the
I
cartoon.
know, but I can't think of the original, so I don't have a comment on it right now.
Childhood. Who hurt you as a child? Who hurt you? You don't like Charlie Brown
don't.
or Rudolph?
No, I like Rudolph, but I just don't think it holds up. I have it on VHS. I know the movie. I just don't think Emily would like
You have
it.
it on VHS.
I
You
do.
just can't play it on VHS.
I can't.
The question was best Halloween movie.
Wow.
Yeah. I didn't know what Halloween.
Yeah, it's kind of cliche, right?
Yeah, see, I don't like the horror ones. I'm not into that genre.
Who hurt you as a kid, John? How dare you?
The Nightmare Before Christmas, Jack Skellington.
Yes.
I mentioned it last week. Yeah, Teddy's a big fan.
Is he?
Oh yeah, which is why it's kind of one that I will actually watch along with him. Wow.
Should we do a poll? What's worse, Charlie Brown sucks or what's Bronner's?
If you want to throw it up before the show ends, see
Be
what
my
people
guest.
think.
Wow.
I still think it's Bronner's.
Sometimes we get a real good insight into the people that we sit next to.
And that's the point of the cookie jar. Next week, we will discuss the hotly debated topics of best and worst Halloween candy, which Halloween monster wins in a fight, how old is too old for trick-or-treating, and should Halloween be October 31st or the final Friday of the month? Good topics next week. We are officially into Halloween season. It's the cookie jar. It's 97.1.
I've been talking about injury attorney David Femininio for some time now, and just listen to some of the results that David and his amazing team have been able to get for injured clients. $3.5 million for one, $5 million for another one, and $11.5 million for an individual client. It's amazing results. You need an attorney that will fight relentlessly for you. You can call and speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
emphasis on with Heather. Lots of texts reacting to the cookie jar and some stuff that we missed because we got caught up in this Charlie Brown business.
Mm-hmm.
Texter says, I agree with Heather. The peanuts are terrible. The Great Pumpkin, what are we even talking about? Nobody likes the horror movies either, John. The best Halloween movie, and no one mentions the cartoon Headless Horseman. What's wrong with you people? Calvin in Warren. Good grief, Heather. That's all this says. Heather, un-American. Boo.
Yep.
This one says, screw you, Heather. Charlie Brown is the best. You suck. I'm with Heather on Charlie Brown. Signed, Chris Christie.
Thanks, CC.
More unpopular opinion. Chris Christie's that Dan Campbell is classless, or that Heather doesn't like Charlie Brown?
I think it's Chris Christie, but it might not be by the margin you think.
Yeah, it's very close.
I wish Valenti was still in the studio. He absolutely hates Charlie Brown. That's from Pat.
Did
You
Valenti
and
watch
Mike, two peas
cartoons
in a
as a
pod.
kid?
Probably not.
Did he what?
Watch cartoons as a kid.
Yeah, no, he was listening to Mad
Those
Dog.
cartoons are awful, though. They're not even good.
Does that mean Rico, David, and Kenny also hate Charlie Brown?
Yeah, Tom. You know what? I think you're right.
Heather, you said off air you got a text about Ghostbusters.
Yes. My Colin texted me. He said, "Em just requested that we watch Ghostbusters. We have never once discussed Ghostbusters, but we are listening to Halloween music, so maybe it's
she picked this up at school. She definitely picked this up at school.
Who are you gonna call? Like, is she hearing? Is it from a song?
Oh, yeah. They probably played it at school, or one of the other kids was talking about Ghostbusters, and she's like, that sounds cool. Has no idea what she's talking about.
She has no idea.
I saw that in the theater. That's how old I am.
In the
theater. Yeah.
Theater?
Like your vehicle.
Uh-huh.
Just like that. You say that every time you say vehicle. Vehicle. Drives me crazy.
There's an H in there.
Theater.
A vehicle.
You drive your vehicle to the theater.
So what am I supposed to say? It's a vehicle?
Like, you need to say vehicle.
It's a vehicle.
It's a vehicle.
Smush it together.
Yeah. It's a
vehicle.
It's a vehicle.
There was a scene in Ghostbusters, a very quick clip that you would have to not explain to Emily that happens.
Oh, when the ghost is floating over top of
Ray?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe wait a few years.
Just looking for a hug.
Yeah.
But we could have said that was the best Halloween movie. Just looking for a hug, right?
Mommy, what's going on?
Right. This one says, a grown man who's lived in the state his entire life saying what's Bronner's can't be topped. Sorry, Heather, even you can't top that. That's Josh.
I
in
agree.
Ward.
Yeah.
I totally agree.
Listen, I welcome any and all opportunities for that not to be the low point of the show. So if you want to make it a poll question or text in, go for it. We've also talked a lot of football today. Lions, Vikings, mega matchup on Sunday. First place in the division on the line. A chance to see how they respond post Aiden Hutchinson. Let's get to Clark in Detroit, who's been waiting on hold. Clark, you're on 97.1.
How's it going, guys? And gentlemen and lady, I'm going to make it quick. I want to get out 2 points. I do think that Detroit is going to win this game. But I think it's going to be closer than what most people think. I think it's going to be 20 to 27. Because I don't want to say 20 to 26. I don't want to make John mad thinking it's going to be a kicker that wins the thing. But to get to my second point or whatever, because I do value Gov's opinion on this as well. Because Gov kind of said the same thing that I was thinking as far as getting it's like getting Max would cost us 2 first rounds, not a third. So what do you think about this? The Raiders receive a 2025 first, 2026 first, and a 2026 fourth. And I'm not in the camp of getting rid of like Decker, like a lot of callers have called back in the past, but they get Jameson Houston. We get a 2025 6-round pick, and we get Max. You think they're going to go for that?
Did you keep up with all that, John?
So 25 and 26 first,
plus James Houston and a fourth.
Who wants James Houston?
And a 2026 fourth, and they get Houston.
Right. I mean, I'm not opposed to making that deal at all.
Sure. Send James Houston.
That's savage.
I agree with him.
That is savage. I'm not sure how we recover from that. I'm sorry. We're talking later.
Chris Christie than that.
Yes.
Yeah, we had another call to get to. Gary, you're next up. I'm not sure how you follow it. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, great show. Nobody mentioned on Halloween music, the Halloween music, the organ music from the Phantom of the Opera, which I think is the best Halloween. And as far as John goes, John, I let a gigantic 8-point go yesterday because my son never got a big buck, and I saw a 10 and a 12 in my backyard, and I'm waiting for those. Anyways, that's what I have to say, and go Lions.
Hey, there you go.
Go Lions.
Yeah, be careful what you pass up on. You might not see another one again.
John, I've got 28 points that are that big or bigger. I don't need to do it. And you know what? And by the way, I played offensive guard too. So I love your commentary. You have a real good insight on the game, and I appreciate what you do for the fans. Thank you very much. You guys have a great day.
Thanks, Gary. Have a happy hunting season. I don't think I would be as stand up as him. 8-point walks by. It's going down. But the organ music.
Phantom of the Opera.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
You made a face at that, Heather?
Which part is he talking about? That da, 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 da.
Yeah.
That,
It's the one
that's Halloween music?
It's like scary music,
I guess
right?
I don't think of it as Halloween music. Is it?
Phantom of the Opera,
Yes?
Halloween themed enough. Greg is quickly reaching for the microphone.
Yeah.
It's not a medium holiday. It's not a holiday that's expressed through medium, I think, as effectively as others are.
Like Christmas?
Like Christmas, or like, yeah, exactly. Like, you're not going to see a lot of Halloween movies. It takes a lot of imagination to figure that out.
Yeah.
A Halloween song. I think there's not like a rip off the tip of your tongue that's 10 you can name.
Sure. I think there are less Halloween songs than Christmas songs or music and Christmas music.
Not a lot of organ players anymore.
No. I would say not, John.
No. But to a little play on words there, Greg. You said it's not one that is expressed through a medium.
Oh.
It could be expressed through mediums.
Yes. Speak to the dead.
Mm-hmm.
See what you
Gotta
did
have
there,
a conversation with somebody there.
Gator, I don't know if you heard Cookie Jar, but we had a bunch of Halloween questions.
First of all, let me just say this. Heather, it's not your fault.
It's okay.
It's not your fault.
It's not your fault. Just say it.
Is it because you guys are older?
It's not your fault.
Is it your age?
Older.
Are you talking about my Peanuts take?
It's not your fault.
Is that what we're going with? Because maybe because you're older,
everyone
you were watching,
over 40
I didn't
would
watch
say
it as a
this.
kid. Like, it's not even part of my childhood.
not
And
your
no
fault.
wonder, because it
It's
sucks.
okay.
It's really bad.
This is the most amazing take.
Yeah.
God bless you for having that strong of a take. That is a strong
Uh-huh.
take. And part of me was like, do I disagree with this 100% or is it like 95%? Because the point that you make where it doesn't hold up, I tend to agree with you that it does those.
But it's
hold up.
classic.
But the fact that you double down and say that it sucks.
Like,
is
okay, so
just
it
a
came out
slap
in
the
what,
face.
65, 66?
Yeah.
I mean, it was old by the time I was born. Like, it's.
But then you follow it up and you don't remember the Grinch cartoon?
Well, no, I remember it, but there's been so many remakes of The Grinch that it was hard for me to get back to the original.
Yeah. So all I heard was she hates Charlie Brown and she hates Dr. Seuss.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
That's kind of what
It's
I
okay,
heard.
Heather.
Yeah.
Here's what I heard.
But she loves Trunk or Treat.
That's all you would hear if you watched the cartoon. You wouldn't hear anything.
Doug has walked into the middle of this conversation.
Yeah, I
Doug,
just
how
want to
are
know
you?
her picks.
Oh,
they're posted.
Yeah, I tweeted them out.
yeah,
Anything I can to jinx her. I told everybody to bet whatever they're comfortable betting on these games. We have to cool her off.
How'd you do last week?
6-1.
Yeah.
I love this.
That is
I
brilliant.
love it.
Her record to this point,
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, right?
34 wins to only 15 losses.
Oh, my God.
We're all 11, 12, 13 games back.
That's against a spread, right?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
my God.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I went with the infallible method today because I can't seem to pick one to save my life. So I went with the infallible coin toss. I flipped a coin on each one. Well, and I bet that probably actually does better than me picking.
34 and 15
Yeah.
is insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. shoulder shrug on the radio.
Jim,
I don't know what to say. I'm just good.
Well, actually, I cashed a ticket today. I'm just going to hand out her picks.
I think you should have her as a special guest.
You might want to.
Yeah.
I did throw that out a couple weeks ago.
I think we have to at this point.
Make it seem like it's really big. Like have her call in.
An oracle on line 1.
Right.
What do you guys got coming up?
A lot of preview of all the football all weekend long.
Yes.
Perfect. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Yes, sir. Happy Friday, everybody. Another beautiful fall day here in Southeast Michigan. Doug Karsh, that is Scott the Gator Anderson. How are you today, my friend?
I am well.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah.
Yep. Anything exciting last night? I just want to check in on the single guy living that single life, swinging from chandeliers.
You think this guy's swinging?
Was there a
from
walk of
chandeliers?
shame that happened last night at the Gator household?
Hitting up all the clubs.
Yeah. All right.
Atta boy. What'd you do?
How many extra toothbrushes do you have in your bathroom?
Let's see. I had my leftover tuna melt, and see how boring I can make this. I was watching games last night and getting very frustrated because I couldn't flip because you got a game on Prime and you got a game on ESPN Plus.
Yeah.
And I got a game on TBS that's not in 4K, but the National League game's in 4K.
Oh, look at you. 4K snob over here.
That's right. So I was getting all annoyed with it, and then I missed the end of the ALCS game, which really bothers me because I wasn't flipping. I couldn't. Well, I mean, you can, but you're gonna have to wait 30 to 45 seconds between.
It's not as easily negotiated.
No, it's not, and it's really annoying. And then I went into my phone and saw what the score was tied in the 10th inning. I'm like, oh my god, really?
What happened here?
And kind of ignored it, and then came back and saw the final, and I'm like, well, now I got to see what the highlights are because what the hell happened? And I'm pissed at myself. I'm pissed at myself for missing it live as it happened. But the 9th and 10th innings of that baseball game last night had to be absolutely extraordinary to watch live. particularly if you're a Cleveland fan. But even if you're a Yankee fan, the 9th inning, you got a 2-run home run from Aaron Judge to take the lead, and then you get another home run from Stanton right after it, and you add a 5th run in the game. You got a 2-run. You did this off of Clase. You're welcome, by the way, Yankees. You're welcome. The Tigers showed you the way.
Yeah.
Tigers wore him out, and then they set him up and softened him up for you, and there you go. A guy who'd never given up 2 home runs in a single game in his entire career did it last night. And then the 10th, at the bottom of the 9th inning comes, and they get a 2-run home run to tie it from Big Christmas, as you heard it, which was a fantastic highlight there. And then in the 10th inning, the Tiger Killer comes up to the plate, and he hits a 2-run home run to win it. I mean, extraordinary. There was an amazing defensive play turned in by Cleveland in the top half of the 10th, and I missed it live, and I'm pissed at myself because I was watching the end of the Broncos-Saints game because I had a wager on it. I'm invested in the very last few minutes of that game.
What was your wager?
I went down. I went with a double up. I did a parlay with the Broncos covering -3 and tying that with the over 37. It's 33-3 with like 2 minutes left. And New Orleans has the ball, hasn't done lickety squat the whole game.
Nope.
They changed quarterbacks again because Rattler got rattled.
He struggled.
He did. I feel bad for him because he had, nothing to work with there. And Haener comes in and just starts zipping the ball right away. Zip, 8 yards. Zip, 15 yards. Zip, 12 yards. And I start smiling. I'm like, do I actually have a chance to win this two-leg parlay? And then they scored with like a minute to go or 30 seconds to go, and I pumped my fist. I'm shouting loud in my house. Woo! And that's when I realized that while you're watching this, you jackass, you missed maybe the most amazing finish to a baseball game that you'll ever hear about or that you'll hear about in the next 5 years. And I blew it because a 2-leg parlay on Thursday Night Football between the Broncos and Saints in what ended up being a rout mattered. That mattered to me. That's ridiculous.
I love it.
I like money.
Knicks versus who was in the game at the end? Because I even bailed.
Jake Haener from Fresno State, who was a great quarterback of Fresno, and who is likely going to start for New Orleans in their next start, assuming that Derek Carr isn't ready. Yeah, because he had actually completed everything he was throwing. He got rid of the ball quickly, which is something Rattler did not. But, yeah. So that was my house last night. No, there was no walk of shame. There was no clubbing.
No. I had such high hopes for stories.
Nor is there ever clubbing. Clubbing. It's the last time I went clubbing.
You do hit up the bar scene. I mean, for local bands during the week occasionally.
But that's not. I mean, when I think of clubbing, I think of like
bottle service.
Yeah, something like that.
Sparklers coming out.
Yeah.
Gator, your name in like bright lights.
Yeah, that's right.
I love it.
Sir, your booth is this way.
I love
More
it.
tequila, Mr. Gator? And for your crew? My crew. Your posse?
His crew. Your
would your
Gator's got
posse
a posse,
like more tequila? See, mas tequila.
Let's go. All right, so Lions taking on the Vikings Sunday, Michigan, Illinois tomorrow, Michigan State, Iowa tomorrow night. Of course, I'll be in Champaign. We're on the air network-wide at 2:30, kickoff at 3:40. Although there's a 5-minute slide, potential for a 5-minute slide, which is if the noon game goes long, they push back the kickoff 5 minutes. So they let us know. Potential slide, which just means more pregame content that you keep over here to the side.
Oh.
Yeah, that you have to use if
that
slide hits. Oh, I got bucket material this week, my friend. Bucket material for Michigan and Illinois. But that's 3:40 kick. If you're listening to the entire tailgate show at 12:30 on Brother Station WWJ. Michigan State taking on Iowa tomorrow night in a rare Spartan night game. Can they stop the run? Can they stop the turnovers? Get back on a winning track. Winnable game. Winnable game.
Stop the madness.
Yeah. And then the Lions. How much big game feel? Do you feel like there's a big game feel in Detroit, or do you think Detroit is still in the Aiden's out, how are we going to replace him kind of place that has overshadowed this pretty massive NFC North showdown?
I feel like it's going to build exponentially over the weekend. As we get closer and closer to kickoff, people are going to realize more and more, wait a minute, this is a big game. This is Vikings are undefeated. How are we going to look without Aiden? I want to, and people are going to want to watch, they're going to want to listen, and want to make sure that they're tuning in some way, some form or fashion. However, last night in watching the game on TV, and they ran a promo towards the end on the TV broadcast for Thursday Night Football that talked about, hey, here's the weekend slate for football in the NFL, starting with the game in London. And then they go, and here's a noon game to highlight, or a 1 o'clock game to highlight, and the 4 o'clock game to highlight. And here's a Sunday night game, and then Monday Night Football. And none of them was the Lions and Vikings. And then
it didn't have anything to do with the TV, like what networks were
no, they didn't. Yeah,
they weren't promoting because it was Amazon.
Yeah, so they were promoting all the networks. So
what the hell game were they promoting at 1 o'clock?
I forget which, but here's what the funny part was. I think it was Herb Street said, yeah, and that doesn't even count the Lions and Vikings. Yeah. And then Al Michaels actually said, yeah, that game that we didn't even mention that one. That one didn't even come up on the list. That's amazing that one's even excluded.
They highlight Miami at Indianapolis. Was that the game at 1 o'clock they were promoting?
That may have been, yeah.
All right, let's get into it a little bit. Can the Lions win this game even without Aiden Hutchinson? Some key matchups, something to watch for, and something I'd be worried about if I were doing this show in Minneapolis or St. Paul or Bemidji or wherever. We'll get to that coming up today at 10:20 here on Carson Anderson. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, the NFL season continues on, and there's no better place to get in on the action than FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. You get started with $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So what I advise you to do is go find a prop bet. They have alternative prop bets where you can move, the over-under totals and go find Jahmyr Gibbs over 20 yards rushing, something like that. You won't get a big return on your $5, but you'll get your $300 in bonus bets. Also, be aware of the top banner of the FanDuel app where they have profit boosts. Like this week, I think Texas, Georgia has a profit boost. So you can win a little bit more there. They help you out. So check it out, FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel's an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus is issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, Gator, Lions and Vikings coming up on Sunday. Showdown atop the NFC North here. And do you have a strong feeling one way or another on what's going to go down?
I don't know if I have a strong feeling about it. I mean, this is really.
Do you want me to start? Because I do.
Yeah.
Lions win 34-28. This is going to be a shootout, but I like the Lions in this game. There's a few things. I mean, the matchup that I'm taking a huge look at, of course, I kind of feel like the Lions defense, I mean, it's going to take a step back. Where it settles in the post-Aiden world is yet to be seen. But the Vikings pass defense, the QBR against, is number 1 in the NFL, 70.3. And the Lions pass offense has been great. Vikings pass defense, 20 sacks recorded. That's 4th in the NFL. They have sacks on 8% of opposing teams' dropbacks. That's top 10 in the NFL. So the Lions' offensive line and the passing offense is going to have a good game, and they certainly are good enough. Vikings pressure rate, 2nd in the NFL with 32.6% of dropbacks. They get pressure. And the Lions' pressure rate against, 18.3, top 10. So it's strength on strength here. But I do like the Lions to be able to move the football through the air. And it's mostly my faith. Yeah, I think the offensive line is going to have their day. I think the offensive line, which is, I'll argue, the best in the NFL, just goes out and does what they do, and they are playing very well right now.
Well, I obviously everybody's got concerns about how the pass rush is going to look without Aiden Hutchinson, but I actually have faith in the secondary that they can get things done. I like the secondary. I like that Brian Branch is, a do-it-all safety.
Who else likes that is Aaron Glenn.
Yeah.
Aaron Glenn loves his safeties to be able to do it all.
I like the athleticism of the linebackers. I think the Lions' defense is better than people give them credit for, that they'll be able to absorb this hit without Hutch hopefully for the rest of the season. They'll be able to handle it fine, but you're going to have to rely on the offense scoring a ton of points. Like you mentioned, Vikings lead the league in quarterback rating against. And the Lions are 3rd. They're not far behind. But what the Vikings do is they turn you over. 11 interceptions is a ton of interceptions in 5 games. Mm-hmm. They're getting after it. They're making things happen there. They've got 20 quarterback sacks in the 5 games, too, as a defense. They're bringing it defensively. But they've not faced an offensive line like the Lions have. And right now it appears this Lions offensive line is totally healthy. They got 2 healthy running backs. They got a healthy room of receivers and tight ends. I like the Lions offense going against the Vikings defense. From the other side, I feel like we've been able to the Lions have been able to withstand anything the Vikings throw at them in the past. Like you look at last year, Vikings had all these yards, and it didn't matter because in the end, their quarterback wasn't good enough. I'm not sold that Sam Darnold's somehow reinvented himself and he's the guy. I think Sam Darnold is an average quarterback who's playing with well above average toys right now. And because of that, he's going to look better.
This is a big game for Sam Darnold.
It's a huge game for Sam Darnold. And maybe this is a game where we all eat crow on this, those that don't believe in him, people like me. Or not. Or this is a game where the Lions show up that their offense is just better. I think it's interesting. You got a shootout with 2 teams that are very good against the pass.
Well, it's because of my faith in the Lions' offensive line, the receivers, Jared Goff, coupled with the loss of Aiden Hutchinson. I mean, I don't know where the Lions' defense is going to settle in. But, it's probably going to take a step back here. Let's be honest. And so the thing about Darnold, and this is what I'm one of the reasons why I give the Lions a bit of an edge, and you said you weren't so sure about Sam Darnold. Like I said, if I were doing this show in Minnesota and I were covering the Vikings, you kind of look for some things, some trends. You look for, what's going on with our team, all right? And if you go back 2 games ago, the Vikings are coming off a bye, so they got to feel good about that. But if you go back 2 games ago, they're playing Green Bay. They roar out to a 28-7 lead. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, their possessions after the 28-7 lead were as follows: punt, interception, punt, punt, fumble, field goal, punt, turnover on downs. Then last time out, Minnesota played the best pass defense they played this year in terms of QBR against. That's the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
The best pressure rate Sam Darnold has faced this year. The Jets. In that game, Sam Darnold goes 14 for 31 for 179 yards, no touchdowns, 1 pick, and a 50.3 rating. So going back to when Minnesota took a 28-7 lead at Green Bay, which was midway through the second quarter, and it was impressive, don't get me wrong. Did they take the foot off the gas? Maybe. We'll find out if they've kind of gotten into an offensive rut. It's 6+ quarters of meager results. Now, they won both those games, obviously, but it's something that, again, if we were doing this show in Minnesota, I'd be like, okay, this is an important game for Sam Darnold to show that that's just ebbs and flows of the season. It's not the, him reverting to what something he was, because he is one of the great stories in the NFL right now. He really is.
Yeah, and I would agree with you that it doesn't trend well that the second half of that game against the Packers, that they were just a sieve, and the Packers damn near caught them. And then they're not very explosive against the Jets. Now, the Jets have a good defense, but, the Jets still made it a game. And I don't think the Jets are that good. So, I mean, right now, I'm thinking I like the Lions in this game. I still respect what the Vikings can do defensively, but I respect what the offense for the Lions can do more. You said, what, 34-28 in kind of a shootout?
Yep.
I'm looking more like a 24-20 game with the Lions on top. I think the Lions they do a really good job of playing with a chip on their shoulder and playing with a purpose and playing with incentive. And they've got all of that this week. It's not just, we're playing the 5-0 Vikings, we're on the road. It's there is so much of win it for Hutch mentality. And also,
you can ride that for a minute.
And this is the minute. And not only that, but then you've got the chip on the shoulder from the guys in the defense that may be like, okay, we're more than just Hutchinson, dude. We got a really, really good defense. Yeah, we're going to miss Hutch, but the rest of us here, we got jobs to do. We're really good players. We can make this happen.
We'll play a soundbite from Aaron Glenn later in the show, Lions defensive coordinator. And he was defiant in him and saying, here's what I don't want anyone to do. Dismiss what we have on the defensive side of the ball because Hutch is gone. He was defiant. And he's stirring that pot behind closed doors.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Kang, what's your gut telling you on this game?
I, too, like Gator, don't have a super strong feeling. And I also think as we get closer to the game, I'm going to feel more jitters because it's going to be I think it's underrated how big of a game this is. Yeah. Honestly, and I didn't even know nationally they weren't pumping it up, which they should be. This is incredible offense versus an undefeated team. But my lean, Doug, is the Lions are so good offensively, and it starts with the offensive line, that they will impose their will in this game as they will the rest of the season on teams, even without Hutchinson on the defensive side of the ball. I think they're just a very, very good team, and they'll win this game on the road. The Hutch loss is big, but I still think overall the rest of the defense is better than last year, the rest of the defense. What concerns me is the injury report right now. Carlton Davis hasn't practiced the last couple of days. I'm a little concerned with that. With Justin Jefferson on the other side, I don't know if I trust a handsy rookie cornerback alone out there with him. But with that being said, I think the offense is too good for the Lions to lose.
Aiden Hutchinson also hasn't practiced.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
We might want to double check.
Kevin Zeitler was limited yesterday. That's the extent of the Lions injury report as far as guys that are available. And Minnesota, see, a big part of Minnesota, too, my feeling on this game changes a lot if I find that Aaron Jones can't play. He was limited in practice. The belief is he may play. TJ Hawkinson is sounds like it's a little bit more dicey, his situation. But, all right, here's what we want to do. Turn it over to you. Kang, did you give a score? You didn't give a score. Are you still putting one together?
Yeah, I mean, if I had to pick a score right now, I think the offense is too good. I'm going to go 29 to 19.
29-19.
What the hell?
I thought you'd appreciate that, Gator.
I think it's interesting. I like it. It's like Kane's got the computer going on. It spits out a number that makes no sense, but it's a computer. It's an algorithm. 29-19.
Detroit Lions 29.3. Minnesota Vikings 19.4.
Yeah.
There it is.
The 9-9 square finally comes through.
I got to tell you, I really hope the final score is 29-19. We want your predictions on what's going to happen in this one. Give us a winner to score. What's your gut telling you? The game has been overshadowed by the injury, the trade talk. This is a big one coming up Sunday at U.S. Bank Stadium. Is that what it is? U.S. Bank Stadium, is that what they call it?
Sounds great.
Yeah. Up in Minnesota. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, what's your gut telling you about this Lions-Vikings game? Give us a winner to score. We'll record these things, revisit them on Monday. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. Arthur's in Pontiac, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Arthur.
Hey, what's up?
How we doing?
Real quick, I think I'm good. I want to say that we're going to win. I think it's going to be a shootout. I think that missing our both defensive ends is going to show that we have, no pass rush. I could see going 31-28, but I do want to say the Lions are the one team, or maybe one of the teams that can go SM picks. You look at the Rams when they said SM picks, and then a couple years later they draft Puka Nacua in the 5th round. I think that we've always drafted above our grade, and I think that we can get first-round draft talent in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th round. And I think that's what Aaron Aaron has shown being able to do. I don't know. I just think that we should go for a big name like Crosby and send like 2 or 3 first rounds and then just recover in the draft later. And also, we're not going to be able to re-sign everybody. We want to re-sign Gibbs, Laporta, Williams. It's not going to happen. We're going to have to let go of our star rookies, and we're just going to have to draft more star rookies later.
I mean, eventually you do. Thank you for the phone call. Eventually you do run out of cap space, and you can kick the can down the road for a while. That's pretty amazing. This Max Crosby story is not going to go away.
Well, not as long as people keep, feeding fuel to the fire there. I mean, Max could have put it out. Instead,
he talked about it.
He dropped some kerosene on.
I mean,
kerosene, dog.
He was. I'm going to go with this term because I know the 2 to 6 show played the audio, and we've got. Do we have it handy? We can play. Let's play the audio. And this is a weird topic for me because I'm so convinced that they're not trading for Max Crosby. But as long as there is news, it's ridiculous in our line of work not to bring the news up. So yesterday when Mark Davis said it's not happening, but then the former GM of the Falcons, Thomas Dimitroff, said, yeah, I felt that way about trading up for Julio Jones. Then 5-6 days later, I changed my mind. Okay, that's interesting. That is interesting. And then yesterday in the locker room, people bring up Max Crosby, the outstanding edge rusher for the Vegas Raiders, who they've just shipped out Devontae Adams. Asked him about, this team being him being part of a rebuild. And here's what he said.
Wherever I'm going to be, I'm here to win.
Okay.
It's the way he plays. He's here to win. He's not here for rebuilds, Doug.
And that's the audio portion, and it's out there, and you can see the video. I would describe Max Crosby's demeanor as forlorn. That's what I would go with. He did not seem thrilled about the current situation.
No.
He was forlorn.
Forlorn.
Yep.
Playing on a team that's 2-4, and the division, the teams are 5-0, 3-2, and 4-3, and they're 2-4.
Mm-hmm.
They're already out of it. They're already done. They just traded away their best offensive player. Screams to me like a rebuild. They've switched quarterbacks from Minshew to O'Connell. Neither are your future. What that tells me is they're tanking the rest of the way. They're going to be as bad as they can, get the highest pick they can so they can take the best quarterback they can and go with those struggles of an early quarterback. He sees the writing on the wall. Max knows what's going on. He doesn't want any part of it. He wants out. He wants out, and he wants to go to a winner. He wants to come home, Doug. He wants to come home. Where he grew up, where he played college football. Home. Home team. Have you not heard him talk about Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions? Did you not see his heartfelt condolences and well wishes to Aiden Hutchinson amid his injury? Did you not see all that? Are you blind? He wants to come home. Now it's up to the Lions to facilitate that.
I was about to say, you want to spend the weekend with Kay Adams, but certain things that you want, you don't get.
Speaking of coming home.
I'll settle for an hour. The whole weekend. I mean, I'm not a greedy man. Just saying, he wants to come home.
I mean, that's nice.
Any star player, I mean, all right, in all honesty, any star player doesn't want to be part of a rebuild because you know what it entails.
Yeah, I mean,
in the NFL, yes, you can rebuild quickly, but for you to rebuild quickly, you have to hit on a number of things. And the first thing you got to hit on is the quarterback. And the best way they can do that is waiting another year. So does he want to wait another year when he's got, after that, he'll have 2 more years left on a contract?
No, I mean, look,
we're in a weird, want to win now?
We're in a very weird place where for the first time in our adult lives, in our professional lives, we can authentically say players want to be a part of this in Detroit with our National Football League franchise. That's been true of every other team we've had here, has had an era where we could say players might want to get on board. Certainly was true with the Red Wings. But I think the Pistons and Tigers had eras where people wanted to get on board, and I think the Tigers might be in that era right now. We've never been able to authentically say that about the Lions. So it feels like it would be a shame if there was no opportunity to capitalize on that. Typically, that would come through free agency, and I suppose they have. They've gotten some good free agents. David Montgomery, for instance, a sign here. You know, we've gotten some guys that have been Alex Anzalone that have been very useful players that specifically wanted to come to Detroit for what we had brewing and who we had doing it. And if Crosby's one of them, again, investigate. Yes, a ton.
Well, I feel like yesterday when I made the comment about owner Mark Davis, and I said, I don't think he's trying to play chess here.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He may not be, but the GM of the team that's going to end up making trades, the GM is probably going, thank you for saying what you said. Thank you a little bit to Max Crosby for saying what you said, because now we know where Max stands. And not only that, but because of what the owner said, now we're open for negotiations, and that price is going to be sky high, and they're going to land their price. The question is, will the Lions step up and offer that price over somebody else, or are they going to get outbid by another team?
Feels to me like the NFL insider stuff I've read, again, confirms that he's probably not getting dealt, but that the asking price, I mean, you're talking 2 first-rounders plus.
And I'd gladly part with 2 first-rounders.
Yeah. Somebody unearthed Brad Holmes prior to the season talking about making a mega deal, giving up first-round capital for a mega deal. We'll play it for you today at 11:05. It's Carson Anderson. What's your gut telling you about this game at Minnesota? Here's some feedback that's come in. And remember to sign your text so we can circle back on Monday when you get the exact score, when you nail it, so we can give you your props. And who doesn't want their props?
We all want our
all
props.
Want our props.
Want our snaps.
Mike says, Hutchinson is the Lions D. Glenn can talk all he wants with no pass rush. Darnold will pick that D apart. Minnesota 34-27. Chad writes in, Lions can't stop Jefferson. 175 yards and 3 touchdowns. 31-17 Minnesota. Max in Bath, Michigan writes in, Lions win 31-17. Jack Fox will have to punt, unfortunately, this week a couple of times. That's bold ass.
That is bold.
Jeff in a truck. My gut is telling me the Lions should win. I think it will be high scoring, 35-24. And then this, I'm not sure what the first thing it says is both, Doug. This is basically a must win for division. Davis has not practiced for a second day in a row. No pass rush will, with the combination of a hurt secondary with Jefferson and Addison, we are absolutely in trouble. There you go. Some of the feedback coming in. What do you got going down Sunday in Minnesota? It's Carson Anderson. Open lines. Just a reminder, you can stream the show with video. Twitch.tv and YouTube.com. Watch us if you so choose and participate in the streaming chat, where yesterday we had a lot of fun. Additionally, you can stream with audio using the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Download it for your mobile device today. Then you can listen to this show and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket anywhere in the United States. And stream to our website, 971theticket.com. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, take advantage of this great offer from CGC Water. Save $1,000 or more when you bundle a Connecticut Premier Softener with a Connecticut K5 drinking water system, which we have and we love it. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Let CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing take care of all your plumbing needs. For a limited time, CGC is waiving the trip charge on all related plumbing calls. CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer, 855-339-4242. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket, 11:05. Brad Holmes talks about what goes into making a mega deal. We're giving up first-round picks. Hear what he has to say. 11:05. 248-539-9797. In the meantime, talking about this Lions-Vikings game coming up on Sunday. All three of us think the Lions win. And look, varying degrees of shootouts here. I got 34-28. Kang has 29-19. Gator has a lower scoring 24-20 Lions win. Gave all the reasons why. Look, it's a big game for Sam Darnold. And I don't know that it's safe to say. It's just it's a curiosity as to what's happened to them the last 6+ quarters offensively. Roared out to a lead at Green Bay, and maybe they did shut it down. And that would be proven. We'll find out pretty quickly if that's the case. And then last week against the Jets, Darnold 14 of 31 for 179 yards, no touchdowns, 1 pick, a 50.3 rating. Now, can the Lions do what the Jets did? The Jets are one of the better. The Jets are the best team defensively against the pass in terms of pressuring quarterbacks and QBR against that the Vikings have played all year. The Lions looked like that, and up until about 5:30 last Sunday, they were that. Now we're not sure what they are defensively. 248-539-9797. Martin is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Martin?
Boys, what's up?
Hey, how we doing?
Hey, whoever thought we'd say the words, we love Crosby, because I couldn't stand the other Crosby. Now we love a Crosby. I never thought that would come to the day.
Yeah.
Listen, I really want Max. I really think it'd be great for the team for the next 2-3 years. I just don't know if Brad's willing to do it, because we haven't had GMs that have really made a big splash move on a trade deadline since I can remember with Joe Dumars bringing in Wallace. Brad Holmes does something like this. This can really put us at a different level the Lions have never seen in their history. As far as Minnesota, you brought up a point a couple of weeks ago. Sam Darnold was like 115 in his first 4 games, and then games after that he goes down to 70, whatever it is for his quarterback rating. I'm not really worried about this game. You shut down Jefferson, you got to put a little spy on the back end and have Terrion Arnold on him and put another guy watching him with Arnold. We're going to win this game, and I think people are going to realize that hutch or no hutch. But this could hurt us by beating Minnesota, because Brad can come back and be like, well, we just beat the best team in our division. I don't think we need to make a trade. So this could be a hurtful win and a great win, or a bad win. I'm just saying it out there.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, and look, I don't want to give away the farm here. I guess it doesn't really matter. But when Brad Holmes, when we play this soundbite, he says we work very hard not to be a prisoner of the moment. So just beating Minnesota and assuming you're all good would be doing exactly that. It would be being a prisoner to the moment and saying, but that doesn't mean he won't do it. You have to be he says that he's very aware and doesn't want to do that.
You give me 2 first rounds and a third futures, I'd sign up all day for Crosby. They're not going to get more than that from anybody else. There ain't nobody in the NFL that can give out what we can give out. We can give out because we need it. Kansas City's not about to give up their first round for the next 3 years. So he can sit there, and the owner of the Vegas can sit there and say whatever he wants. 2 first-round picks to help you rebuild your team, because you destroyed it by giving Devontae Adams for a 3rd-round pick. I thought that was a joke. You could have got more. They don't know what they're doing over there. He's never known what he's doing over there. He hires bums. Team sucks. I mean, it's the truth. The guy doesn't know what he's doing, and we can't rob him? Then we're a dumbass. I'm just saying.
Well, something else I think that plays in the Lions' favor if you're in the camp of go out and get Max Crosby, go out and get Hassan Reddick or whomever, right, is that they're still looking for another defensive end, right? The move they made in the offseason was Marcus Davenport, and then they left a ton of cap space to maneuver if they had to. Marcus Davenport's done for the year. He was a 1-year contract anyway. So they're going to be in the same situation next offseason. What hasn't changed, because that hasn't changed, but also what hasn't changed is that they still have a bunch of cap space. So they can absorb a big hit now, and if they're still looking for a guy in the future, if you're trading for one, he's there. And Crosby's under contract for the rest of this year, and I believe it's 2 more years after it. And you can also renegotiate that contract if you have to make it easier down the road. But I guess my point is, it's a perfect fit. If they've got the space, and it seems like they've got the space, if it's not going to disrupt plans for the future, which maybe it's not going to disrupt plans for the future, then you got to make this move. If it makes sense financially, it's going to make sense to do it with your picks, with giving up first-round picks. This is the time. Now, we don't have a huge track record, a long track record with Brad Holmes to see what he does. He's only been here for a few years, and I don't think that's long enough to say definitively he does this or he doesn't do that. Now, maybe with the drafts we can be more certain about that, but I don't think we can with the trade deadline, particularly when we're talking about a team that is entering these prime years of winning, which is something that, Lions fans only dreamed of. And here we are. We're right smack in the middle of it, right in the beginning of it.
248-539-9797. Ray is in Romulus. What's up, Ray?
Hey, guys. I was just a little frustrated. I think it's going to be the last person to have the ball against Minnesota. Like I said, it's going to be an offensive explosion.
Yeah.
But my concern is on the defensive side. We went out and gave the money to McNeil at the average salary, $22, $23 million a year. Max Crosby is making that same amount. But McNeil has not made any Pro Bowls. He hasn't had any double-digit sacks. And we're passing the money out like it's free money. I mean, why don't we give it to somebody who deserves it? Why don't you just put a deal together, trade McNeil for Crosby to go even salaries, and then you bring in Crosby? My point is that we have to make a move on defense. Okay, Brad is trying to act like he's the smartest guy in the room. If we're trying to win a Super Bowl, you go get a guy that's going to be dominant on the defense to help the secondary, because it's going to be a long day depending on our front seven. He went out and got Davenport. That was a terrible mistake. I'm looking for DJ Redder to be hurt anytime soon. He's going to be hurt sometime soon. So getting these hurt guys, that's just their makeup. So if you go get a guy that that's going to be long in the tooth where he's not going to be hurt, then our team's going to be better. But we're going to be going back and forth with these 31-29 scoring feats where we could have addressed it in the offseason.
You're a bright ray of sunshine.
What
honestly, I said you're a bright ray of sunshine. Honestly, wasn't everything looking actually quite spectacular with Hutch?
But that's the same guy we had from last year. He did not give him any help. We still have moments. Hutch had
the defense was ranked in the top 10 in the NFL. Last year, they were bottom third.
Doug, I'm going to say it again. We have quarterbacks that's running around. We get pressure. We don't bring them down. Okay? We don't bring them down. We need to bring them down. And that's going to be the downfall where you don't get the guys wrapped up. Hutchinson's the only guy that was doing it.
Well, he was absolutely their best pass rusher. I'll grant you that. But
there's no one else, Doug.
Well,
call it what it is.
I will, but if you're being critical of the way they built this thing, and there was no reason to believe that you're going to lose Hutch. And as far as McNeil's concerned, McNeil is one of the best defensive tackles in the NFL, to the point where Pro Football Focus just put out a redraft of the 2021 draft. The Lions had 3 guys in the top 17, including Aleem McNeil. Aleem McNeil would be mid-first round on that redraft. I think you're discounting what Aleem McNeil is.
I think he is to an extent, too. I think the other thing he's forgetting is that because the salary cap goes up and up and up every year, that $24 million a year that McNeil is getting, I mean, if you had signed him to an $18 million a year contract a year or two ago, does it look as daunting? I mean, it's the same. It's just, it grows. It grows according to what the cap grows. It's just the cost of doing business. It may. Now, I'm also kind of the opinion that seems a little high to pay for Aleem McNeil at this point, but that's what they think they can afford. They have a better grasp on things than I do, certainly when it comes to financials and where they expect the cap to grow. But it does seem like a lot of money to pay for a defensive tackle that is not in the realm of an Aaron Donald.
What's funny about that is when he said Brad Holmes is acting like he's the smartest guy in the room, because he's looked like the smartest guy in the room, honestly.
There's that. And the other thing is, has Brad Holmes said anything really definitive about what they're going to do? Don't judge him because he hasn't made the move yet that you want him to make, and then insist that this is what he is. Let the next 3 weeks play out, and if 3 weeks play out and they don't do anything to improve the defense, and specifically a pass rusher, if they don't do anything, and you couple that with some team that does, and goes out and gets Max Crosby and it's not the Lions, if that's possible, then I think you can make statements like that. But until it happens, don't throw the preemptive out there.
I'm pretty comfortable with Brad Holmes building this roster. I might be crazy,
really comfortable with it.
But I'm pretty comfortable.
And people forget, last week the Lions absolutely curb stomped the Cowboys, okay? That doesn't happen in the NFL every week. Like, the Lions weren't just going to roll through this season, 42-14 every week. Most games in the NFL, people, are close games. Guess what? They're going to be tough games here on out. As long as the Lions win, that's all that matters. So now they won't have that dominant guy on defense. They can still win games. Dan Campbell said on this airways here, should they stop playing every week? No. They have to figure out a way, whether they get somebody else or not, to continue to win games. They have a great offense, and now the defense took a little bit of a hit. But just having a great defensive end doesn't guarantee you anything. That helped the Lions, but the Lions have other players.
248-539-9797. We'll play. Brad Galley unearthed this from Channel 7. Prior to the season, he asked Brad Holmes, hey, when it comes trade deadline, take us through the process of giving up first-round draft capital to add an elite player, the mega deal that people want to see happen. His response, tell you a little bit about his mentality, because it's really applicable right now. You'll hear it at 11:05. More phone calls and feedback and thoughts on this game. Lions in Minnesota coming up on Sunday. Got some college football stuff we'll get to throughout the day as well. Inside Al Park with the Birchie Kid in the noon hour. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Lions will play their first game without Aiden Hutchinson on Sunday as they face the Vikings and the resurgent quarterback Sam Darnold on the road. Now, Darnold has 1,111 yards and 11 touchdowns, lots of ones. Dan Campbell was asked what he thinks the key has been for the former number 3 overall pick to figure things out. Well, question marks for the game include Lions cornerback Carlton Davis and Minnesota running back Aaron Jones as we enter the final practices before game day. NFL Network reports that Jones is on track to play for the Vikings. Other NFC North games this week, just one. The Packers will be hosting the Texans. The Bears will be on a bye, so no matter what happens, the entire division will still be over 500. The PCL Championship is tonight. 6-1 Detroit King versus 5-2 Cass Tech. They'll settle it at Ford Field. Michigan and Oakland basketball still promoting their charity exhibition at Little Caesars Arena on Sunday night. The Wolverines and Grizzlies will be supporting Forgotten Harvest. It's the first game for new U of M head coach Dusty May to lead his team. An ALCS, an encore for the Guardians and the Yankees after their crazy game last night. They get prime time with New York up 2-1. The Dodgers can also punch their ticket into the World Series with one more win. They take on the Mets at 5 o'clock. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jay in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jay.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, Jay.
Hi, Jay. You all right?
Yes, sir. I'm doing well. I'm just ready for this beautiful Sunday game. And, I truly think that we had a big loss. Hutchinson was really a crucial part to our defense, being is that we really don't have a defense. But I think the Lions can hold this up. I think that there's going to be a very offensive game. And as long as we can put points on the board and not do stupid things from our own 30 going for it on 4th and 2 and just punting it away, I think we can get it done. I think it's going to come down to a field goal. And, I really, really think that people are so focused on this defense, but we were struggling as a defense. I understand that we've improved in some areas.
They were top 10 in the NFL.
I understand that, but,
where's the struggle?
I mean, it might not be great, and it might be a little bit, finagling the numbers, but they were top 10 in scoring defense and just outside the top 10 in total defense.
I mean, you guys are basing this off, a 47-9 win over the Cowboys, who absolutely suck, and in my opinion are probably the third worst team in the league.
No, I think we're basing it off the 5 games
full
they
season,
played.
Yeah, everybody plays bad teams at some point.
They're giving up 18 points a game. They have the third best rushing defense in the league. Doug said, a top 10 overall defense.
We could say that might be inflated because of the Dallas game, but I don't think anybody that's putting up those kinds of numbers is a defense that I would put in the struggling category.
Not so-and-so is struggling, but people are basing the defense off of one guy.
But they're not. Well, you're basing it off of one guy.
You are.
That's what you're doing.
That hurts. Don't you think it's...
It does.
No, I don't. Do I think it's one guy? No, not when Brian Branch is the MC Defensive Player of the Week because he had 2 interceptions and a forced fumble. I don't think that's not Hutch. That's Brian Branch.
Against who? Against the Cowboys? I mean, come on, guys. Let's get it real here.
Everybody plays the Cowboys, and every defensive back doesn't get 2 interceptions and a forced fumble in a game.
I think these guys are slowly deteriorating,
All right, well, you hate the Cowboys. I get that, but I don't know why you're ignoring the other 4 games they play on the schedule.
I mean, what did they do against the Seahawks? They allowed 29
Seahawks had some
points.
success.
They beat Seattle by double digits.
That was their worst game of the year defensively. Yep.
Yeah.
Cardinals held to 13. Buccaneers got to 20, which actually now looks pretty good in retrospect. It didn't feel like it at the time. Look, I mean, Jay, I don't think this defense is in the conversation for best in the league, and certainly not now. But you really see this as a defense that has been struggling.
I do. I think they're slowly struggling. And, I mean, not to say they have not improved, but this is a big blow.
I should say it's okay, thanks. I agree. It's a big blow to lose Hutchinson. They weren't struggling leading up to that point. When your point total of 20 was the high.
Well, it wasn't. It was Seattle.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
Seattle. But they beat Seattle by double digits.
Yeah.
So It's not a struggle, but it's okay. You go ahead and feel
4
that
of the
way.
5 games they've held an opponent to 20 or less.
Because Jay really hates the Cowboys.
Yes, he does.
They just came off their best defensive game, and he's saying this. I'm saying
It's
I get
Cowboys,
the Hutch.
Kang.
Yeah.
That's the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
The Cowboys are terrible. Forget that CeeDee Lamb is one of the best receivers in football. Forget that. Forget that Dak Prescott is just a statistical machine and it puts it up. Don't worry about that. The Cowboys are terrible.
How have the Cowboys won 3
In
games?
his opinion, the 3rd worst team in the league. Careful, Chris Christie will come for you.
Sure that wasn't him?
Well, Chris Christie wouldn't be ripping on the Cowboys.
Prior to that game, okay, if you take the Dallas game out of it, the Lions were giving up, let me do a little math here, we're giving up 20.5 points a game, which would rank them top 10 in the NFL. It would rank them, no, because they'd be behind Green Bay. I think be 10th. They'd be 10th in the NFL at 20.5 points a game if you take the Dallas game out of it. Now, we can talk about whether or not they're actually a top 10 defense without the Dallas game. Were they a top 10 defense? I'd say probably not, but I would also never describe that group as struggling.
I take great offense to the struggling part. Now, you want to talk about how the defense is going to look after Hutch?
Well, you can make a case that they might struggle now.
Yes.
And we've said it a bunch leading up to this. Where they settle in, I don't know.
That's something that we
But,
want to see.
hey, my man I'm impressed with his commitment. He was committed to it. 248-539-9797. Do we have the Holmes cut? Did that come through yet? Sorry, our system. We do. Okay, good. So it's prior to the season, Brad Galley, Channel 7, asked Brad Holmes about mega deals. Like how do you approach, giving up future first round picks? You love your draft picks, but if you can make that big splash trade in season and go get yourself a star, how do you, as a general manager, approach those situations? Here's what he said before the season and feels very applicable right now. Smartest guy in the room. He thinks he's the smartest guy in the room, doesn't he? Because he is.
He's built a pretty good team. And he's allowed for the possibility to make it even better at the trade deadline because they've got cap space to do so.
It's a tough time, though. I mean, you could tell this is before any of this, right? This is before Hutch got hurt, before the Crosby rumors, Hassan Reddick, whatever. And he says, we're not ignoring the right now because we have to win now, but we're trying not to mortgage the field. And you could almost hear the voices in his head as he talked about, and then we sit there and we think, this isn't working, and then we need to add this. And, I think the situation has changed, and I wouldn't be stunned at all if his thinking has been forced to change a little bit here. Now, I still don't think Vegas has given up Max Crosby, but
no, but I think
they'll get Reddick.
I think with the context of what was said and when it was said, I think what he does is he allows himself to be patient, let the season play out, because you might see things that you didn't expect.
Yep.
Like an injury to Aiden Hutchinson, or if you had injuries to one of the key offensive linemen. There are things that you don't expect that you have to expect something like that could happen. And you have to plan for that. And I think they have planned for that. They've got a way out of this. And not only is it a way out of it, if it's a giant if Max Crosby is available, right?
Yep.
But if he's available, not only is it a way out of it for this year to get right back and not skip a beat, but it's also fortifying the future. The thought of Aiden Hutchinson on one end and Max Crosby on the other end for the 2025 NFL season is positively intoxicating. And to have that for a couple years after that,
if they can make it work under the cap,
it's a giant.
If he's available, if they can make him the money fit with other guys they want to re-sign,
and there are other deals that could be made that can look pretty good too.
But like I said, so for you would be a weekend with Kay Adams.
I'm not asking for a full weekend.
An hour, 10 minutes.
We meet for brunch.
As long as it's not a weekend. Carson Anderson, we'll get back to your phone calls next. 97.1 The Ticket. All right, calling Twin Peaks fans, what a weekend they have in store for you. I think we can all agree it's a great time to watch sports because football's back, postseason baseball in full swing. Add in the start of hockey and basketball. Wow, time to get to your favorite lodge. Why is game day so much better at Twin Peaks? To start, nothing goes better with football than wings and beer, and nobody does those two things better. The beer system chills the lines to a teeth-chattering 29 degrees that's poured into a frozen mug that's been freezing for 6 hours. They take their beer so seriously, a mug is only used once a day. All right, so you got the beer of the month this month, the new Belgium Voodoo Ranger Juicy Haze. You pair that with the best wings in the state, and you're in sports heaven. They offer hand-cut and breaded to order boneless wings, bone-in breaded, and smoked. And there's 14 sauces and dry rubs to choose from. If you prefer something other than beer and wings, they got you covered. Smoked ribs and brisket, hand-cut New York strips, smash burgers, and an extensive bourbon and tequila list, amazing craft cocktails, and shots priced just right. If you haven't heard, their Auburn Hills location is kicking off an awesome new brunch menu this weekend, opening Saturday, starting at 10 a.m. Try the Big Ass Burrito, perfect with the Peaks Bloody Mary. Those in early will have a chance to win premium, high-in-demand football tickets and other swag. You won't want to miss it. Find a location nearest you, TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Just got an email from a listener regarding the last few calls. Shoot, maybe we'll be good next year.
Right.
It's been a lot of doom and gloom on this program so far. We're talking about the game this weekend and also big picture.
Well, with the defense struggling as much as it has.
Well, look, I mean, it may now.
But
I don't know where they're going. No, they have not struggled, and they've actually had quite a nice turnaround. But they just lost their best player, and that's going to take its toll. Where they settle in now, I hope it's in that middle third. I hope they're in that middle third. Because if you have an improved offense over a year ago, and we'll know that in the next couple of weeks because of who they play and where they play them. I mean, they got big road games at Minnesota, Green Bay, and Houston. And if the offense keeps humming right along, and I'm not talking about Dallas good, but good enough, like, you know, what they've been doing. This is the highest scoring offense in the league. If the offense keeps humming along, you know, I think of a middle third defense with that offense can win you a Super Bowl. But where they settle in is yet to be seen. And they can make a move. They have war chested, you know, in the feasibility studies that I have done in my own head for my own purposes.
Nice.
Hassan Reddick is the only big move that I really think is feasible. But, I mean, look, the Crosby stuff, we'll continue to report when you have a dour, forlorn Max Crosby in the locker room yesterday talking about how he doesn't want to be a part of any rebuild. We'll share it with you. But let's get back to your phone calls. Andrew's in Shelby Township, and he is next on 97.1. Hi, Andrew.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Well, love your show. Just want to tell you guys that I've been listening for quite some time, and I love what you guys do on here. But
thank you.
I want to talk a little bit about our defense, man. All this negativity surrounding our defense, I get it. We lost Hutch. We lost our best player. But that doesn't mean it completely decimated our defense. I get it. It's going to be a struggle, sure, against Minnesota, but we are better than what people are saying on the radio. I mean, what callers are saying and what Lions fans, true Lions fans are saying. Like, come on, give us a break. Look at us 5 years ago. Look at our defense then. Look at Sewell now. I mean, I think I was reading something earlier today. He's allowed one sack in like 1,200 snaps. It's crazy. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't address the defense. But, yeah, there's a lot to love about this team still. Like, I think the games are still worth watching.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm going to watch.
It's a bummer. Got it. But, you know, I have a belief, and not everybody believes this, but I have a belief that offense wins championships in the NFL, and you have to have a serviceable defense. It's the, you know, you don't have to have a great offense, but it feels like the preponderance of teams that are typically competing for Super Bowls do have good offenses, and then, you know, can your defense help or not be a weakness?
And I still think our defense can help. You know, yeah, that side might be another thing. Actually, what I was thinking about too is against Minnesota. You think they might take it a little bit easy, knowing that, hey, we don't have to worry about Hutch, so maybe we won't plan as hard since we don't have to worry about him.
No, they think this is a huge game in Minnesota. This is look. It was actually really funny because I spent some time listening to Minnesota stuff this week, and the funniest part about it is, like, to them, this is the Lions coming to town here, guys. This is the Lions. This is a measuring stick,
right?
And I'm like,
it's totally
it's so weird. It's so weird. I still am not used to this because it's never been that way in our entire lives.
Never.
But 248-539-9797. Thanks for the phone call. Michael's in West Bloomfield. And next. Hi, Michael.
Good morning, fellas.
What's up?
All right. There is no doom and gloom. The Detroit Lions are no one-trick pony. Yeah, the defense may bend. Sam Darnold can go up and down the field all he wants between the 20s. When he gets in the red zone, he's going to find out how tough that defensive backfield is. It's going to be like a net. And what people fail to remember is we have a really good coaching staff. I mean, Dan Campbell, Ben, Aaron, Kevin. I mean, we've got skill all over the place. And the best way to keep Sam Darnold from scoring the ball, keep our offense on the field. And that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to run the ball. They're going to control the clock. This is not going to be being close. Who have the Vikings played? The Giants, hot mess. San Francisco, dinged up. Houston was their only credible win, and that was a blowout. All right, I'll give them that. They played the Packers. okay. And the Jets, they're a hot mess as well. So they haven't faced an offensive line like us. We are going to run the ball down their throat. Bada bing and bada boom are going to rack up some serious yards. And it's going to be a great game. And I wouldn't be a bit surprised if Brad Holmes doesn't have plan A. If the Lions win, he goes down one road. Plan B, if they get beat, he's going to go down another road to decide who is going to replace.
All right, Michael, give us a score.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I was waiting for this. 35-21 Lions.
All right, so is that 7 field goals? Because you said they're going to make him kick field goals, and you still got him with 21 points, so I assume 7 field goal attempts.
I'm not gonna, look, they got Justin Jefferson, all right? They're not going to keep him out totally. But they're going to control enough of the game that they're going to be up by double digits, and because Minnesota they really haven't been tested this year.
Thank you for the phone call, and he's confident. I mean, Minnesota's been really good in the red zone. Their touchdown percentage is one of the best in the NFL once they get to the red zone.
You just talked about how I'll grant them that they blew out Houston. They also beat Green Bay.
Yeah,
I mean,
Green Bay with Jordan Love.
So you want to discount what they've done to this point? Okay.
The only thing I'll say about Minnesota, okay, is if Aaron Jones doesn't play, that's a game changer for them. And since they got to that 28-7 lead, they've had a lot of empty possessions, and their quarterback didn't play great against the Jets. And the Jets, given, are the best pass defense, QBR against, and pressure rates that they've played all year. And I don't know if the Lions are going to be able to pressure them. I mean, we hope. If, like I said, up until about 5:30 last Sunday, I really would have liked the Lions to be able to pressure them. But, yeah, I think if we're doing the show in Minnesota, I'm not being disrespectful to Darnold. He's one of the great stories in the league. Those last 6+ quarters would be, all right, what's going on here? It would be at least something to make note of. It's a big game for him to bounce back and for them.
If Aaron Jones doesn't play, I think the big knock on the Vikings, the problem with them is that affects their passing game.
Yep.
The Lions have a really good rush defense. I'm not worried about Aaron Jones carrying the football. I'm worried about Aaron Jones coming out of the backfield. I mean, he had 17 receptions, number 2 on the team behind Justin Jefferson. So he's a weapon back.
How many
does
Ty Chandler have? Do you have the numbers in front of you?
He's got 6.
And they just got Cam Akers again. 248-539-9797. Greg's in Detroit next. What's up, Greg?
Oh, what's up? You guys are the greatest.
Thank you.
Just 4 points really quickly. You're welcome. Whatever we do, if we make some deals, please don't trade Hooker. I don't want that. Don't trade him. Don't make him be part of it.
Well, he can't be untouchable, though, right?
Yeah, I understand, but I just please don't trade him. Number 2, really quickly. We didn't rub it into Dallas' faces, but I think in the deep heart of our hearts, we have to let Green Bay know that, hey, you guys slapped Dallas around. Well, we're going to show you we can slap them around too. So I think that's why we scored so much and we did so well, along with other things, of course. But I felt we had to let Green Bay know, yeah, you slapped them around. We can slap them around too. Number 3, if the Tigers had been still winning, we would have had all 4 of our teams playing. We had the Red Wings, the Pistons, the Lions, and the Tigers. That would have been great. And lastly, long as we got Fox, I'm good. We got Fox. He's part of the defense as far as I'm concerned. And then I feel that if the guys go around Houston and talk to him and say, hey, man, this is the really time you can step up, time you can shine, I really think he would step up and do
James
the job.
Houston's a fascinating story because it feels like he goes from the Lions unearthing this incredible gem to being out injured to now feeling like he's completely fallen off the map. And I'm almost to the point where I would put him on the Russian front and say, you're getting 35, 40 snaps, 45 snaps in this game. Go get Sam Darnold. And not, understand that he might not be doing what they want in practice, although teams always worry about that. Why are we rewarding people? We don't want to reward people that... And I don't know. I mean, I can only assume whatever he's doing in practice hasn't been good enough because he hasn't been playing. But I kind of want to just say, all right, look, nothing else has really worked apparently. Just go play. And see if anything can come out of it.
Well, I mean, look, I'd love to see him get a bunch of snaps and prove it to me, but he's got to prove it to the team first that he belongs out there. And if other guys have passed him up, then so be it. Then those guys get the opportunity. If it's a Goudet, if it's Ukwu, those guys there. If it's Isaiah Thomas already, then, I mean, that speaks volumes as to where Houston's at. But if Houston's active, then it also shows that there's fight. And he wants to, you know, he's got something in that tank. He can prove it, and he'll get the opportunity to. So it's going to be really telling around noon on Sunday when the inactive list comes out.
The Birchie kid will join us in the noon hour. He's down there right now. Dan Campbell speaking right now. And Dan Campbell just said moments ago of James Houston, there may be a place for him, which might sound completely inconsequential, but that's probably the most positive thing we've heard about James Houston in weeks.
The thing about the Lions' defensive front, you know, with or without Hutch, they're really good at stopping the run. So if you say Hutch is the only guy who can get to the quarterback, well, the other three guys on there, they've been stuffing the run consistently. So maybe if it's James Houston brings nothing to the rush defense, they don't want to put him out there because they really like to set the edge and set the tone with stopping the run. But I know, Doug, you want to see it, but you want them to treat this like preseason game number 2 and play Houston every snap, and that's just not going to be the case.
Probably not.
You know that.
Yeah, it's probably. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of at wit's end with this whole thing, and it's sheer desperation that's leading to this completely nonsensical thing. Just play the guy, and I hear you. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket.
It's great to see all of our teams in the D back to their winning ways, just like the team over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet is making sure that the customers win on every deal. And the deals at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield are absolutely unbeatable. You start with the Equinox EV that's only $178 a month. How about the Blazer EV? That's only $239 a month. The Chevy Trax is just $259 a month, and the Chevy Silverado only $299 a month. Now, all these unbeatable payments are with just $999 down, and that includes taxes and fees, because there's no games, there's no gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for their customers. If you need more money for your trade-in, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. Big money. That's right. Huge money for your trade, up to $2,000 more. And if you're paying too much for service, only to feel like you're in the cheap seats, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line, because service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles are available. No appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 in Telegraph.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Here's feedback. Tim and Lennon writes in, Lions 31, Minnesota 28. Last-minute field goal by Bates. From CPK in Ann Arbor, I'm thinking Lions 38, Vikings 24. Game is close the whole way, but the Lions put it away near the end with multiple and win by multiple scores. Unnamed texter, the price for Crosby is 3 first-round picks minimum. If you call with 2, the Raiders are hanging up and blocking your number. Could be. We are down Barnes, Davenport, and of course Hutch, but our window is now. Go get Crosby, please. That's from Fish and Waterford. I mean, if he is available, it is certainly an attractive move. If he's available, and I think we're gonna, people think that you can make a Godfather offer you can't refuse. But what if it takes 3 firsts, 3 seconds?
Too much.
Right? I mean, would the Raiders say yes to that?
I would think that they would.
Yep. But what if that's what the kind of craziness, when you say Godfather offer, it's got to hurt, man. And
that's why I ask, what's the threshold? What's the pain threshold where you're like, okay, that's a lot, but I'm okay with it.
And what I just came up with was ridiculous, but you can't just keep throwing things in to make them make a trade. And the other thing is, there are plenty of examples of F them picks kind of moves. We talked about giving up the 3 firsts for Russell Wilson in Denver. Bombed. Giving up the 2 firsts, 2 seconds for Deshaun Watson in Cleveland. Bombed. And then there's the positive. The 2 firsts and Jared Goff for Matt Stafford. That worked. Godfather offers, though, big-time moves. There's a failure rate with those as well. And that's why it has to be perfect. The player has to be perfect if you're going to go Godfather offer. And Crosby might very well be that. It's funny because next hour we're going to get into some of the coordinator sound, Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson. And Ben Johnson was talking about Tim Patrick. What did you like about Tim Patrick? He starts immediately talking about how he fits in the room, how he fits with the receivers, the routes that they want to run, his body type, his work ethic, the ability to block, which was the first thing that really attracted, and all these things. And you start realizing their checklist isn't just the stats, okay? Because I think we all do this. We just see the stats. Oh, this guy has this many sacks, and this is his QB pressure rate. How does he fit? And that's where, if Crosby's perfect, then maybe the Godfather offer is the route you take. But there's a lot more to it. I remember Dan Campbell had that line earlier in the week about how does this guy play with the guy next to him? And he was talking about something else. But, when he was talking about evaluating players, how is this guy going to fit with the guy next to him? And skill sets sometimes don't always work well together.
No, and it's about, being that team player and not just going after your stats. Maybe that's where you look at like a Chase Young type.
Which seemed to be one of the knocks on Chase Young last year, when there was a high freak-out percentage because they didn't move for Chase Young.
Like, what do you like as a player when the play is not to your side?
Yeah.
Are you still trying to get over to make the play? Are you giving up? Are you just, going through the motions? Are you just so hell-bent on getting after the quarterback that you don't care about containing the quarterback and staying in your lane?
Run defense, yeah.
But it also takes more than just a player. I think Brad Holmes looks like everything, including the capital you would have to give up to get that player. Let's say Max Crosby is the best fit, perfect player for this locker room, on the field, off the field. Now you look at the other side. Does it take a Godfather deal to do that? And maybe Brad Holmes is like, I'm not willing to give all that up because I'm not straying from my process. I believe in what we do here, and I'm sticking to that. The way he drafts, he looks at the board, and he sticks to his draft board. He doesn't deviate from his plan. And if his plan is, I don't give up 3 first-rounders, I don't give up this much for any player, then he's not going to do the deal.
Yeah, and look, there is a very strong part of me that just wants to let Brad Holmes be Brad Holmes and do Brad Holmes things. Because it looks like he set this thing up for quite an impressive era of Lions football. I mean, I'm feeling really good about this year, next year, the year after.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Jeremy's in Brighton and next. Hi, Jeremy.
Oh, hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
I want to go back to last year. Aiden Hutchinson statistically looked good on paper. But got a lot of those sacks in the last couple games, not diminishing what he is. an incredible player. But I think we identified at the end of last year that we had to get someone to play with him to help him on the other end. So we go get Davenport, right? We sign him kind of sort of off the scrap heap. He's got a history or whatever, but we put him in. We think he's a fit, and now both guys are down.
Yep.
Okay, and now we're in a position where we don't have either guy, and now we're going to say next man up. And just a couple of weeks ago, when Davenport went down, Dan Campbell was on the show, and James Houston's name came up, and I believe you guys questioned Dan on it, and Dan was like very reluctant to play this guy. So this is the best roster I've seen the Lions have in my entire lifetime. We feel like we are deep. It looks like we're deep. The Tim Patrick move was great. I understand the culture fit, but what I can't wrap my mind around is we talk about how Max Crosby is unreachable or whatever, Godfather deal or fit. Well, Dan Campbell just said after the win the other day that we have this circle of trust that can't be broken, right? So they're not going to bring anyone who can't do that, but who better fits that circle than Max Crosby? Because it's not a Myles Garrett and it's not a Hassan Reddick, okay? So you do make that Godfather deal, and here's why.
Let me stop you real quick. Why do you not think it's Myles Garrett or Hassan Reddick?
I don't think they're the type of okay, maybe I'm a little partial. We got an Eastern Michigan guy who's been on record saying that if he could play for another team, he'd play for the Lions, and he just happens to be one hell of a young talent that could play here for a long time.
That's all positive. I don't know that you could say Myles Garrett or Hassan Reddick also wouldn't work.
I look, would I take Myles Garrett? Sure, but when I want the younger guy, I take the younger guy. Both equal talented, both are dominant. But I guess, what I'm trying to get to is this. You got to explain to a generation of Lions fans who've been waiting 60 years for this. And this is our moment. And I know Brad Holmes wants to set this thing up, but what you're trying to explain to me is that we, for whatever reason, are going to have amnesia and forget that Brad Holmes can't exchange because we're probably going to have draft.
Okay, we got to wrap it up here, Jeremy. The point is what?
I'm going to wrap up. Bottom line is this. Brad Holmes knows how to exchange picks in the second round. Bottom line is you make the trade for Crosby and you pay the freight and you get him in here because right now we don't have anyone and we don't need to hope. We need to win now.
Okay, if he's accessible and it's not what I mentioned earlier, something ridiculous like 3 firsts and 3 seconds, I mean, it would seem to make a ton of sense if he's accessible. Owner out there has indicated he's not. Max Crosby sounds forlorn with his current situation. You got a former GM saying he might say no now, but GMs change their mind, and he at one point was
Mark
thinking
Davis is not the GM.
No, he's not. He's the owner. That's a good point. But the owner who said that might change his mind the way Thomas Dimitroff changed his mind about all he had to give up to move from 27 to 6 to get Julio Jones when he was first like, oh, I can't do that. And a few days later, he said, maybe I can. Spencer, you're next. What's up, Spencer?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Okay.
All right, Spencer.
Hey, so we keep talking about draft picks, but, we have quite a few people on offense that we can use as capital. I mean, we have JMO, we have Gibbs, we have Montgomery, Laporta, Amon-Ra, St. Brown. So do we trade one of those guys to then leverage and build up that defense so that we can get one of those top-tier guys?
No. You don't weaken the offense. You operate with draft capital, but I wouldn't touch the offense.
Even with two running backs that are both extremely good, especially with the Raiders running back, who I think his name's Zamir. He's questionable. He's averaging about 3 yards a carry, where Jahmyr Gibbs is averaging +5.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of it has to do with the line they're running behind. I'm a quick no on that. I don't know about you, Gator. You dip into the offensive talent pool with one of your elite players?
I'm not ready to start moving players from my strength when I can just move a draft pick.
Yep.
Or draft picks, I guess.
Well, you don't want to do anything to weaken your current roster.
Not at all.
Rob Peter to pay Paul. 248-539-9797. Hey, NFL season continues on, and there's no better place to get in on the action than FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. You'll get started with $300 in bonus bets if you win Your first $5 bet. So how do you win that $5 bet? How do you guarantee you win that $5 bet? You can find a heavy favorite. Somebody who's a 4-touchdown favorite and put $5 down on them on the money line just to win the game. You won't get much of a return, but guess what you will get? The $300 in bonus bets. That's what you'll get. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, look. It does feel like Crosby would be perfect. But we always talk about the accessibility. Is he truly accessible? And the one thing about trading for him is these Godfather offers these mega deals don't always produce Super Bowl results. It's something to keep in mind. It would increase their chances for sure. But I feel like the window's open for a bit here. And Brad Holmes has set it up to be open for a bit here. And they will get Hutch back eventually. Obviously not this year, but I guess there's still some hope about the Super Bowl. But, are you cool with the window closing quickly when it feels like they're going to be around competing for Super Bowls for quite a few years here? And all of this might be moot. And look, honestly had very little on the show sheet today. I have to double check yours. Very little on the show sheet about Max Crosby. You have one bullet point about it, but it just takes over because it's such a compelling story. And Kang brought up something during the break that he's right.
Like, I get it, man. I would love Max Crosby. Well, it's incredibly intoxicating to add a player like that to your team, to your defense. He seems like the perfect fit, all that. But I feel like we're getting so many calls and so many texts and people wanting to just go get Max Crosby like it's easy, because I think there's something deeper here, guys. And I think it's just come out and say it. You don't think the Lions can win the Super Bowl if they don't go get Max Crosby? Because I feel like there's like almost desperation on some of these calls that you need to go do this or else it's over, you know? And maybe I'm naive. I don't feel that way yet, you know? If they go out there and lay an egg against Minnesota, yeah, I'll be a little rattled if it's specifically on the defense. But I still feel like they got a really good team here. And they still have the offense, that offensive line, those weapons. And the other rest of the defense is better than what it was last year. Do you sense that, guys? Like people are just
you're right. I think that the core motivation for many of those calls might be exactly that. They're not going to win the Super Bowl now.
Yeah, I think that's probably a prevailing opinion. I think it's like if they don't sign Max or somebody else of substance, Hassan Reddick or whatever, if they don't trade for him, that would be it's very difficult for the Lions to envision them making the Super Bowl. And I understand that. I wouldn't rule it out. I still think there's a chance that whatever they have in-house, that their defense can still be hopefully average. But if their offense is elite and their defense is merely average, they can still go very far. And who knows what happens down the road to who you're playing to get into the Super Bowl. But I think the people are so desperate for Max Crosby for all the reasons you would expect. He is the perfect fit. He is a hometown guy. Well, I mean, based on how you watch him play, he seems like he's a spitting image of Aiden Hutchinson and maybe a more advanced version of him.
Seems like it, yes. But but again, scheme and how does he fit into what they want that position to do?
What did your gut tell you about it?
I think he probably is, but I don't know that. And I guess part of it was how they sang the praises yesterday of Tim Patrick and how perfect he is. And I'm thinking, okay, if you don't have to give up all the draft capital and still get a guy that can work within the framework of this defense and what they're asking that will help them, then I'm not opposed to that either. Look, here's the other thing we have to keep in mind, and this is probably more important and probably the smartest thing to do. There's 3 more games before the trade deadline. So we keep talking about how will the defense settle in. It's probably responsible for the general manager to see how the defense settles in these 3 games.
Well, I mean, obviously they're not doing something now for a move that's going to pay off on Sunday, right?
Yep.
That's not happening.
No, of course.
So, I mean, absolutely, you've got some time to explore this and get on the phone with any team and see the availability of their players and do some due diligence and all this. But I do think this is something, if you're going to trade for Max Crosby, that would take up right up until the trade deadline to happen, because we don't know if he's even available.
A lot of moving parts. Is he available? What would the cost be? What would the cap ramifications be long term? How many draft picks would you have to give up? How many players would you have to cut to make him fit under the cap, et cetera, et cetera? But let's see how the defense looks this weekend. Let's go to Lauren next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Lauren.
How we doing, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Listen, I just want to say I think the Lions are going to show up no matter what. After losing Hutch, we all know it's detrimental. It's all we're talking about. But they're going to show up Sunday with more grit and more poise than they have. They want to honor the team. They want to honor Hutch. And with that being said, why wouldn't we be excited about Max Crosby? Once again, we already know his ties here to Michigan. Once again, we already know that he's one of the best in the league at his position. And if the juice is worth the squeeze, why would we want to bring him here? I mean, on the minimum side, he's got 4 to 5 good years.
Are you saying why would?
Him.
Did you say why would we want to bring him here?
Why wouldn't we want to bring him here?
Okay.
Sorry. If the juice is worth the squeeze, which I feel that the juice is worth the squeeze. I mean, come on. He's our Portman for Fulton Reed here. I mean, you can't – come on. We can all imagine Hutchinson and Max on each side.
Did you understand that?
I didn't understand that, but what I do understand is that those two guys in the same team would just wreak havoc on quarterbacks throughout the league for the next few years if they can pull this off. And can they get it done? Is it possible? Okay. Would you give up a couple first-round picks and then some to do it? I would.
Okay, but this goes back to, and this analogy is dumb, and I've used it several times, but Gator, why wouldn't you marry Kay Adams? Go marry her. Go marry her.
It's a terrible analogy.
But just go marry her.
Doug, it's a terrible analogy, though. I mean, this is...
But go marry her. Why wouldn't you want to marry her?
There are 32 teams in the NFL. There are more than 32 men out there courting Kay.
So are you saying you need to be on a show where there's only 30 other guys on there, Gator, to have a real shot?
I mean, if that's what it takes. See how
just go marry her
to get booted. This is totally different. You know it. You already admitted it's
a
bad
dumb analogy. Yeah.
All right.
But the simplicity of just go get him.
Well, the simplicity is there, I think, for people that are willing to accept, if they're going to suspend belief right now and just say, okay, he's available. If he's available, then go get him. That's the if-then statement.
Well,
if he's available, then the Lions must go get him.
So cost be damned. In terms of draft capital, in terms of future cap ramifications.
I don't think that's what anybody is saying.
I think some people are.
No, I don't.
I think there's no question some people
I think you're extrapolating that, but I think people, because if you throw something like, okay, 3 firsts and 3 seconds, would you do it?
No.
I think 99% of people say no. That's too much.
I don't know that people would, if they really thought about it, I'm not even sure they do 3 firsts. If they really thought about it and started looking, okay, this is going to cost you player A, B, and C that need to get cut.
Well, it may not cost you anybody. That's the thing that we don't know because nobody understands the salary cap like salary cap people. So we don't know. And if that plays a role, and if Brad Holmes comes out and says we would love to have had a player of another $25 million a year player, but we can't do it under our cap, then so be it. Then you can't do it. Then you have to start thinking about, okay, well, what if you throw this guy in the trade to offset the expense? Then that's where that makes sense. But I think people are doing the if-then statement. If he's available.
And the price, I think if he's available and the price isn't too much in terms of cap ramifications and draft picks, which I know people like, well, whatever. Let's get to Chris. Hi, Chris.
Hey, boys. I don't know where this, I know this FM picks mentality is popular. It's also reckless and dumb. Now, look, I think Max Crosby is a perfect fit. I would trade a first-round pick for Max Crosby. But remember what we're talking about. I'm not trading multiple firsts, 3 firsts, for anyone that doesn't play quarterback. Brian Burns last year went for a high second, and a 5th. For Max Crosby, I'll give you this year's first, a 4th, next year's second, and James Houston. Those picks are important. They're players. Last year, had we went FM picks for Chase Young, of all people, you would not have Terrion Arnold. The year before, had you went FM picks to get Will Anderson, you would not have Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta and Brian Branch. Those picks are valuable. They sustain your franchise. Yeah, I think Max Crosby is perfect. And if he's available, I want him. But I'm not going to sell the franchise down the riverboat to go do it.
Would you do it if you thought you were going to win a Super Bowl championship?
For 3 firsts? No.
Hold on.
We're not fortune tellers.
Never even played. They haven't even played for a Super Bowl.
Okay. Let's face it. It's not. There's no guarantees that if you trade for Max Crosby, you're quote winning the Super Bowl.
There's not a guarantee. But he's saying
he wouldn't even do it. The Eagles traded multiple firsts to get A.J. Brown. Did they win the Super Bowl?
No, and here's the thing.
No, the Denver Broncos traded 3
But the real terms. Hold on. I want to give you a chance here, Ron, because Gator thinks you're being ridiculous, and here's why I just want to give you this chance. If their percent chance of winning the Super Bowl right now is 8%, and they trade for Max Crosby, and it goes to realistically 16%, you double your chances for this year. Would you do it?
Would I trade 3 firsts
for doubling your chances from 8 to 16%?
To go from not likely to win to marginally more, but still not likely to win? No,
Yeah, I mean that's probably what we're dealing with.
That's short-sighted. Well, because you're not getting Crosby for a year; you're getting Crosby for several years. So if you end up trading for Crosby, it's not just 16% this year. I know it's just a made-up number, but it would be okay. Well, what would the number be next year with Crosby and Hunt?
Yeah, I mean, but
would
I guess
be a 30% number.
But that's a different question than what you asked. Let's start with that.
No,
Secondly,
it's not a different question.
Yes, it is because you said to win a Super Bowl this year, and
I didn't say this year. I said to win a Super Bowl.
Okay,
I didn't say this year.
But even if they trade for Max Crosby, you know what they're not going to be in Vegas? A 5-4 favorite to win the Super Bowl. They'll probably be something closer to 5-1.
I don't. The odds are whatever the odds are. I don't really care about that so much from what Vegas is going to tell me. But I can tell you that the Rams, who said F them picks to acquire Stafford, who said F them picks to acquire Jalen Ramsey, which all totaled 4 first-round draft picks, and they won the Super Bowl.
Did Denver?
Every Lions fan, except for that guy who just called in, would say, "Yep, I do it."
I want to win a Super Bowl too, but did Denver win a Super Bowl with Russ? Did Cleveland win a Super Bowl with Deshaun? Those were F them picks type moves.
Yeah, and mistake to go for Russell Wilson at the end of his career when Seattle was done with him. I mean, I don't think anybody is saying Max Crosby's done. He's at the end of his career. Max Crosby is at the peak of his career right now.
Well,
right in the prime years.
Was Deshaun?
Was there baggage with Deshaun?
Sure, but I mean, it's still a lot of players with baggage go to teams and still play.
Well, the problem was he didn't. His baggage cost him the opportunity to play, which then retarded his career. And now he's exposed for being whatever the heck he is.
The assumption, the problem I have with this is the assumption that this is easy. That this just go get Max.
It's not easy.
It's not easy.
Of course it's not easy. There's so many variables that go into it. The first variable is he available? And then the second one is, how much are you willing to give up to acquire him? It can get uncomfortable, but you'd still do it. Or does it get to the point where absolutely not, that's ridiculous? And you have to find where that line is and then be willing to go up to that line.
97 won the ticket. starting to remind me a little bit of a conversation we had a few years ago. And you get bogged down in sort of a rut of talking about one thing. And this is the Max Crosby talk. I just won't stop. It wasn't even really highlighted bullet point on our show sheets, but here we are. Because the calls just start to come. I said it years ago about a player, and I'll say it again about Max Crosby, who would be great to have if all the variables line up. A, accessibility. B, reasonable price. C, cap ramifications that don't include really weakening the core, which they'll have a handle on whether or not that will be the case. But don't get so wrapped up in Max Crosby that you believe the only path to the Super Bowl is to get Max Crosby. There are other moves that can be made. Need to see where the defense settles in and see how desperate the situation may or may not be. And I remember saying years ago, there are other paths to the Super Bowl than Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter isn't the only path to the Super Bowl because we got into one of those ruts talking about drafting him. And it felt like we were starting to get calls where the only path to turning this thing around, guys, is Jalen Carter. No, there are other paths. There are other paths. But certainly Crosby is an attractive prospect if everything aligns. Now, some people don't. I'm responding to maybe the extremes that don't seem to care how the rest of it aligns and just say, go get him. And if that's not the belief that you are having, but you want to go get Crosby, then yeah, we're on similar pages.
I think people underestimate too the people that just say, just go get him. That Brad Holmes really, really, really likes draft capital, okay? He's very good at drafting. We know that, right? And number two, he uses those draft picks to get players. And I'm not talking just through the draft. I'm talking Carlton Davis, your number one starting corner, was had for a third-round pick or whatever. All this stuff is ammunition for Brad Holmes. He doesn't take it lightly to, I'll just throw in this pick and that pick. He doesn't seem like it to me. I don't know about you guys, but I think Brad Holmes takes that stuff seriously. So he's not just going to offer up the Godfather deal that maybe some want him to. People say smartest man in the room. I think he really is kind of the smartest man in the room. And yep. I think you should be able to question him. But every time I do, he just proves me wrong personally every time.
Well, I mean, it's hard to question somebody who hasn't made a move or has said that he's not going to. I mean, it's wait till the trade deadline comes and goes.
I'm just talking to anything he's done before this.
Yeah, I mean, he's been great at drafting without question, and he's hit on a lot of the players that he's acquired. There have been some misses. I mean, the first year here, the receivers that he brought in, didn't even last to the third week of the season. He's brought in wide receivers like his hole in his game when it comes to acquiring, aside from drafting. Drafting, it's great, but like those two receivers in the first year and Marvin Jones, they, what's his, the receiver that came from
Trinity Benson.
Well, it was Trinity Benson. It was that trade. Chark was another one. I mean, a lot of guys, Donovan Peoples-Jones. There's a lot that haven't worked out, but then there's the ones that have that, like, okay, I don't even care about that stuff. I'm under St. Brown as a 4th round pick. Okay, I guess that's worked out. But I'm not going to worry about any of this until the trade deadline comes and goes, and it depends on what other teams have done. If it proves out that players were available that could have made a difference and they didn't get that player, then you have to ask yourself, okay, did they not offer enough, or were they just not interested? Or, can you be honest? Can he be honest and say, honestly, guys, we can't afford to do that?
There's two things that I want to bring up. I'm not anti-Crosby for sure. I'm just a little hesitant with the get him at all costs kind of mentality some people seem to be bringing to the table here. But I really, if the Lions lose this game Sunday and we think the passion is heated now to go get Crosby, next week it's only going to triple.
Sure. As it should.
And yet, I also have a lot of faith in Brad Holmes, who says I always fight against being a prisoner of the moment, which is he's pretty slow and steady, and that's worked. It's worked better than any GM we've ever had here. So I'm kind of like, if he doesn't want to do it, I'm on board with it. because this guy has been the best thing we've ever had in Detroit.
Yeah, and something maybe you'll never know, but you'd love to know is, okay, if you're not on board with it, why weren't you on board with it? Or why doesn't this make sense?
Right.
And which we may never know on any of the moves that he makes or doesn't make. But right now, it seems like the door is open, at least maybe even more than a crack, because of what Max Crosby had to say recently about not wanting to be part of a rebuild. He wants to win now.
Let's go to Brian in Oak Park. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Brian.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Speedy recovery to Hutchinson, first of all, must be said. And secondly, I was just wondering what you guys thought. He went down right at the beginning of the second half, and so we kind of have a small sample size of them playing without him. They did pretty good.
They did. I think at that point, Dallas was absolutely had their soul taken from them, and I don't know that they were really facing a team whose heart was in it, but they were in Dak's face the rest of the game.
I think I outscored them 17-3 after that point, or 14-3 after that.
But I don't know that it's particularly relevant. We'll see moving forward.
Yeah, we're going to find out. It's going to be a bigger sample size next week, and I have a lot of confidence in Brad Holmes. But of course, I'm a Lions fan, so my default position is I'm scared to death. But I'm excited. Brad Holmes is doing a great job.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, because I think that's probably the core of a lot of where people are. 248-539-9797. Dan is next. Hi, Dan.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
So, of course, we would all like Crosby or love him, but I would think that we would get Garrett a lot less. Cleveland has major cap issues coming up, and they're going to get rid of him this year no matter what. He's going to have to go.
I don't know. Well, I haven't seen that reported that he's definitely going to go. I would think that Cleveland would be open to trading him because they are in cap hell, or because they have no picks and they'd like to get some of that back. And what better way to get that back than to trade away a player that, at this point is still in the prime of his career, but not likely to be here when they're going to turn things around.
Well, they have to shed the payroll. They have to. And who else are they going to get rid of? They can't get rid of Deshaun.
Yeah, nobody's taking the $145 million he's owed over the next 2 years.
The only thing I'm taking offense, I don't take offense to it. The only thing I take issue with, Dan, is that I'm not sure it's a given that Cleveland this year at the trade deadline makes the move. They can make the move at the end of the season too.
Well, true.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Driving on our Michigan roads can be tough, and with the winter season right around the corner, it's going to get tougher. Doug here, and I'm here to tell you that if you ever get into an accident, I hope you never do, but if you do, you want an attorney who specializes in auto law. You want Michigan Auto Law. They specialize in only auto and truck accidents, and if someone I care about is injured in an accident, that's who I'm sending them to. They choose to take on fewer cases, so they have more time for your case, providing faster and larger settlements. Check them out for yourself. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law. Auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. You know what I'm going to have today?
A piece of pumpkin pie?
No. Better.
An Oktoberfest beer?
Maybe. I'm going to have a beer outside a football stadium. I'm tailgating today, baby. You have no people. Hey, it is. You miss it when you're in the media, man. Last week, Wednesday, was it Wednesday we did the show from Comerica Park?
Yep.
We had an hour and a half before the game started.
Mm-hmm.
Our boy Ryan pulls up. He's got a cooler. We saunter over.
Yeah, Stoney came over. Stoney bought me a bourbon drink.
And I think the last time I actually, like, before a game tailgated was back when Michigan played Michigan State at Soldier Field in like 2012 or something.
Me too.
And now I'm going to get to do it twice in a couple of weeks because after the show, making our way to Champaign, Jansen and I, we have decided, for those who don't know, we're hitting up a little town called West Lafayette, Indiana. And we are going to Purdue and Oregon tonight.
What time is that kickoff?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. Okay,
Yep.
so you might be able to.
It's going to be a tight squeeze.
Yeah.
But you know what? Because it's a game that I really don't care about the
your time
outcome.
getting in.
I don't need to get in
You
first.
don't have to get in for kickoff.
No. If I miss kickoff, I'm cool with that.
Right.
I'm having a beer. If I get crazy, I might have half of the second beer.
Oh, I see you going more than that. I think you're going to get it. Are you driving?
Nope. So, might get wild tonight.
They sell beer there?
I think they do, yeah.
You go try and buy a beer. Like, it'll be your first time doing that, right?
First time doing that?
Yeah.
At a college game?
Yes.
Yep.
Support the Boilers. Boiler up.
Get a Boilermaker. I don't think they would sell that there, right?
Hey, you can get them separately. It's just a shot in a beer. It's
So, did you hear that stat that Costa had earlier in the week about Purdue has leads the is all-time college football leader in victories over teams ranked number 2? So this could be another. This could be another.
Listen, they did some interesting things last week. The quarterback took off and ran in the second half.
Yep, kid from Clarkston.
Put up a bunch of points against Illinois. Did they have the lead?
Yeah, they actually took the lead.
They took the lead, and then Illinois had to tie it up, and then force overtime.
They were down
and won in
27-3, and with like less than a minute to go, Purdue scored and to take a 1-point lead, went for 2 and made it. Then allowed Illinois to go get in field goal range. Illinois got a great kicker, and they made the field goal, sent the game to overtime, and Illinois won in overtime.
Well,
I like this. The
Oregon's not Illinois.
No, they're not. But you know what Oregon's got to do? Short week, travel cross country. Travel cross country is hard enough.
Yeah.
Short week, and how do you think their week has gone after beating Ohio State?
I think that they're probably feeling pretty good about themselves.
Yep. This says the makings of
Now,
being maybe more interesting than people think.
When Purdue upset number 2 Ohio State several years ago, I think Rondell White had that crazy game. That was a night game too, wasn't it?
Yep. That was was it the Travis Trent game?
Yeah.
So
now, because Michigan plays Oregon later in the season, is John going to want to get in there right at kickoff so he can get? I want to do my scouting.
Yep.
Check it all out.
Yep.
Well, can you sway him otherwise? They say, well, let's. How about we can.
He can
always,
go in.
Oh, you're going to stay by the car.
Yep. And it was Tyler Trent. My apologies. Well, I mean, look, I'm a big boy. He is too. So
he's a bigger boy.
He is. But I'm excited. By the way, and if you want something ridiculous,
I do.
Yeah. So the Grand Prix, the Formula One is in Austin this weekend.
Okay.
And so
actually, is it a Jerry World, isn't it? Or is that what they're proposing
that's
for
a
years
proposed
now?
race.
Okay.
This is the United States Grand Prix at the F1 track outside of Austin. I think it's outside of Austin. And Georgia is playing at Texas this weekend. That would be an insane road trip. You don't care about Grant. You don't care about Verstappen and Lando Norris or any of that stuff.
Not even a little bit. No. But I do care about the Georgia Texas game. I think
if you had a ticket, would you go to the Formula One race?
I don't know. Probably not. It just doesn't appeal to me. It's to sit in a corner where I get to watch cars go by every 5 minutes for 3 seconds. I don't really care.
Things are rocket ships, man.
I know they are. I'm impressed with the marveling of the engineering that goes on with that. I absolutely
You just don't
appreciate
care
that.
about it.
Don't care about the race. No.
But you're a car guy, man.
Yeah, not a Formula One car. No, I care about a car that I can actually get into and drive. Those cars that are available to me. That's the kind of car I care about.
Oh, street legal stuff?
That's right. You know me. All about street legal. But no, I am curious because George is going to be there without Uga, the mascot.
Uga's not going?
Uga's not going.
Why not?
Yeah, they're concerned about his travel, so they're not going to take him with.
Got to make a note because we got picks coming up.
Yeah, well, you might want to take a note of that. So it's all Bevo all the time.
Yep. As far as the Michigan game's concerned, look, man, it's Jack Miller had a line earlier this year for Alex Orji. And didn't really pan out, but maybe
Jack
it will.
Miller's
This
part of your pregame show?
Yes, pregame show. Yep, Jack.
Former player.
Yep, made a great comment. You know, they say, one of the old cliches in sports, you make the biggest improvement between week 1 and week 2.
Mm-hmm.
And when Alex Orji got his first start, he's like, this is his week 2, even though it was like game 4. For Jack Tuttle, this is his week 2. Now, again, Orji didn't take off and fly in week 2, and so it doesn't always work that way, but extra week of practice. It's going to be interesting to see who gets some more run. Now, I also want to give you some credit, my friend.
I'll take it if you hand it out.
He's been flying the Tuttle flag for Michigan for quite some time. And it was even before the season started. And I kept telling you, well, he's hurt, but you're like, this Tuttle.
Yeah, I just,
this Tuttle.
I'm not sold on Tuttle, but I'm less sold on the other guys.
Yep. Understandable.
You play the best player that you got, and that's what they'll likely do.
Yep. So anyway, on the air at 12:30 tomorrow on our brother station at WWJ with tailgate coverage and 2:30 for the pregame, 3:40 kick.
So
with a 5-minute slide potentially.
Are you gonna bring a cooler with you? You're gonna.
I don't know. I mean, we're riding in John's truck.
So he's likely got the cooler there.
So I'm kind of at the mercy of John, but that doesn't mean we can't stop and pick up provisions.
Or you just text John now, say, hey, don't forget.
Bring a whole bunch of beer.
Yeah.
I'm not even going into the stadium. Actually, I am going into the stadium. I'm really excited about that. And John let us know we are in a section where they do sell. They got full bar.
You got to do it just because of that.
Yeah, look,
first time.
I want the fan experience,
Yeah,
man. It's
the
totally
full
different.
thing.
Yeah. Waiting in line for a quarter and a half to get that drink. Yes.
And then waiting in line for 2 quarters to go pee.
That's right.
Can't wait.
Oh, you know what you can do for the first time ever, Doug?
What's that?
Combine 2 things that you love to do: drinking the beer and the selfie.
Oh,
you got to take a selfie of you buying.
Well, you know we want you to take a selfie.
A beer at a college football stadium.
Yeah.
Yeah. If only we could get access to that picture out to the public. Oh, we can. At Doug and Gator 971 on Twitter. You want me to take a selfie of me drinking a beer?
Yeah, like you
or
buying
the
one.
beer?
Well,
you want a whole series?
No,
story?
I don't.
We got a story. Get some reel. Doug do a reel.
Don't put more on his plate. You know, he can't handle this.
TikTok.
Don't.
And then you could have Foreigners feels like the first time playing in the background and honor them going to the Hall of Fame this weekend too. There you go.
I should tweet like crazy during this game. Just everything that happens. Oh, big third down stop there for Purdue. Oh, I don't like this field position, guys. Because contrary to popular belief, I'm really not a Purdue fan. I just happen to pick them as a team to watch out for in the West for 2 consecutive years. Everybody has assumed that means I'm a huge Purdue fan. And the year I got off them and I moved away from Purdue, my Purdue position, I gave up my Purdue position, they won the Big Ten West.
King, we're off for a game. We're off the game. We've been talking about this Purdue trip here for several minutes, and neither one of us jumped on it. Well, like, of course you're going to the Purdue game.
I know, you're right.
Obviously.
Yeah.
He's been trying to distance himself. That's why. It's worked.
All right, let's get back to the people. 248-539-9797. Michael's in Farmington Hills, and he's next on 97.1. Hello, Michael.
Good morning, fellas. Thank you for taking my call. How you guys doing this morning?
Good, thank you.
Or actually, it's afternoon.
Yes,
I've been waiting
it is.
for a little bit.
Yep.
So I will get. I got a couple points, but I want to first talk about Brad Holmes and the difference between being a fan and being a GM is we all want to win now. We've been waiting. We've been decades and decades and generations of losing,
and so it kind of clouds our judgment. Whereas Brad Holmes is in the business of the game, and he's looking at it in a business and making chess moves opposed to playing checkers. But I'll have a couple points. So I do agree we need something, but I think it's going to be whoever fits our scheme, whoever fits Brad Holmes' vision boards, and for the Lions for the next couple of years. In addition to that, we don't really talk about as much as the injury to Hutch, and unfortunately, he did have this injury. We're expecting him to come back, but we don't know what he's going to come back as. You look around the league, and not even just the league, but in looking at different areas of sports, you had Paul George go down, you had Alex Smith, Tiger Woods. Obviously, Alex Smith and Tiger Woods were open or compound injuries, but none of those guys ever returned to that same level of play. So we don't even have a guarantee that Hutch will.
We don't have a guarantee, but they say it was a clean break, which is good. I mean, if you're going to break your leg, this one is one that you can come back from. So you're right.
Paul George also had a clean break as well, and Paul George, we remember him. He was that level of play that he was before when he was with the Pacers, because when he went to the Clippers were completely different players. And so I have the hope that Hutch will come back to that, but it's not guaranteed, right? You can agree that it's not guaranteed that he's going to be that same level of player when he comes back from injury. So that's my concern is, do we plan on that? Because what if he does not come back? And I think that needs to be considered as well. And I think Brad Holmes and those guys, although they're not saying that, they're being positive, they have to consider that as well. So I hope they are.
Thank you, Michael. 248-539-9797. DJ in Detroit. Hello, DJ.
What up, though, fella?
Hey, DJ.
Hey, so I've been sitting back listening to this, and I've been thinking about it heavily. I'm definitely with you as far as and I don't think Brad Holmes is the type of dude to give up the whole farm, but you just brought something to my attention that I forgot about. He did trade a third-round pick for the Davis kid. In all honesty, Hutch was number one in everything. You can't replace that. He was number one in win rate and sacks, and our defense was still only above average or getting good. You get what I'm saying? So if you have an opportunity with the way he drafts, with Kirby Joseph being a Pro Bowler, a potential Pro Bowl third-round pick, Lee McNeil, third-round pick, Amon-Ra St. Brown, fourth-round pick, All-Pro, Barnes, a starter, I ain't worried about them first and second round picks with him for the next 2 years because they're going to be in the top 30 anyway, guys.
You can make a case, DJ, that Brad Holmes should just ask for, if he gives up a first, he should ask for a sixth in return. And for every first he gives up, give him a late pick, because he's been able to turn some of these mid to late round picks. I mean, not all of them, obviously, but he's done a really good job. You can make a case that getting any kind of draft capital back is a positive.
So Doug and Gator, there lies my point. That's hey man, if they want a first and a second round pick for Crosby, run it. That ain't shelving it because he's so good with the third and fourth.
Dude, if they get him for a first and a second, we'd be dancing in the streets. There's no way they're getting him for a first
and then also, Doug, here's my other thing. We don't want Green Bay, Chicago, or Minnesota to go get him if he's available.
I can't imagine that happening. Sorry, up against it, 97.1 The Ticket. My man, the Birchie Kid. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, Karsh? Always a pleasure to be on with you guys.
We love it. We love it. Will Birchfield, who writes for our website, 971theticket.com, does great work. He's also on TV all the time. He's a very handsome man.
Are you ever going to tie the tie all the way up, like with a top button buttoned, or no?
No, I've actually ripped all the top buttons off my shirt, so I don't even have the option of doing it. No, look, I went to a boarding school way back in the day where we had to wear coats and ties every day, and the only compromise we could make was to unbutton the top button. So I've been doing that for like 15 years, and I got no plans of stopping.
All right, so you're out there today. What's the latest on the injury front with, who is it, Zeitler and Carlton Davis?
Yeah, so Carlton Davis practiced today, and it certainly seems like he'll play on Sunday. That's obviously huge as they try and defend the best receiver in football, as Aaron Glenn called Justin Jefferson. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. Kevin Zeitler was out there but working off on the side. He injured his hip yesterday in practice, and Campbell was a little bit pessimistic about his chances of playing Sunday, said more likely that he won't play than he will. But that's also a guy who has missed, I think, like 5 games in the past 9 seasons. So don't put it past Zeitler to force his way onto the field Sunday. But right now, it sounds like they're leaning towards Awosika playing in Zeitler's spot against the Vikings.
Well, protecting Jared Goff is critical in this game, and Minnesota's pass defense, they got a lot of metrics in their favor. This is quite a matchup between the Lions offense and the Vikings defense.
Yeah, this is more aggressive than any defense in the NFL by a long shot. I mean, their pressure rate, their blitz rate especially is higher by a wide margin than any other defense. But Dan Campbell was very confident today, as we spoke with him about an hour ago, about the Lions' preparedness for this aggressive attacking style Brian Flores defense. I think part of that stems from the fact that they played Flores' defense last year and put 30 points up on them both times, committed just 1 turnover, allowed just 2 total sacks in those 2 games, and went off for almost 800 yards combined. He also just has so much faith in Ben Johnson. You know, he said watching teams on tape against this Vikings defense this year, you can see a lot of offenses didn't have the answers for everything that Flores and that defense threw at them. He said confidently, we know we have the answers. Ben Johnson has the answers. We've put them in all week. It's just a matter of executing them on Sunday. So I think even if Zeitler can't go, they still feel really good about what they can do against that defense. Now, not arrogant, not overconfident by any means. You guys know Dan Campbell, but he came across today as a coach who feels really good about his team's ability to hold up against everything this defense wants to throw at you on Sunday in Minnesota.
Defensively, Carlton Davis, as you mentioned, he's still kind of slow to get back into practice form. If he's not able to go, what are they going to do? What do you think the plan is to try to limit Justin Jefferson?
Yeah, so I do think Davis will play, but in the event that he has some kind of setback today or maybe over the weekend, if you think back to the game where it felt like Jeff Okudah was becoming the number 1 corner we were promised when he held Jefferson to a career-low 14 yards in 2022. Remember that? Like, we were all anointing him as finally the number 1 corner that we had been waiting for. And when you go back and look at that game, yes, Okudah was matched up against Jefferson often. He also pressed him a ton at the line and took away pretty much everything underneath and over the middle because they had so much safety help shaded his way towards Jefferson that whole game. And so I think if it is an Arnold versus Jefferson matchup Sunday, it really will be an Arnold plus Branch or Arnold plus Joseph matchup on Sunday. Now, in 2022, the Vikings didn't have Addison to deal with opposite Jefferson, but I do think that's the way to try and defend him Sunday. Have one of those corners take away everything intermediate over the middle and rely on those 2 elite safeties, which they are, in the back end to try and limit his effect over the top.
One other quick question about Carlton Davis. He was, obviously, the Lions acquired him with a 3rd-round pick, but he was only signed for this year. Is there any talk about getting him an extension? I mean, they're handing out extensions to everybody.
Yeah, I think you and I might get one if we hang around here long enough. They had talks, brief talks, kind of vague talks about it when they first acquired him, if you guys remember this offseason. And at that point, it seemed like there was heavier interest on Carlton Davis's side than maybe the Lions side. But I would bet now the Lions are a little bit more intrigued in possibly giving him an extra year. I don't want to say much more than that, but he's proven that he's stayed healthy so far. They love the way he's played. I was having this discussion with my podcast co-host, Justin Rogers, last week, and I said, I feel like if the season ended tomorrow, which it doesn't, but if it did end tomorrow, I would feel like they would extend Carlton Davis, just given all that he's provided so far, the physicality and coverage. So I don't know about any internal talks. They keep those pretty close to the vest, but I do know they feel great about what he's given them so far.
Any word on James Houston, who has just been, his career has been a giant enigma?
Yeah, I think he'll play on Sunday. Campbell said there's a chance, maybe a good chance that he is active. He was inactive last week. I think basically every defensive lineman is going to be active on Sunday as they try and spread around Hutchinson's workload. Campbell said this about James Houston today. He said, if there's production and discipline, keep putting him in. If there isn't, put in someone else. And it's the second word that speaks volumes there. It's discipline. Now, obviously, the production, if you give him enough snaps, will show up in the form of quarterback pressures and maybe sacks. But he has to rush with enough discipline, enough integrity, where he isn't going so wide and getting so bendy off the edge that he's forced out of the picture. So if they feel like on Sunday that Houston's getting hot, I think they'll play him more and more. This feels like a big chance, maybe his last big chance, to reestablish the grasp he had on a roster spot back in 2022.
Is there much buzz, real buzz about them making a major trade down there?
So, hey, here's my bold prediction. I think we will see a defensive end from Eastern Michigan in the lineup for the Lions, maybe as soon as Sunday, none other than Pat O'Connor, veteran Pat O'Connor, who was with the Buccaneers for the past 6 seasons. I think he's another guy that they elevate on Sunday. They've got 2 open roster spots. They have 2 practice squad elevations. I think a lot of guys get a look on Sunday. No, on the trade front, there hasn't been a ton of buzz. You do get the sense in talking to some of the players that they're waiting for something to happen. Obviously, they bring in Isaiah Thomas, but he feels more like a flyer than an obvious solution. But talking to the coaches, they just keep referencing the guys within. And we talked to Terrell Williams today, the defensive line coach, and every time he mentioned replacing Hutchinson's lost production, the 2 names that he mentioned first weren't even DNs. It was Aleem McNeil and DJ Reader. I think they feel so good about what those guys can provide from an interior pass rush perspective. They really want to see those guys eat. And we saw Aleem McNeil at his best last week. He was a force. That's the level he has to play at moving forward. I was talking to him yesterday about that. He had one move on his first sack when he just bullied all-pro guard Zach Martin. He kind of hit him with like a lift shot move. And he said he picked that up from watching Fletcher Cox, from watching Christian Wilkins, Brandon Graham. Those guys use that same move. He's growing more and more as a pass rusher. Just a long way of saying I think they still feel pretty good about their internal depth, and that might change over the next month in advance of the November 5th trade deadline.
I don't think it'd be a Birchie appearance on the show without mentioning Trevor Nowaske.
Yeah, another guy that we'll probably hear from and see a little bit on Sunday. And I don't know how much he stood out to the coaching staff last week. I don't know if they feel great anymore. He did have a sack, but there's so much that goes into playing that Derek Barnes role, and that's another piece they have to figure out how to replace. And for all the focus on Hutchinson, Derek Barnes was doing a ton for the defense as well. So when it comes to the trade front, I wouldn't be surprised to see them add an outside linebacker, strong side linebacker, just to throw a name out there, like someone like Dennis Gardeck from the Cardinals, as much as a pure pass rushing DN. There are multiple holes now to fill on this defense, so it's not just that Max Crosby profile they might be looking for on the trade market.
Birchie, as always, appreciate your insight. Thanks for joining us. We'll check in next week. And people can follow you.
You guys got it. Talk to you soon.
At Birchie Kid on Twitter, and read his stuff at 971theticket.com. The Birchie Kid from out there at Allen Park. Hey, attention fans. UMCU is the official credit union of the Detroit Lions, and they're proud to partner with Lions superstars like Jahmyr Gibbs, Brian Branch, and Terrion Arnold To celebrate this winning combo, the Lions also to celebrate their sleek new black uniforms, UMCU has something special for you. It's exclusive access to the new Detroit Lions Black Debit Card. Now is the perfect time to become a member and join the Lions Pride. This exclusive Lions Black Debit Card is only available to UMCU members. Choose the Black Card or one of 3 other designs. UMCU has been servicing customers for over 70 years. I'm a member now, too, and signing up was easy. Show off your pride and passion with the new Detroit Lions Black Card only from UMCU. Just visit umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. Visit website for full details. Insured by NCUA. UMCU, where success deserves celebrating. All right, here we go. Carson Anderson, 97 the ticket. Coming up, Aaron Glenn, Lions defensive coordinator, 105. Hear what he has to say about can he scheme up pressure with Aiden Hutchinson out. Then later in the 1 o'clock hour, Ben Johnson. Why was last week's game plan so aggressive? Some of the things you'll hear those guys answer. First, let's get back to your open line calls here on 97.1 The Ticket. We go to Adam in Toledo on 97.1. Hello, Adam.
Hey, guys. Great show today. How you doing?
Good.
Doing well.
All right. Hope you're going to have a beautiful weekend ahead of you. But I got to tell you, some of these callers that have been calling in saying, you know, we got to let Brad use the draft picks that we have. If I told you that you could start the season with Myles Garrett or Max Crosby, DJ Reader, Aleem McNeil, and Aiden Hutchinson across your front four, you take that any day of the week, and it doesn't matter how many first-round picks you gave up.
Well, I think it does matter.
This is the guy. This is the guy I'm talking about, Gator. The guy says it doesn't matter what you have to give
I
up.
said there'd be a couple of those guys. I don't think that's prevailing opinion. But, I mean, Adam, there has to be a point where you're like, all right, that's too much to give up.
There is a limit. I'm not saying
All right,
give up.
what's your limit?
3 first round is not out of the question for me, because you still would have guys behind those guys like Levi, Pascal, Pico.
Well, you may not, because Levi's a free agent after this season. So can you afford to pay him and whoever you acquire?
So there goes Levi. But you still have, and of the people that I mentioned so far, only one of them is a first-round pick. Out of every single guy that I mentioned, only one player is a first-round pick. And so why do we have to have the first-round picks? Max Crosby, Aleem McNeil, Pascal, Pico, Martin, they're all...
Okay, pick any, but here's what you're talking about. You're okay with giving up the equivalent, because here are the first-round picks under Brad Holmes, and you're cool with giving up 3 of them. Penei Sewell, Jamison Williams, Aiden Hutchinson, Jack Campbell, Jameer Gibbs, Terrion Arnold.
That's not fair.
Those were all first-round picks.
That's not fair, because those picks were all taken way up where the Lions are drafting.
And we don't have those needs anymore.
These would be picking at the late 20s.
Yes, but Terrion Arnold was taken 24th. That's the closest to where we hope that they are picking. But yes, nobody's going to argue that Max Crosby would be a good player, although they might because of scheme fit. I doubt it. He seems like he'd be perfect, but football coaches look at things differently. But he seems like he would be perfect. That's not an argument. The question is, how far are you willing to go? I don't think I'd do the 3 first-rounders, personally. And it's because if Brad Holmes, and don't confuse what we've said, if Brad Holmes says no to this deal, if there even is a deal, which we don't know, I'm cool with that. If that's what Brad Holmes wants to do, because Brad Holmes has a plan that looks like the plan is to be in this kind of position every single year. Every single year. And so, I kind of want to see if this works, because what he has done so far has really been good. Brandon and Shelby, you're on 97 to Ticket. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
We're good.
So, Karsh, if Purdue wins tonight, are you going to rush the field and take down the field goal post?
That's a great question.
Yeah, take that selfie.
Yeah.
Are you in the side? We're gonna see Karsh taking down the post tonight.
I think we will.
The river like Vanderbilt or whoever.
I think we will.
I will say, if Purdue wins this game tonight, they will rush the field. And I don't think we're sitting particularly close to the field, but I might have to consider making my way down there and do something I've never done in my life. I've rushed off the field.
A little bit farther.
Yeah, that's a great thought. Yeah.
There you go, Doug.
So we're going to see you on ESPN tonight?
More than likely.
Yeah, well, as long as Purdue wins. Is it more than likely that Purdue wins?
Absolutely. It's a night game. They're playing a number 2 team in the country. This is what they do.
Yep.
Getting to my point, though, so in my mind, Crosby is like the Stone Cold Steve Austin of like the NFL. Like he's always going out there. He's got the tattoos. So he's just like, he's always willing to give 100%. He's going out there, like whenever they show him on the camera, he's like, let's go. I feel like he matches our culture, not just like what we need in this situation because Hutchinson's out, but he matches the culture. Like if he comes here, he's going to rev everybody else up, like if somebody doesn't step up, he's going to help them step up. I feel like not only just his skill, but his mentality, No,
I think he's from what I can see, he looks like he's the perfect fit. But what we don't know is he available? Are the Raiders going to trade him or not? If they're not going to trade him, then it's a lot of hot air we're blowing around here, right? Because we just don't know. Are there other options that they can go to? Sure, it seems like there are other options. It seems like the easiest option is to come up with a deal to acquire Hassan Reddick, which they may end up doing. The problem that I see with Hassan Reddick, though, is that it's going to take several weeks to ramp him up and get him up to speed to play at the level that you want him to play to. And we're not even sure if he's ever going to be the old Hassan Reddick because he hasn't had training camp. He hasn't had practice and all that. And then if you're not going to sign him to an extension, then he's gone. And what have you got?
Well, he would cost a mid-round pick, most likely. A 3, maybe a 2 in a couple of years.
I'm going the other way. I keep going the other way. I think maybe a 4, maybe a 5.
Which is, the upside of a Hassan Reddick deal and the feasibility of a Hassan Reddick deal seems to me to be way more likely than the feasibility of a Max Crosby deal.
Did you see? Was it? It was an ESPN.com. One of their insider articles had trades the team should make. I think was it Brian Barwell?
You told me about it yesterday, but I never saw the story.
So, in the story, he has it is Barnwell, and it's trade deadline deals teams should make. And for the Lions, it said Lions add short-term pass rush assistance by acquiring Hassan Reddick. And what he has the Lions giving up for Hassan Reddick is the biggest no-brainer in the world, which would be a 6th-round pick in 2026.
In 2026?
In 2026.
So would you give up 3 first-rounders for Max Crosby or a 6th-rounder 2 years from now for Hassan Reddick? If both those deals were in front of you.
Yes.
You're doing both?
Sure. Well, the problem is, yes, actually, I would do them both. Because if you're only getting Hassan Reddick for this year,
I would just do the Reddick deal. But I'm saying that, but I don't even know what they're going to look like. Like the defense was trending in a way where they might have been a top 10 defense in the NFL this year, which was great. And it also means, in spite of all our screaming and yelling about needing somebody opposite of Hutch, they really didn't the way they were playing. That's one. 2 is they're going to take a step back. What they settle into, if they settle into a middle third defense, I still think that's good enough to win a Super Bowl. But they might be worse than that. We have yet to know.
This trade deadline already is intriguing because the players we're talking about, the players we're interested in, there's questions, giant question marks about all of them. Whether you look at Garrett and Crosby, the question is, wait a minute, are they even on the market? We don't know that. And then the question about Hassan Reddick is he even going to take a deal where he doesn't get an extension? Because that's been his whole complaint the entire time, is he wants an extension.
I have a confession to make too, because something bothered me a year ago, and I can sense it coming again, and it's impacting this discussion. I'm admitting it. It's seeping into my attitude here. I'll make that confession next, and then we'll start hearing from Aaron Glenn, from Ben Johnson. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. All right, here's a confession, Gator. The confession is that last year, in the midst of the best Lions season of our lifetime, our show got bogged down in the middle of the season with people bitching about Brad Holmes because he didn't go get an edge rusher at the trade deadline. And by the time that had run its course, I was so sick of the phone calls about Chase Young and Montez Sweat. And when I made calls to find out why, the response I got was Chase Young wasn't a fit, and I think we saw over the course of time that was probably true. And Montez Sweat, they didn't want to commit the money to him that would be necessary because they had a plan to sign their own guys, and he would take up a big chunk of that money, and they didn't want to cost him like one of these players that they've re-signed. And I'm like, all that makes sense. And no, they didn't win the Super Bowl last year. And if you are in the camp that last season was a failure because they didn't win a Super Bowl, but I think that Brad Holmes last year over the course of time is going to be proven right, because I do think they are going to win a Super Bowl eventually here under Brad Holmes. I actually think that's going to happen. And if it never does, then I guess this could be like the Leland era Tigers, where they were always there, they were always in the mix, but they never got to the mountaintop, and that was frustrating. I feel like we're setting up that people are going to be mad at Brad Holmes again for not making a trade that probably isn't really on the table.
I don't think that happens unless one of those guys we're talking about gets traded elsewhere. And if they do, then people are going to complain about it. And I'm not going to say that they don't have the right to, because I think we're looking at a situation now where it makes all the sense in the world, because you don't have Aiden Hutchinson and you want to compete this year. And if it's Max Crosby, it's not just about this year. It's about, you talk about having a window to win. You're thinking about the future, what that looks like to have both of those bookend defensive ends. But
it costs some other players on the cap.
Well, yeah, okay. So it may. But if you're giving up the good for the great, I don't have a problem with that.
Well, I'm saying if it weakens a team elsewhere and then they create another problem, but we don't even know if there's a trade on the table. And I'm not looking forward to the trade deadline if they don't go get Max Crosby, because people think it's going to be easy to go get Max Crosby.
You're going to have to deal with it, Doug.
I know, I'm big boy. And my big boy pants on.
And again,
pull the britches up and tighten the belt buckle. And
it doesn't even matter unless Crosby gets dealt to another team. That's the only time it's going to matter.
So, Aaron Glenn. Sorry, King. Good? Are we good? All right, good. Aaron Glenn, Lions defensive coordinator, spoke to the media yesterday, had some interesting things to say, and we'll start with what he had to say about moving forward without Aiden Hutchinson.
He plays almost every play.
Yeah, but what's funny about this is I almost feel like the second half of that soundbite, we're going to put guys in position to make plays. What we're not going to do, and what I don't want you guys to do, and people can write whatever they want, people can feel whatever they want, but I feel like that second half of that soundbite, we were let into the defensive line room to hear the defensive coordinator telling these guys that nobody thinks you can do it. That you are being disrespected. People are giving up on our season, and basically they're saying you guys aren't like. I feel like he just let us in the room there.
A little.
That's
bit.
a card that he's playing.
Could be. And look, he should play that card. Bill, like I say, a chip on his shoulder is a good thing. Shine it up, because I think that's what they're trying to cultivate here. Hey, nobody's believing in you guys. We believe in you guys. Everybody in this room believes in you guys. And after Sunday, everyone's going to believe in you guys.
Oh, sounds like you could do the pregame speech.
I guess you want to be a Super Bowl team.
Yeah.
When people say Levi Enrique isn't very good.
No, Levi Enrique is a future Pro Bowl.
Which is Gators high school coach. That you do a great impression of it, even though I never met the man.
People say Brad Gravis pretty slow. You know, Brad Gravis pretty fast. Actually, I think he actually cited my name as the one who was. People say Scott Anderson, he's pretty slow. You say, no, Scott Anderson's pretty fast. And I'm like, no, I'm not. Not even close. That's why I'm on the defensive line.
People say Pat O'Connor isn't as good as Max Crosby.
Yeah.
You say, yeah, he's probably not. All right, so more from Aaron Glenn. Can you scheme up pressure? Can the defensive coordinator take these guys, get out the chalkboard, and scheme up some pressure? Here's what he said. I like that he's embracing it. He did say that the rest of the coaches on the defensive staff do a good job of helping him, put together these game plans based upon player skill sets.
Well, I'll tell you what I like. That if you're trying to find any kind of silver lining out of what happened is that offenses don't really know how to game plan against the Lions here because there is no Hutchinson. So you don't know, like you would expect, how are they going to get pressure? They're going to have to dial it up from blitzing, right? You've got Anzalone, Jack Campbell, and Malcolm Rodriguez. Let's say all three of those linebackers there on the line of scrimmage are all threatening. And then there's Brian Branch over there too. How do you know who's coming? You don't, because all these guys have been in the backfield as a rusher at some point.
Did you watch the press conference yesterday?
No.
Because here's cut 3. Where's the pressure going to come from? And he says it's the linebacker spot. There you go. There you go.
It's almost like Aaron Glenn and I are best friends.
Well, as Kank pointed out, they've also been doing this all season. So it's not.
What are you doing?
I'm.
Why you got to take away my shine?
Yeah, when you say Gator doesn't make good points, you say
Gator does make good points.
Yeah.
He's quite salient.
You say Gator's a dumbass. You say, no, Gator's not a dumbass.
He's a smart ass.
He's a smart ass.
No, he's pretty smart.
He's a wise ass.
Okay. When you say Gator knows nothing about football, you say no. Gator knows a lot about football.
All right.
We'll hear from Ben Johnson, OC, next. Later we'll have some picks. Let's go to Josiah in Lake Orion. Hi, Josiah.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Appreciate it.
What's up?
I have my final score is 31-28. I think it's going to be a nail-biter and a back-and-forth offensive battle. I have one thing that I just wanted to say.
Can I, before you get to the one thing, and we'll give you your time, who wins?
Oh, I'm sorry?
Who wins the game?
Oh, the Lions. Sorry,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, sorry, the Lions win.
All right.
Yeah, Lions win.
All right.
Aaron Glenn, I don't know if I'm looking too much into this, and this is like the talk about trading for someone, obviously. He said, we don't ask them to fill in for Hutch. So that makes me think, are they talking behind the scenes of bringing someone in? I don't know if I'm looking too much into that, but I just kind of caught that when I just heard him talking with what you guys put on.
Well, that's fascinating, Josiah. I did not notice that. So you think the implication is we'll ask the new guy to do that stuff? The guy that we trade for is the guy we're going to ask to do that stuff.
Yeah, I just because they don't like to put pressure. Because he just said that they like to put their talents out on the field, and maybe they don't have someone like Hutch to do that in house. So maybe they talk to Crosby, maybe they talk to Garrett. And then I think, in regards to a shootout, I think that's really how it's going to go. And I think this is going to be the game where you see J-Mo and Amon-Ra put up over 100, and you might see Laporta with a touchdown. Because I think that's just the only way we're going to win this game, and I think we're definitely going to be able to run the rock well.
Well, there is something funny in line for this game. You mentioned Jameson Williams. We'll get to that today at 1:31. Plus Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator, his thoughts on where the offense is. You'll hear that starting at 1:16. We got picks coming up later this hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, is your home's brickwork or chimney in need of repair? Call Brickworks Property Restoration. These experts specialize in brick repair, chimney restoration, and tuck pointing. Look for cracked bricks or crumbling mortar. Those are signs that your home may need some TLC. Whether it's restoring your brick walls or making your chimney safe again, Brickworks, they got you covered. With 0% financing for 12 months, Brickworks makes it easy to get the job done without breaking the bank. Plus, they're locally owned and operated, supporting our community. Visiting Brickworks MI, visit brickworksmi.com today for a free quote. Call Brickworks, your trusted choice for brick and chimney care, because nobody works like Brickworks. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson. 97.1 A Ticket. Antonio, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Antonio.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
And I'm torn. You know, I want them to make a move so bad, but they're gonna have to. It's gonna have to be something to indicate that they need to make a good move. So I don't want them to lose, you know, but I'm afraid that if they win, that they will feel that they don't need to make a move.
So did you hear this? Hey, Antonio, did you hear the soundbite we played from Brad Holmes earlier in the show by chance?
Yes, I did.
Where he said, we're guard against being a prisoner of the moment. I think winning the game and thinking you don't need to make a move would totally being a prisoner of the moment.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
You know, but I think it's their precedence. And the greatest show on turf, which I'm not saying we're the greatest show on turf, but we do play on turf. We do play in a dome. We do have a high-powered offense. Their defense wasn't necessarily lighting it up, even though it's a different NFL now. But I'm trying to find something to hold on to, guys. Help me out.
Well, I mean, I've said it a bunch. I hate to be repetitive. I think in this league, offense wins championships, and the Lions' offense is still one of the best in the league. And we'll find out over the next few games because they have a tough schedule at Minnesota and at Green Bay are the next two games. And if their offense is still humming along, you know, it's just what does the defense settle into being? And you want your defense to make enough plays for you. Like last year, they could not make some very makeable plays in that San Francisco game defensively. And they also didn't make a couple plays offensively they probably should have made. But yeah, I'm good with that.
One more thing. As far as Aaron Glenn giving the, you know, they don't believe in us speech and, you know, the rah-rah speech.
Yeah.
I think he should hold back on giving that kind of speech because if it turns out that they do go make a move, then it goes contrary to the rah-rah speech that you gave. Hey, they're counting us out and, you know, they don't think you could do it. And then you turn around and go get somebody. That's kind of letting the team know that I don't believe in you guys. We had to go get somebody. So I think he should hold off on that particular rah-rah speech.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for the phone call, Antonio. All right, so here we go. We said we get to some Ben Johnson sound. Offensive coordinator. Did you run too many trick plays against Dallas last week? Here's what he said. So that was a quote we read on the air yesterday. The well is deep one.
It's deep.
I like that.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Right? He's basically telling everybody, though, any trick play you've seen us run this year, we're not going to run again. Or are they?
Yeah. So somebody else asked him.
Master.
Yeah, he kind of is. Somebody else asked him if last week's game was super aggressive. Last week's game plan was super aggressive. Here's what he said. You know, it's interesting because he did say something that we didn't play for you, but he was talking about with the trick plays and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Says we call them a lot more than you see them. We just have to have the right look.
Yeah.
And he set an example of how the defense is, the look that the defense gives them really impacts the play that we see. And he made the point that last year, remember the last game of the year, they were playing Minnesota and it didn't really matter. But they were trying to get, was it Josh Reynolds they were trying to get to some incentives? Yeah. Okay, so Josh Reynolds needed a certain number of catches, a certain number of yards to get incentives. And he said it was the first time in his career he was calling plays to get the ball specifically. Like, I got to get this guy his 4 catches and his 100 yards or whatever it was. so he can meet his incentives. And he goes, it was at that point that I realized this is really hard because you call plays and then they come out in a coverage and you hear Goff say, kill, kill, kill. And Goff said they've called the pass back to him several times, but kill, kill, kill because it was the wrong look. So as he said, it feels like he does that every week. It's just you don't see it because plays get changed based upon what the look the defense gives you.
Yeah, but you can't tell me this one against Dallas didn't mean more for him.
Oh, he's trying to make it sound
like
it
didn't. I know he's trying to. I ain't buying it. All those plays that had offensive linemen specifically involved in them, to see how pissed he was when the flag was thrown on the play with Penei Sewell, you could tell it means more. It meant more.
He was pretty savage last week.
Yeah, I mean, you can't help but think there has been some spite with those play calls, Gator. I agree.
Absolutely.
But I think Ben Johnson's also saying, it's not my fault your defense is so crappy it allowed us to do this stuff. You know what I mean? Like he says, the defense dictates what we're able to call and run. And you guys allowed us to run trick play after trick play because your defense sucks.
You let us clown on you.
Yes.
Your fault.
Exactly.
I remember
Chris Christie.
John L. Smith said this about Ohio State and Michigan State years ago when it was at the end of the game and Ohio State just they were still throwing a ball with little time left on the clock and a comfortable lead. And afterwards, John L. Smith was asked about that. And he's like, I'm not angry about that. He goes, it's up to us to stop them. It's our job to stop them. So if we're not able to do that, then why am I complaining about the fact that they're exposing us? Well, we got to stop it.
Final thing here from Ben Johnson. What did you like about Tim Patrick, a emerging receiver who is another waiver claim making plays for the Lions? Here's what he said. There you go. And it's interesting. You start thinking about all those things he cited at the beginning. This is their evaluation of a player, how they fit, which they're probably going through right now with defensive ends.
If you're a wide receiver, you have to feel appreciated by the coaching staff for doing the little things because they love when you do the little things.
Yep.
Because the little things aren't so little. When you're making that block downfield and it springs the running back an extra 15 yards or he gets into the end zone, that's awesome, and you're getting the accolades for it. And Tim Patrick did that last week. I forget which play. It was a running back that's going down the field, but he's in there ready to make the block, and he's down there and in position. And when you look at game film, and the coaches notice that, they love to point that stuff out.
Let's go to Greg and Warren. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Greg.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you today?
All right, Greg.
Thank you.
Good. I'm going to try and justify giving up the 3 first-round picks for Max Crosby. Okay, let's say if the draft was held right now, and the draft was held same day next year. What are our needs at all positions right now?
Well, it's still defensive end.
Okay, let's exclude that position. What after that?
The needs for the Lions?
Yes.
In the future, like I said, I still think it's defensive end. But if you don't want me to include that, then I'd say, keeping the offensive line intact. So I want to
get another
probably
lineman.
draft another offensive lineman.
Okay, and I think we've locked up some of our big needs for the next 2, 3, 4 years. So there's no real need to have a first round pick for the next couple of years. So let's address the issue at hand right now and get Max Crosby at all costs.
Well, again, you used the word at all costs. So what's the point where you don't?
Well, if they want 4-round draft picks, no. If they want 2
all right, well,
I would tell you, I would bet that Brad Holmes would scoff at the idea that he doesn't need 3 first-round picks over the next several drafts.
I don't know, man. That guy, he needs a wheelbarrow to haul those things around because he doesn't matter. He's picking up his picks all throughout the draft.
I
Sure,
realize
he'd love
that.
to have.
I
He'd love to have
think he
picks.
would scoff at the idea that you don't need first round picks for 3 of the next seasons.
Well, like I said, the Rams did it with 4.
I know the Rams did it, but we've talked a little bit about all-in moves that didn't work. 248-539-9797. All right, there is an adage in sports that might be on display Sunday in Minnesota. Gator, you disagree with it from moment one. Others don't. We will get to that today at 1:32. Our picks at 1:40 here on 97.1.
My favorite place to go is 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. They have awesome food. The wings are the best in town. The atmosphere is great as well. And this Monday, stop by at 24 Seconds because starting at 7 o'clock for only $40, you can get a signed copy of award-winning reporter Dave Burkett's book that illustrates the timeline of your favorite Detroit football team. That's awesome. Plus, you get $3.75 drafts, 20-ounce drafts of Miller Lite for all Detroit football games. In fact, all the Sunday games they have, and it's all day, every day. Also, during Detroit football games, you get $4 Honolulu Blue shots. There's $5 hot dog combos and $6 brat combos. You want to save the hassle and the parking nightmares of driving to downtown for the football games? How about this? For the October 27th game, you can hop on a 24-second shuttle and have a drink on the way to the game, and it's only $40 round trip. Plus, they have specials during all the college football games as well, and they show all the UFC fights at 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. There's never a cover either. Detroit hockey, we got hockey going on right now. You get drink specials, $4 bottles of Blue and Blue Light for those games, and they're open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays, and if you're going to have a party, have it done at 24 Seconds. Let them do all the work for you. Plus, they're hiring cooks right now as well. Every seat's a great seat at 24 Seconds. The service is amazing. The food's even better. Check out all the specials and happenings they have at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
Okay, so the adage, Gator, you've always said, I don't understand it. But it is, don't make a trade within the division. Don't make a trade within the division. We have our first big game of the season coming up. They're all pretty big. I mean, but this is a big one. This is Minnesota and Detroit, two teams atop the NFC North. And of course, they did make a trade. Their GM, Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, and our GM, Brad Holmes, they weren't afraid to make a trade within the division.
Correct.
And the Lions traded the pick at 32 and the pick at 34. And I believe it was a later pick involved as well. I can't remember which round it was. It's a third rounder. Okay. Sorry, it was a third rounder. To the Vikings for number 12 and number 46. The net that the Vikings walked away from that trade was a disappointing Lewis Cine. They ended up moving 34 for Ed Ingram, a guard that does play for them, and Andrew Booth, who's gone, the corner. And the third rounder, they got a backup linebacker with one tackle this year. So basically, they got one starter out of it in Ed Ingram. The Lions net from that trade was they got Jamison Williams and Josh Paschal. So we will see on display their guard and a backup linebacker against Jamison Williams and Josh Paschal. If Paschal has a huge game, then my guess is that will come up in Minnesota if Paschal picks up the slack.
It might.
Yep.
It might. Yeah, but I've never understood in any sport why you wouldn't trade within division. If you think that trade's going to help your team, make you better, take you where you want to go, then do it.
Yeah, it's one of those deals that's like you're scared to get burned because you'll see it'll be thrown in your face every time you face that team.
Which any good GM will say, I don't care. You know, I'm going to make good trades. I'm going to make bad trades. Nobody's perfect. You're going to make some mistakes. But if you feel confident that what you're going to do is going to better your team, do it.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Terrence in Detroit, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Terrence.
Happy Friday, fellas. How we doing?
We're doing great, Terrence.
As it relates to the Max Crosby scenario, I believe it was Antonio a few callers ago that said he was torn. I'm torn too, but I'm like 65-35. Don't trade because it's not worth what the asking price is going to be. We don't even know what the asking price would be, but I know it's too much. Like, we've seen the Niners give up first rounders. The Browns have done it, and they just haven't gotten it done. Yeah, sure, the Niners remain in the convo, but they never get the trophy. And Rams did it, yeah, but that's one lone example. You know, sometimes I feel like revisionist history causes us to feel like something is more common and easy to do than it actually is. And I don't have anything against Max. He's obviously putting up better numbers as far as over his career than Hutch, but I just don't know that regardless, I'm ready to give up 3 picks, regardless of where the picks lie in that round, for a player that's on a different defense where he's phenomenal on that defense because it was structured for him.
Would you do it for 2 first-round picks and a 4th-round pick?
2 first-round picks and a 4th. I think it was Doug, one of you guys said for any first round we're giving up, we need to get something on the back end, some type of compensatory pick, because that's when Brad Holmes likes to cook. But I just don't know that I'm ready to give up that type of capital because we're trending in the right direction. I would hate to be trending in the right direction and then off of a limb that he could fit in this defense end up setting ourselves back, right? Like I've seen, and I know he's not a quarterback, but just we've seen it back-to-back when Trent Green goes out, Kurt Warner comes in, leads them to the Super Bowl. Bledsoe goes out, Brady comes in. Again, I know he's not a quarterback, but revisionist history makes us think that stuff like that happens more commonly than not, where it's easy to replace someone that molds and gels a team. And I just don't think that Hutch is that replaceable, not even from a guy that's putting up better numbers, if that makes sense.
You know, Terrence, there's more than one way to a Super Bowl. The only path to the Super Bowl doesn't go through Max Crosby. It seems like an obvious one, and it's in our face, and it's something worth talking about for sure, but that's not the only way. So I'm very hopeful that Brad Holmes will do what Brad Holmes does, which is typically something very smart, and go get somebody that will help them increase their chances of getting there. Jesse and Pontiac, you're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Jesse.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Good. All right. Yeah, I was kind of calling about that same point. Like the other day, Mike was talking about how we shouldn't accept mediocrity, and we should ask for more from Holmes and these guys, like to go out and get one of these guys and do this. But, at the same time, when we traded Hawkinson to Minnesota, he was all about where, they've decided to tank and we're going nowhere if they do this. He's our playmaker. And that was the stepping stone that's gotten us to where we are now. That was the turnaround point. And I think that if Brad Holmes thinks we need this Crosby to win the Super Bowl, that he's going to get him. And if he thinks we can do it without, but he's not just giving up on this team.
No.
And, rolling over.
No, I don't think he is. I think I've said all along, I don't expect them to make a massive move here. But, if the Crosby thing actually becomes a reality, and there's a lot of noise, but it doesn't sound like any of it's actually coming from the Raiders themselves. But if they do, if they think that they can pull this trade off and not handcuff themselves too far moving forward, that'd be awesome. But still expect it to be something else that's more Tim Patrick-y than Max Crosby.
He's amazing.
So we shall see. Sean in New Baltimore. Hi, Sean.
Hey guys, great show.
How are you?
A quick one on this. I think people are getting too hung up on the scope of the trades that we're talking about. If the Lions, not saying they would, but stub their toe and the best they do for the next 3 years is get a wild card spot, their first round pick is almost the end of the list anyway. It's almost a second round pick, right?
Yep.
Well, yeah, I mean, it'd be in the
top
20s.
of the second round pick, yeah, but yeah.
They win the Super Bowl.
But it's at the bottom. They're not getting Matt Stafford or Caleb Williams. They're not even seeing those guys.
I could see Jordan Love.
Yeah, true. But that's what I mean. I don't think people should be so afraid just because it's called a first round pick.
It depends how many of them you want to give up, though. I mean, that's and again, none of this matters unless he's available, unless Max Crosby is available. If we get a story that breaks over the weekend, if you get Schefter drops something or Jay Glazer drops something and says, the Raiders are actually relaxing on their stance and they're open for business, let the bidding begin for Max Crosby. And we'll see just how serious teams are. And do I think the line should be serious? Yes. But I have a limit. I have a threshold of how far you can go. But none of us knows right now. You don't know if he's available. I feel like it's not even worth talking about unless he is available. The problem is Max opened up his mouth the other day. And he said...
Forlorn Max
said he doesn't want to be part of a rebuild and he wants to win now. He plays to win now. That's how he plays the game, is to win right now. And when you say things like that, it's open to interpretation that maybe he wants to get out of there because are the Raiders in win now mode? Absolutely not.
All right, let's pick some games. All right, here we go. Last week, 2-4 from me, 4-2 from Gator. I'm doing better, way better in college than the NFL. You're doing excellent in the NFL. Both of us 4-2 with our locks. I will start. Game I'm going to be at tonight, Purdue and Oregon in West Lafayette.
Here we go.
The travel plus Ryan Brown now making plays with his feet for Purdue. I will take the Boilermakers plus the 29.5.
Doug, will you storm the field if they just cover?
Yep.
I will go with a big game being played at Louisville tomorrow. Miami, one of the top teams in the country. They're going to have to continue to show that they are worthy of that kind of moniker. They're only giving up 5 points. Louisville is a kind of a scary team. You never know which one you're going to get. But Miami needs to show everybody that they belong there. I don't think giving up the 5 points is enough to take Louisville. I like Miami -5.
Next one, a get-right game for Rutgers and their offense going up against a UCLA team that has struggled. They have yet to score 20 points in a game this year. I'll take Rutgers minus the 4.5.
I will stay in the Big Ten.
Wisconsin. Oh, that's my Car House lock of the week. Sorry. My bad.
Okay.
My bad.
I like that.
Go ahead.
Staying in the Big Ten, Wisconsin is giving up 8 points at Northwestern. For the 63 people that get to watch that game, there might be an advantage. Not really. Wisconsin would travel anyway. Wisconsin just beat the hell out of a team last week. They're playing really well right now. I think the 8 points is no problem. Northwestern isn't anything special. It's my shoot the boot lock of the week. Wisconsin -8 at Northwestern.
Big 12 rivals Cincinnati and Arizona State match up. down at Nippert Field. Isn't that where Cincy plays? I'll take the Bearcats minus the 5.5 at home against the Sun Devils.
Lastly, Doug, I'm going to stay in the Big Ten. Nebraska is at Indiana. The over-under set at 49 points. Seems a little low for a team like Indiana that scores a ton of points. Nebraska is able to put points on the board, and Indiana's defense, well, they can give up some points. I love the over 49.
All right, let's shift gears and go to the NFL. Put my money where my mouth is. Don't like playing the local teams, but I really like Detroit plus the point that they are getting at Minnesota.
Bengals are at Cleveland. We discussed earlier in the week how this is just one of the lowest ticket prices to get in the NFL schedule this weekend. It's the Battle of Ohio. I feel like Cincinnati fans are going to flood Cleveland because all the Cleveland people are spending their money on the ALCS. Bengals minus 5.5. I love it.
At home, San Francisco is hosting Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. I like the 49ers here minus a point.
The Jets are at the Steelers. That's right. Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams and company, they're taking on Pittsburgh. I'm not going to say Pittsburgh is going to win this game as much as I hate the Jets. But what I am going to say is that the over 39 is in play for this one. I think we're going to see some offensive fireworks despite these teams really not showing so much.
Over 30. What is it? Over 30?
Over 39.
Okay. My final one, Rams hosting Las Vegas. Rams getting healthier. I'll take the Rams minus the 7 at home.
Lastly, Doug, Baltimore is at Tampa Bay. Baltimore giving up 3.5 points in this one. I just think Baltimore is one of the best teams in football. Tampa Bay is so Jekyll and Hyde, and I just see Baltimore winning this game by perhaps even more than a touchdown. So giving up 3.5 is not that hard to do.
Oh, there you go. Those are our picks. Kang loves a pick every week and hates on one. Which one do you like the most this week?
Doug, I like your Cincy pick minus 5 against Arizona State. That would have been my Crocker house lock, but I really like that pick.
All right. Which one do you not like the most?
All right. I'm sticking with Cincinnati. Gator, I don't like the Bengals minus 5.5 at Cleveland. This is my reason why. That just seems too obvious, and this is the NFL, so I'm going the other way with it. I think some freaky stuff happens every week. This might be one of those games. So I'll take the 5.5 with the Browns.
There you go. Those are our picks. Do with them what you will. Hey, Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is ready to celebrate Halloween football and the best deals of all. Right now, you could lease a new 2024 Silverado for just $306 a month. With only $19.99 down. You heard it right. $306 a month for 24 months on a 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 2FL. Unlock the savings with a GM employee discount. Chevy lease in your household. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Get the best deals of all this fall. And Say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Phone calls. Let's take them. Joe in Oxford. What's up, Joe?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
We're good.
All right.
So all this talks about Max Crosby, and I admit that Max is what on paper would be a good fit for would be good for the Lions to get, but the asking price may be substantially more than Brad wants to pay. What is the status of Trey Hendrickson in Cincinnati as far as what an estimated price would be for the trade? And I think he would be a better fit because you've got familiarity with the coaching staff from their time together in New Orleans, and you've got DJ Reader, who would be playing alongside.
Well, I think the thing that you have to keep in mind with Cincinnati and Trey Hendrickson is that Cincinnati still thinks that they're in a hunt.
I think they're going to be 5-4 in a few weeks, and they probably won't want to move on from him. I'd love Trey Hendrickson. That would be a big move. I'm guessing that there's not legitimate accessibility to him.
Well, that's why we root for Cleveland on Sunday.
Without question. They root for a lot of teams to collapse. I want the Raiders to look pathetic.
Do I want Cleveland to collapse so we can get Myles Garrett?
The only reason why I want Myles Garrett is so he could rip off Jordan Love's helmet and pop him in the head with it like he did. What's his name in Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't need to do that. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't need a penalty.
Yeah, I mean, you could get. Look, there's probably going to be a bunch of players, teams that aren't planning on trading, that become available in the next few weeks because those teams fade.
Well, also keep this in mind. There's never a ton of movement on the NFL trade deadline.
Not as much as the other sports. It's the one thing that the NFL hasn't perfected.
We see the moves in the offseason more so than you see them in the season. That's not to say things don't happen because obviously things do.
Trade deadline time is way more fun in Major League Baseball, the NHL, the NBA.
Totally.
Let's go to Brandon in West Bloomfield. What's up?
Hey, so we're talking about earlier, you guys were talking about 3 first, 3 seconds. I mean, something silly, but certainly we know that there has to be a maximum thing that's ever been done. What does that look like? I mean, do we know that? 2 first and a second.
Well, the Deshaun Watson trade is kind of insane in retrospect. Had this earlier in the week. It was 3 firsts. Give me a second here. 3 firsts, 2 fourths, and a third.
I would argue a non-quarterback trade then.
I don't know what the highest return is.
But
well, I'm not even sure Deshaun's the highest, but that's the one I saw earlier this week.
Has there ever been a defensive trade for 2 firsts?
Yes.
Yes, Khalil Mack.
And Jalen Ramsey.
Yep.
Well, there you go. And then second, is there any interest in, if we lose to Minnesota by a lot or we win by a lot, does that affect our bargaining chip?
What's the bargaining chip?
Because if we lose by a lot, all of a sudden we need this guy. But if we win by a lot, it's we don't really need him. We can take him or leave him.
Well, we've been asked this. Did you hear the Brad Holmes cut from earlier in the show by chance?
I think so, but repeat it.
Well, he just said, we guard against being a prisoner of the moment. And that would be if you win or lose this game and it severely impacts what you're going to do, it's being a prisoner of the moment. That doesn't mean they won't do it, but that's something he says they guard against.
The bargaining power.
From LA's side, are they thinking, these guys need Max Crosby, so now we can, make them go all in? Or
if they lose the next 2, they'll certainly be more desperate, and they could lose the next 2. These are good teams they're playing. There's no sure things in the NFL, especially when 2 good teams get together. If they lose the next 2, people might see the Lions as desperate.
But the bargaining power resides with the Raiders.
Yeah.
Period. They don't have to trade them. If they want to trade them, then they're going to get a bidding war.
Because they think that what they're viewing, what they're trading against, we're trading with the Lions, got it. But if they need this guy, we have more bargaining power versus they won against the Packers and against the Vikings. They don't really need him.
So, it all comes down to are they willing to move him? And if they are, then they've got their price. And you got to believe if Max Crosby's on the trade market, that there will be multiple teams involved that want to get his services. So they'll take what's best for them.
I feel like we have to keep saying this. There has been zero indication that he is available. In fact, it's been just the opposite. Things can change. Maybe he does become available. Maybe the price tag isn't some insane amount. But if it's not, you have to figure that Lions won't be the only team bidding on him. And others will, and that'll drive up the price. But, hey, man, big game coming up on Sunday. Could dictate a little bit of their thinking, but not a lot. Don't be the prisoner of the moment. The Bears trade for Khalil Mack with the Raiders. 2 first-round selections. That was the first NFL trade in 9 years involving multiple first-round picks going to one team for a veteran player, but that's not – because he asked what's the most ever given up for a non-quarterback.
Right. Jalen Ramsey was traded for 2 first-round picks and a 4th-round pick.
Okay.
From the Jaguars to the Rams. And then this is crazy. 4 years later, he was traded by the Rams to the Dolphins for a 3rd-round pick.
Okay, so the Bears in the Khalil Mack trade, they gave up a first-rounder, which became Josh Jacobs. Another first-rounder that became Damon Arnett. A 3rd-rounder that became Brian Edwards, the receiver, and a 6th-rounder that became cornerback. And so, mixed return there is from what they got. But
well, they got the picks. They just
didn't do the best job with
the picks.
Right?
Yeah,
this is true. So anyway, if you missed it earlier, I got the Lions winning this game 34-28. Gators got the Lions winning 24-20. And then Kang, God bless him, has the Lions winning 29-19.
Might be scoregami.
Could be. Those are scores that have never happened ever before in the
I'm going
history.
to guess it's not. I bet you that's happened.
29-19?
Yes.
You might be right. But numbers aren't your thing, though, so we'll see.
This is true. No, I'm not downgrading. I love it. I love going out there. 29-19. I think it's awesome. It's the algorithm in your head just went off and spit out like a robot. 29-19.
It was when he actually said it, you could almost see the wheels spinning. It's like just talking, and then he goes like 29-19. It's happened 5 times in the history of the league, and it's all modern era. The last time it happened was when Washington football team beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on November 14th of 2021. Washington 29, Tampa Bay 19.
There it is.
Chiefs over the Broncos in 2017 by that score. Minnesota over New Orleans by that score in 2017. Twice in 2017 it happened. Then the Redskins beat the Raiders in 98.
Washington a lot.
Yeah,
Huh?
it's popular with them. And Philly over Arizona in 96. So there you go. Rico Beard has made his way in studio.
Douglas.
What's up?
Did I hear you headed down to Purdue game?
Leaving right now. Right now.
Gator, what's happening, man?
How are you, Rico?
Good.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
We're going to talk of Lions and maybe a different spin on this whole Max Crosby thing, and more likely to happen, Vikings victory or MSU victory.
All right, have a great show. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. I'll tweet out some selfies tonight. Maybe we'll go live on Twitch.
Just not Purdue Pete. He's creepy.
We leave every Friday with the Gator Rant. Have a good one.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. It's a battle not just for the top spot in the North, but the entire NFC as the 4-1 Lions hit the road to take on 5-0 Minnesota Sunday. Aiden Hutchinson's season-ending injury is not the only one of concern before this one. Guard Kevin Zeitler is a long shot to play with a hip injury, and corner Carlton Davis is back at practice, but still battling a quad injury. Dan Campbell says the stage does not get any bigger for a divisional game. The Lions and Vikings, they played twice last year. Detroit beat them both times, including one to win the division. Detroit is a 1.5-point underdog in this one Sunday. We'll have that full injury report after practice this afternoon. Both Michigan and Michigan State back from a bye tomorrow. Jack Tuttle will start at quarterback for the number 24 Wolverines. They're 3.5-point favorites at number 22 Illinois. Then up in East Lansing, the Spartans 5.5-point underdogs against Iowa on homecoming. And baseball, Mike, the Dodgers, they look to eliminate the Mets in Game 5 of the NLCS in Queens this afternoon. ALCS, Yankees and Guardians is tonight. New York's got a 2-1 series lead. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Friday is here. We've got a lot to talk about. TJ will join us at 3. Should be sober by then. And we are going to talk about new information on the Max Crosby front. We are going to talk about Lions and Vikings and what it all means. But Rico wanted to do something at the start of the show, and it's fine because we have prop bets coming up. Derek Stevens coming up. I woke up today convinced of 2 things. Convinced. And if you remember, I woke up with a bad feeling about Game 4, and I told you once you lost that game, I felt like you were losing Game 5 in Cleveland. Both of those things happen.
You double down.
And you go, well, you and your bad feelings. Let me tell you, I have one good feeling and one bad feeling. I want to know which of these two is more likely, more accurate. Because I woke up today convinced, feeling one, Michigan State's going to win tomorrow night. Out of nowhere, off a bye, at home, at night against Iowa. Why? I don't have reasons. I just feel like
stuff.
They've been close to putting it all together, and it invariably ends with them giving themselves a colonoscopy. And that off the bye, it'll just make sense. It's at night. It's a Big Ten Saturday night. It'll just make sense. And for a moment, they will provide joy. That's feeling number one.
Okay.
Feeling number 2, the Lions will lose and look bad doing it. The fact is, life after Aiden comes at you fast. The fact is, Zeitler isn't going to play. And until or unless we get that practice report today, Carlton Davis may be out. And you are on the road against, by far, the best opponent you've played. Those are the 2 feelings I woke up with today. And I have a fever, and the only cure is more cowbell. I just want to know which of those 2 do you believe more accurate? That Michigan State out of nowhere will win, or the Lions out of nowhere will be hit with a garbage can? 248-539-9797. This is your topic, Rico. I have given you, I woke up with Miss Cleo clarity on these 2 items.
The Michigan State thing, Mike, I started feeling very good about it because the number moved to 5.5. And we all know what happens when the Devil's number is there.
Satan.
You take the underdog to just flat out win the thing. Yeah, I can see that happening. For the Lions, I don't know. Because listening to this station, People seem to I think more people will call and say MSU will win the game because there's no way in the world people here see the Lions getting blown out, losing. I see this a different way. I see this as Minnesota can put up just as many points as you can.
Honestly, I was shocked, and you're right. David, you ought to call Val Berry. You ought to just check her cameras. You better make sure there weren't about 38 pileups this morning, because listening to the morning show, nobody had their hands on the wheel. They were firmly wrapped around that shift knob.
Yeah. Minnesota,
Minnesota 118. Mini Lions 118, Vikings 2. Yeah. I told Cookies when I went on, I go, are we still playing the game Sunday? Yeah. People were going nuts.
Yeah.
We're going to win by 17. I'm like, okay then.
Yeah, they can play just as good as offense. In their defense, they're going to bring the blitz. You're minus your best player on defense. And it's going to be hard to skirt that. You heard Aaron Glenn say he's telling his guys, don't try to make up for Aiden because you can't. Just be you, do your job, and let's hope to win this thing. No Carlton Davis. Look, Justin Jefferson has a field day if Nick Mullins is the quarterback. So
you're saying of my premonitions.
Of your premonitions.
You believe in Michigan State more.
If I had to put money, I think that Minnesota wins big than Michigan State. Michigan State is hope. What if it's not? What if it is mired in a much-needed bye week at home against an Iowa team that has been battered a bit in recent weeks, right? And MSU at these moments has looked okay. Here's the thing. You're correct. For Michigan State, Mike, I'll believe this if on the first drive they actually score a touchdown. You don't turn it over
inside the 10.
No turnover on downs, no fumbles, no interceptions. You go up 7-0. If you go up double digits on Iowa, K. McNamara and that Iowa offense, they're not built to come back.
Okay.
Same with the Lions. Minnesota, they've had the lead. They jump on you in the first half and then they smother you in the second half. If you're the Lions, you have to come out fast. This is where you need super ultra aggressive Dan Campbell to go for it at all points because you don't want to fall behind, because then that's when Flores just unleashes the dogs and your quarterback gets killed.
Which one is more believable? State's going to pull a rabbit out of the hat and win Saturday night, or the Lions are going to out of nowhere look bad and lose? Because for me, I woke up with both premonitions. David, you are in fashion glasses. You are staring off into space. What's the issue?
These Lions fans are something else, man.
What is it happening on Ticket Text?
No, not yet. But this was a tough game before you lost Hutchinson. The Minnesota Vikings have looked really good offensively. Rico, you're right. They score. They can score the ball easily, and before you know it, you're down 10-0, 14-0, just like that.
And then that's when they bring the blitz package.
And so now it was tough before Hutch. It's even tougher now without Hutch. And yes, I think the Minnesota Vikings win that game. That's more likely. I get it. It's the devil's number for Michigan State.
Off a bye, at home, at night. Get the O-line healthier. Our defense has been okay. We have shown the ability to stop the run. Okay, we didn't stop Oregon. Good for you. Neither will you.
But until I see it, I just can't pick them because I don't know about the turnover situation.
Okay, and by the way, look, we have to factor in more than Hutch. Carlton Davis may not play.
You're right.
Zeitler's out.
You're
Davenport's out. Barnes is out.
Well, I was just saying, with that, period, It was already tough. Now other things, yeah.
And your center still has a torn pec the last time I checked, right?
Ragnow is all-time tough.
Okay. I understand.
But agree. So, Kenny. I know Kenny. He only cares about Austin, Texas. I know. But I woke up with the premonitions, Kenny. Which of them is more? Which one's going to be true?
I think it's the Lions. I think you make a great point when you say it's more than just Hutch. But I had to hear for 4 hours a bunch of Lions fans calling in saying, "Oh, we're still a Super Bowl team without Hutch. We're still one of the best teams in the league without Hutch."
And they might be, but that doesn't have anything to do with this weekend.
That might be true, but this is a very, very difficult game, and you've lost your motor on defense. I think that absolutely matters, and I think a lot of people are kind of just shrugging that off as no.
Take the helmet off the team, and I say Team B is going on the road to undefeated Team A. And they're down both starting defensive ends, including a Defensive Player of the Year candidate, and potentially their lead corner. Would you ever select Team B?
No.
No.
And that's why I'm worried about
it. Put it that way.
Bro, you love player A, player B. It's the same thing.
And as far as MSU, if I'm allowed to have my own timeout and they get into the red zone and I can just grab Aiden by the face mask, don't F this up, okay? Score the touchdown.
And I
play.
can't give you like hard and fast stuff with State. It's more situationally. Like when you talk about college football, you talk situations. Look ahead spot, letdown spot, off the bye. Like MSU needed a bye week more than any team in America. The injuries, how beat up they were up front. And you're at home. And it is a night game. And it is an opponent that does one thing well. For the love of God, stop the run. Could you provide a modicum of joy to anyone?
Because here's the thing. Their last two games going up against Ohio State and Oregon. Ohio State, they held to a field goal. They had a chance to go up 7-3. They didn't. Oregon, 3 and out. They got the ball back, got it into the red zone, had a chance to go up 7-0. They didn't. Changed the whole tenor of the game. For Iowa, in order for this to work, Mike, hold them, score, and now you make them play catch up because Iowa is not a come from behind type of team.
248-539-9797. Two premonitions. I'm convinced of two things. I'm convinced State's winning tomorrow night, and I'm convinced the Lions are losing on Sunday. And it's not about what you want to happen. I don't want the Lions to lose. I don't want people to be sad. And I don't want to have to live in a world where Sam Darnold has a 3-game lead in the division. But it's how I feel. Which is more accurate? We have new information on the Max Crosby front. I will speak on that at 3. We will have TJ join us. Prop bets, picks. And Jim Costa going wrestling heel at the house that Pizza built last night. An unbelievable turn of events at the Red Wing game. Don't make a move. 97-1.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was a tease.
Be
Mike Valeni
curious.
Gave you a tease. If you want to learn the art of giving great teases, you do need to be curious. If you want to get into radio, you hear what we do every Friday and say, this is what I want to do. I can. Specs at LTU can get you started in that dream. You want to go to television or you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can help you start that path to greatness. But you need to be curious. You got to go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who work in the business. And with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you will learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Being number one, not easy. Takes experience, dedication, and determination. And the number one mattress purchased by millions every year, it's Serta. They got the experience in 111 years, making the world's best mattresses. They do it right here in the state of Michigan. And this fall, get a great night's rest on a great Serta mattress. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, just getting started on a Friday. We'll get to TJ Lang at 3. New information on the Max Crosby front, something I think you'll be interested in. If you think I'm a numbnuts, maybe the person who talked about this you'll view in higher regard. David, what do people have to say about the premonitions?
Come on, gentlemen. They are also missing their leading tackler in Minnesota. I feel like a run game, we could dominate them, win by 10. It's MSU for me on this one.
Hey, real quick, are we witnessing a fan base losing complete touch with reality? Now, it's one thing if you say you win. You do understand winning by double figures in the NFL is really hard to do. Really hard to do. And doing it on the road in division against an undefeated team that you are, according to Vegas, not supposed to be. Rico said this during the commercial break, David. I mean, the morning show before I went on with those guys, I'm listening, and I mean, callers are calling 17, 24, 10, 14. Can anyone just say win?
They got seduced by last week.
Dallas quit. Dallas didn't have their best players, and you played the best game of your life. And, oh, by the way, you were running trick plays in the second half like a 15-year-old playing PlayStation. Mm-hmm. That game cannot be the shining example for normality.
It can't, but I think it's the seduction of that. You believe in Ben Johnson. You believe in this team. You know what? You're going to keep this thing going. Because even when they rolled out backup QBs, and I know I don't like using last year because last year was last year, but we thought, oh, Minnesota's just going to be nothing, and they gave you everything that they had until they threw the final pick with like 30 seconds to go in the game.
David, Tex. We'll get to the callers momentarily. Go ahead, buddy.
I agree. Iowa isn't a team that can play catch-up, but MSU doesn't appear to be a team who can play with the lead. So what's going to give first? I give the Lions winning. Oh, AJ in Brighton.
AJ, you didn't answer the question.
You didn't.
And we're all dumber for having listened to that.
Really smacks the Lions in a muzzle. Get on the phone with Cleveland already, yes, but it's MSU for me.
Okay. And maybe this is an issue of people not wanting to admit that they feel the same way. You don't want to call up and say your team's going to lose. And as Rico put it, if you're a Michigan fan, you don't want to say State's going to win. I don't make the news. I just report it. Just telling you what I woke up feeling, just like I told you about your Tigers. So I just wanted to know.
I'm going to Minnesota for the game this weekend, and I have a sickly feeling that Jefferson goes off and we lose this game.
If Carlton Davis doesn't play, and he hasn't practiced this week with a quad, guys, that's a major thing. Along with Hutch, along with Davenport, along with Barnes. Those are big things. That's before we talk about Zeitler, who's been excellent for this football team up front. Now, you're right, you'll tell me Coyote Shobika, or whatever his name is, has played very well for this team as a backup. Okay, fair. But I also don't believe you're going 16-1. Said before the season, 12-5. Well, in the world I reside in, you got 4 more losses downloading somewhere. At Minnesota, first week, life after Hutch, possibly down your lead dog corner. Yeah, that feels like a loss to me.
Do you guys remember the last time the Lions played Sam Darnold? That is from Jake. It's going to happen again, he says.
Well, yeah, wasn't that his rookie debut, Monday Night Football?
Yes, it was.
The first throw was the first throw, the pick six?
Yeah.
Wow.
That feels so long ago. Let's go to Luke, 97.1. Luke, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir.
So I'm a Michigan State alum, so, I got to have a little bit of bias just so everyone knows. But I have a hard time with Michigan State coming off the bye. As you said, they're getting healthier, and I hope to God that Aiden Childs was in that quarterback room 24/7 because he shows promise, but he looks like a deer running on fresh ice. And if he catches a dry path, he's going to be gone, and he's got a lot of talent, but he just cannot throw interceptions and turn this ball over. And so I have homecoming, night game, bye after the bye week. It's got to be MSU. I know the question is between the two, but MSU.
Okay. No, and again, I mean, Luke, if someone called up and said, I don't buy either premonition, they are within their rights. I believe both. And again, it's not hope. If anyone is hopeless with MSU, it's me. I don't do the fanboy thing. Do I want them to win? More than you know. But it doesn't matter. I know they're not very good. But this is a chaos year in college football. I do look at things like no one's betting on MSU, and yet the point spread keeps going down. It is the devil's number. They are off a bye. They've had moments where you went, weird. They're kind of competent.
And they've had big games against Iowa. So, yeah. I mean, heck, even last year they should have won, but Cooper DeJean.
How about don't punt it to him? You dumbass. Not you, literally. I mean,
no,
that came out wrong.
Rico, it's your fault that you punted the ball.
No, and you're right. You can't point at a man and say, you dumbass, when you don't really. I'm not calling him that. You could still remember it going left to right on your television screen. You don't kick it to him.
I'll make sure that doesn't happen.
I said it.
You know what?
Came out wrong.
I can promise you they will not kick it to Cooper DeJean this year.
Yes. Thank you so much.
I promise you that.
Thank you. Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on?
Yo, how's it going, fellas?
Excellent. Sorry about that. I had to sneeze. Go ahead, Johnny.
Yo, how's it going? I think more than likely it's probably going to be the Lions. To imagine that you're going to average scoring 40 points per game, it's just not going to happen.
No.
It doesn't happen in the NFL. And that's really not to rag on Michigan State by any means.
No.
Anything can happen. Sports is wild. I mean, 2 weeks ago we had 5 top 10 teams lose in the same day.
Right.
So
John, and believe me, we know MSU's not very good. It was more situationally and adding it up, and the point spread's doing some weird stuff. And I went, you know what?
Sure.
Maybe these idiots win a game.
Yeah, I don't doubt it at all. But again, I mean, the Lions just have so much going against them, especially against the Vikings. The Vikings are wild right now, man. So, yeah, I mean, I kind of chalked it up as a loss anyways, the first game on the road there. And then when they come here, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and again, it's not writing the Lions story with a loss. It doesn't mean they're bad. It doesn't mean hope. It's just in the NFL, there are certain spots, and you go, you know what? They've been riding a little high. They've been playing a little hot. And normally the NFL's got a way of checking you, knocking you on your ass here or there.
Yep, please spread the message to the irrational fans as well, too.
Well, I tell you, after listening to the station today, Johnny, I don't know if any are left. It's remarkable. Look, you want some positivity, I'll give you positivity. No one, as an offense, right? Remember the old narrative on Goff, he's terrible against the blitz?
Yeah.
Nobody got blitzed more than Goff last year, and he had a great year. Against the Vikings, twice. They played in a shootout on Christmas Eve. And I didn't think you were going to lose the game because of Goff, right?
No.
Look, there's going to be adjustments from Minnesota's end of Brian Flores facing Goff in this offense against Ben Johnson. Now, again, they had Nick Mullins last year, okay? They don't have that now. I want to see how they alter. I don't know that it's going to be the greatest idea in the world to blitz Goff every play, even though Flores will show blitz. But it's something to keep an eye on. Goff is destroying that narrative. He's getting better. Now, because, again, the O-line can keep him clean. Now, when Goff is pressured, well, all quarterbacks are worse when pressured.
Right.
Goff is especially bad. That'll still be the angle here. And if you're down a starting offensive lineman, that plays a role, right?
Yeah, I mean, Flores is going to have to really disguise the blitz because that is the one thing that Goff is doing well. He can identify where the blitz is coming from, call the audible, and wherever you're blitzing from, he's going to throw it right where you used to be and pick up 4, 5, 6, 7 yards, but they're going to keep that thing going. You're going to miss every time. That is the one. I like how he's doing that now. If Flores can disguise them, I mean, really it does boil down to it's not even the coaches going at each other. It's the OC versus the DC. And this is the chess match that they're going to be playing.
Yeah, and it's two guys who should be head coaches if they choose to be. Flores deserves another chance, albeit a little tough one. I'm pretty sure you're suing an NFL team. And then Ben Johnson has had chances and just said no. David, any other ticket text before we get to the prop bet casino, my man?
State winning is crazy talk. Iowa's going to win going away. The Lions are the problem. They have the most trouble and will lose this weekend.
That's fine. But if you're so sure, good. Go put your life on Iowa minus 5.5. Look, guys, it's not 25.5, okay? I mean, Georgia was favored by 35 last week. I considered that they eked that game out. Bama was favored by 3 touchdowns, won by 2. It's a 5.5-point spread, guys. Now, if you want me to turn Iowa into the Pittsburgh Steelers because they wear the same colors, well, I'll
and
whatever
pretty
you
much the same outfits, too.
Well, yes. Also true. David, I don't think a pastor, you can't make that hand gesture. That's,
wow.
Jesus. Whoa. Have you ever flipped someone off at the pulpit?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Here?
I've never flipped anybody off in my life. What are you talking about?
Really?
Well, we just watched it.
Beauty of Odyssey Rewind.
Yeah. What would Uncle Gilbert say?
Give me the bow tie back.
You're done. 248-539.
You wear a bolo.
97. All right, it's football season. Driving the length of a football field 55 miles an hour blindfolded takes about 4.5 seconds. That's how long it takes to respond to a text message while driving. You're on the road, you are at risk, and there is no such thing as almost insured. Get affordable life insurance to protect your family. Call Mike Papura, National Benefit Plans. He'll take care of it for you ASAP. 877-734-2200. Mike will shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. Guarantee you the best possible rate. And in the event of a car accident or a devastating diagnosis, your family will be taken care of. Call Mike Papura now, 877-734-2200, or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, we do it every week. Nestled between reality and fantasy, it is the Rico Prop Bet Casino. David.
Close week last week. Gentlemen, Mike, you got 8 correct. Kenny, you got 8 correct. I got 9 correct. Just wanted to do that to you. All right, let's get started.
I hope you get hit by a car.
Thank you. Let's hold hands together, buddy.
Let's just take this ball out at the same time. I can't believe you just did that to us. Kenny and I were about to feel decent. Go ahead.
All right. Let's start off Michigan, Illinois. Jack Tuttle touchdown passes over under 1.5.
Under.
I have them losing that game. I don't have them being an offensive great performance. I'll say under.
And they're still a running football team. And they're still going to, go to the run in the red zone.
The second half of the season is going to be so different with Jack Tuttle at quarterback.
Oh, okay, Joel.
I'm going to go over.
What are you, one of the 6 people who listens to the Joel Klatt show?
I'm going to go under as well. I think their identity is run. But, yeah. Zachary Franklin, wide receiver for Illinois, over under 54.5 receiving yards.
If Illinois is going to win the game, he's their best playmaker. He has to have a big day or bigger than 54 yards. I'll correlate.
But it's the Michigan defense.
Yeah. Overrated. Just let me be happy. Zachary. Since State was too stupid to admit him.
What was the number, Rico?
54.5 yards.
It's funny because his longest was in 21 at 75. He's never gone higher than that otherwise, so I'll say under.
Oh, it's total yards, not longest reception.
Oh,
you're already drunk for the Georgia game.
I thought it was longest reception.
No.
I'm sorry.
No. Just for
if that's the case, then over.
This Michigan defense is going to look amazing on Saturday, so I'm going to go under.
Oh, it's Joel Blatt, everybody.
You know what, David? I was going to join you, but I'm not. I'm going to go over as well. We have Mullins, over under 81.5 rushing yards. Khalil Mullins, over under 81.5 total rushing yards.
I got to go over. I still consider him their best offensive player. Their most consistent. The guy that's the heartbeat of it all. I'll go over.
Yeah, he's the engine that makes it turn. I'm going to say over as well.
But the longest run of his career has only been I'm going to go over.
I am going to go under. I think this is a Dono.
Dono
has had a resurgence under Tuttle. Speaking of Dono, over under 0.5 for a touchdown in this game.
Under. I think he's become the third option.
Dono, I'll also say under.
Dono.
This is the game that he's going to break out. Over.
What is going on with you? Is this a character you're playing today? I'm not. I can't do this the rest of the show.
No. Here's the thing. I'm actually going to go over as well because I think his breakout game actually was last week for their bye week against Oregon. Tuttle in the game, he had a resurgence. He did score. He looked like he was a real running back. I'm going over. Let's go to MSU, Iowa at night. Big Ten Saturday night. Michigan State over under 16.5 total points.
Oh, come on. I can't waste my Saturday night and not score 17 points. Come on. Come on. We're going to be like Kenny at a redneck convention. We're going to be scoring.
Okay.
You know what, Mike? I was going to pick the over, but now to hell with you, under.
It's going to be a wild Saturday night in Kenny's house.
Oh, Kenny's going line dancing. You know what's going on.
Oh, yeah. He's going to be competing with the neighbors.
All right. That's just, oh, dear.
I'm going to go over.
Okay. I'm going to go over as well because I just want some fun in my life. Aiden Childs rushing or anytime touchdown. Over under 0.5, an anytime touchdown, not passing.
Yeah, I'll go under there.
I will go over.
Why does he refuse to run the football, or when he does, he fumbles? Can you square the circle for me on these things?
But I'll let David pick.
Okay.
I don't want to influence David, whatever he's about to say.
No, no influence here. It will be nighttime, so he'll fumble right at the 1 yard side. No.
Come on,
seriously.
dude.
I am going to go under, though. I'm not going to call for the fumble, but under.
I'm going to go over as Mike with you. You went over or under?
Under.
I'm going over.
Why?
Kenny. Because that's one of the main ways that MSU scores. It's not he runs the ball in. It's not necessarily passing, but he'll break a quarterback run and touchdown. So I'm going to go over. Sticking with Child's longest play from scrimmage. Over under. Longest passing play from scrimmage. Over under 36.5 yards.
Only reason I'm saying under is not negativity. It's just Norm Parker does not allow such things. You have to check it down. You have to take what's there. How the hell did I pick MSU to win this game? What is wrong with me? Under.
What was the number one more time, Rico?
36.5.
36.5. This was the one I've been waiting for. The over. Give me the over.
Yeah, against Iowa's defense, under.
Kenny, I'm with you. I'm going to go Nick Marsh deep for one pass, over. Don't care.
Rico has just reached I want what I want phase.
I have.
He's doing the David thing except for MSU today.
It's so bad. We're so desperate. It's so bad.
Luke Lecce, tight end. Over under 3.5 receptions.
Well, first of all, it's Lachey.
Lachey.
Let's be respectful.
Sorry.
Sign DK. How many receptions?
3.5.
Over. He's a stud muffin.
Stud muffin indeed, over.
And when in doubt, just find white guy number 27.
You said over, Kenny?
Yeah. Well, you beat me to that, Mike. I was thinking the same thing.
Here's the check with me. Where's the white scrub not wearing gloves? Touchdown.
Over.
What?
I just got what you were saying. I'm like,
hey, where's that white paint can? Touchdown.
I'm like, his number's not 20.
Oh. Yeah. Oh.
I'm going to go over as well.
Where's the guy who should be milking a cow? Throw it at him.
All
touchdown.
Right. Let's rapid fire the Lions. David Montgomery, touchdown in the first half, over under 0.5.
Over.
In the first half?
First half.
Under.
I'm going to go under. You're cutting the odds of an anytime touchdown in half.
I know.
I just
because he scores all the time.
I know. He's a stud. Under.
I'm going over. I think he will do it in the first half. Kenny, we're on the same page. Justin Jefferson, anytime touchdown, over under 1.5. 1.5.
Under. Well, he might get one, but again, predictive measure. Two is a lottery ticket. I'll go under.
Yeah, under as well.
No Davis. Over.
I'm going over as well. More rushing yards, Gibbs or Montgomery?
Gibbs, he'll break a big one.
Montgomery.
I'll go Gibbs to be different.
I'm going to go Montgomery because you need him to keep this game stabilized and keep that Minnesota offense off the field. Jared Goff, interceptions, over under 0.5.
Over. Flores will trick him once.
Yep, over.
Yeah, they switched that defense up at the snap. So, yeah, I'm going to go over.
Clean sweep there. Jared Goff, rushing yards.
Over. Over, whatever it is, over.
Over under.
Mobile Goff season.
Over under 7.5.
Listen, mobile Goff season, now featuring receiving threat mode. Over.
I need this to stop.
Over.
Under.
David, Rico's offering plus 250. Goff, 39.5 rushing yards. The mobile Goff season parlay.
More rushing yards, Goff or Jaden Daniels.
Right, exactly. Head-to-head on FanDuel.
Sam Darnold, passing touchdowns, over under 2.5.
Under.
Yeah, I had that at 2, so under.
No, over.
I'm going over as well, David. And finally, world of college football, top 25 upsets, over under 2.5. 17 games, over under 2.5.
Georgia will be one of them, over.
Give me the chaos, over.
I was going to say over until he was too confident next to me, so I'm going under.
Deflator.
David, I'm with you. I'm going under. I think we have 2. That is your prop bet casino 97.1.
NFL rolls on. No better place to get in on the action than America's #1 sportsbook. It's FanDuel. $300 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. You can have an SGP for the Sunday matchups. You can, look, Rico has the prop bets laid out for you. It's all there. Just go to FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more. It's FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. TJ Lang going to join us in about 10 minutes. Got news on Crosby. You got, obviously, a lot of Lions to discuss. Right now, though, let's go to our man in the desert. Let's talk about each of the big 3 games and the point spreads associated with them. It's Derek Stevens from Circa. Derek, how you doing, buddy?
Good. Good afternoon, Mike.
Talk to me. We've got a situation here, and I'm starting to get hopeful. Michigan State, they're sitting there. The numbers going down. We're terrible. I know we are, but work with me here. People are actually betting on State?
They absolutely are. You're right about that. People are taking the number here. They like State at home. Yeah, it's a 6 right now. So I would say if you can get the 6, I would get the 6 now. I would not wait.
Because it's going to 5.5.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you get the 5, it's a slippery number. So I would say get the 6 now while you can.
All right. Go ahead, Rico.
Yeah, and Derek, Michigan started off, I think it was 2.5, and then it went to 1, and then all of a sudden it went to 3.5. What are you seeing line movement, and what's going on? Where's the money being placed on that Michigan-Illinois game?
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Rico. I mean, it came in early on Illinois, but it's been nothing but Michigan money. Matter of fact, it's blown through the 3, went past the 3.5. We're at Circus Sports. We're currently hanging a 4 right now. Michigan's a 4. It's been all Michigan money last night and today.
Game of the day, one of the games of the year. Georgia's at Texas. Again, I've just looked at a couple of things, but your numbers, what matters. It looks like two-way action, but the numbers just ballooned out to Texas -5. Where does this go by kick tomorrow night?
Oh, you know what, Mike? This was a tough one because the volume on this game is through the roof here. So far, it's been pretty close to two-way, but the action's it's just been massive. So I would say it's pretty tough based upon the number. It's hard for me to believe it gets much higher because of how it's played out. But this is one where we're currently at a 5 right now. Wow. It's just hard for me to believe. You go to a 6. Are we really going to have people not betting on Georgia +6? That's hard to believe.
That's why I asked. I want to turn our attention to Sunday. I think it's the best game in the league. It is Vikings. It's Lions. The Lions underdogs, even as the team with lower Super Bowl odds, are underdogs at Minnesota. No Hutchinson. It feels like a lot of people are taking the Lions and the points, and that number's not moving. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, we're definitely seeing Lions money. We opened it at 2.5 and 50. It hung at 2.5 for a couple of days. Then it went to a 2. We're currently at a 1.5. So it's all been Lions money. You can make a good argument if you're going to bet the Lions, bet the money line. Why lay the juice here? Because you're getting close to a pick'em game.
This is true. Derek, the other big game, Super Bowl rematch, Chiefs visiting the 49ers. What are you seeing there?
Well, this is kind of an interesting one because obviously another big game later in the day. Niners opened as a 1, but it's been Niners money. It's not been Chiefs money. I think there's a lot of thought that the Chiefs have they've played a little lucky this year. So it's been Niner money, and we're up to a 2 at this point. I would tend to think you're going to see more Niner money coming in, and that line may go up by the time we get to kick.
Yeah, and again, what's interesting, too, is Andy Reid off a bye, 21-4. Mahomes as an underdog of less than 3. He covers at a crazy rate, and the fact that people are hitting the Niners – I've been telling Rico all week, Derek, you don't want to listen to me. I think you should feel good about it. I think Niners are going to win the game. But I'm weird. I let the book and the numbers play a role in how I view games. I can't help it.
Well, there you go. There you go. Hey, guys, I'll tell you what. There have been a lot of Michigan and Michigan State students out here. Must be a big fall break time period last week here because I don't think I've ever seen as many Spartans and Wolverines coming out to visit Vegas. So it's good to see everybody in the Midwest come out and enjoy themselves.
You know what it was? Yeah, it was the bye week. There were no games last week, so of course they went out to visit you, Derek, out in Vegas.
There you go. Derek,
hold on real quick, Derek. The Survivor, where's that at?
Oh, last week was a week where we finally had some peace. Went from 221. We only had 5 Circus Survivors knocked out, so we're hanging at 216 right now going into week 7. So we need about 4 or 5 more weeks without a lot of carnage because of what happened early in the year. So it was nice to see a week where most people made it through.
All right, Derek. We'll do it again next week. Appreciate your time as always.
Thanks, Derek.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Derek. Bye-bye now. David, a few ticket checks before we get TJ in here.
I went to Iowa. Been a fan all my life. Iowa has won the last 2 against MSU. That means Iowa is due to drop one to Michigan State. Homecoming MSU wins 20-17.
Oh, it's homecoming?
Yeah.
Who cares?
That's why we were trying to get you up there, Mike. It was surprise. You're the Grand Marshal.
Right.
You're driving the car and waving to the
Buddy,
crowd.
I got news for you. They'd have Satan as the Grand Marshal before me.
No, please.
Go ahead, Dave.
You've spoken to more classes than I have.
Donald shreds man defenses, and without Carlton Davis, we're effed. Lions lose. Okay.
I got to think if that's the case, aren't you going to play more of a zone? Then no, he blitzes a lot. So
Listen, there's too many moving pieces. Week 1, life after Hutch. And if you're down both starting DNs and potentially your CB1, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry I can't back you on the road.
Every year, the Lions put up random stinker during the season. Remember the Ravens game? Mike may be right on this feeling, Ron in Westland.
Don't want to be right. Let me just state that for the record. It doesn't benefit me to be right here. It's how I feel.
Yeah, that Ravens game was the antithesis of that Cowboys game. I mean, I'm driving home, and it was like, wait, this thing's over before I even got to the house. Like, what happened here?
You going up there tomorrow night?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's homecoming weekend. Yeah, he's going.
Mike. Okay. What VIP party you heading to?
Is
there like a Magic Johnson Invitational or something? What do you got?
Just a...
No. And no.
No.
Now, why is it when I do it, you get upset? When David does it, you just go, ha ha, David made it funny.
No, because I'm about to go in there in the break. Because David is protected by glass. So no matter what I do, he's going to be protected.
I just wanted to make sure. I'm going, wait a second. These are distinctly different reactions.
Oh, believe me, every time I play it, he comes and says something to me.
So, yeah, he's not immune. He's not.
You going to be in the president's box?
I'm just going up there to have fun.
No. Are you going to be – hold on. Are you and A.D. Haller going to be doing a private tour? What's going on? Just come on.
I'm just going
Let
up
the
there,
people
man.
into your world.
I'm going up there to see friends, to see some frat brothers, see frat brothers, just see everybody, man. I'm just going to have some fun. If I happen –
Stop,
okay, David. Greater Life, come get your pastor. Come get your pastor, Greater Life.
My God.
Apparently, the system got overworked last night.
Man. And bro, you know I didn't make
no,
a move.
I'm just saying, come get your pastor.
Damn. Uncle Gil, come get your boy. He's out of hand here. Right. Now, are we welcoming TJ? Is he coming in?
But Mike, if you come up there, I'll make sure you get into the President's Suite.
I'm all set. When tomorrow I will leave the window a possibility of making an appearance 4 seasons.
Rutgers.
All right. We'll get with TJ. I have new Max Crosby news. An opinion from someone respected. You can do with it what you like. 97.1. Do it next. All right, Moran Buick GMC. You can lease the 24 Sierra 4-wheel drive Elevation. $239 a month, 24 months, $999 down. GM employee and immediate family member discounts. Moran also has 25 Buick Encore GX Preferred, $239 a month, 0 down. Sign and drive, no employee discount required. New stock arriving daily. Rico currently is confronting David and threatening violence. Wow. Yikes. David, run. Listen, bottom line, if something is off with your current car, just go to MoranExpress.com. Get that certified service. Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or visit them online anytime, MoranExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC, we are professional grade.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration, the top spot in the NFC North and the entire conference on the line Sunday as the 4-1 Lions travel to 5-0 Minnesota. Aiden Hutchinson's season-ending injury is not the only concern for Detroit before this one. Guard Kevin Zeitler's status is in serious doubt as he battles a hip injury. Also, corner Carlton Davis dealing with that quad injury. That full injury report in just about an hour. Defensive line coach Terrell Williams talks about how they make up for the loss of Hutch. The Lions earned 2 wins against the Vikings last year, one of them to seal the division, but Detroit's a 1.5-point underdog according to FanDuel on Sunday. Number 24 Wolverines will start Jack Tuttle at quarterback, who is older than me, as they head to number 22 Illinois as 3.5-point favorites Saturday. And up in East Lansing on homecoming, the Spartans 5.5-point underdogs against Iowa. Bally Sports Detroit will officially become FanDuel Sports Detroit Monday. Wings Islanders on Tuesday will be the first game under the new branding. And baseball, Dodgers look to eliminate the Mets. Game 5 of the NLCS this afternoon. ALCS Guardians Yankees is tonight. New York's got a 2-1 series lead. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock, good to have you with us. TJ is here. We have so much to discuss. This is very exciting. We are awaiting the injury report. Will Carlton Davis go? Will he not? Trending. Let's see if he practiced today. But TJ, we have more important things to talk about.
Okay.
I want your opinion on something. So I need you to separate from, I'm Mr. Sideline guy. I need to hear TJ the fan. Can you do that for me?
I think I always do that for you.
I don't know about that.
I disagree.
You're getting a little corporate. So here's the deal.
Highly disagree.
Here's the deal. Max Crosby, a close personal friend of yours.
Yeah.
By the way, a man who, unlike you, actually made a real donation to Eastern to get the field named after him.
Us linemen don't need our name where everybody can see it.
Uh-huh.
Over under 15 seconds.
Before the slander starts.
Oh, no.
Shocked I didn't hear it on the way in.
No. Now listen. Max Crosby, we have talked about it. Like, it would be an amazing move. You make the Raiders say no. Crosby opposite Aiden, 25 and 26. You get Max Crosby here now. I threw an idea out because I wanted the Raiders to say yes. Okay. So I said 3 first-round picks. That it's 1 first-round pick for every bite at the apple I get at the Super Bowl this year and the next 2. And my picks won't be that high. Now, I taped the kickoff show with Boomer Esiason this morning.
Mm-hmm.
We had this discussion. Boomer said the following: it won't take anywhere near that to get Crosby. In his mind, the Raiders would move him well before that price point. So if it is south of 3 first-rounders, if it was a 1 and a 2, give me one reason not to do the move.
I can't. I mean, I was thinking about it. I would have no issue giving up 2 1s. 3 1s. I mean,
and you understand why
you're
I
not
did
guaranteed to win the Super Bowl, but do your chances go up? You're right. I mean, Max Crosby's going to be better than any of the first round picks you can bring in the next couple years. So, I totally would do that.
And you know Max.
I do know Max.
Okay.
And from everything I've heard in the past with Max and talked to Max about, he loves that organization, but sometimes you wake up, sometimes you look around and say, man, I've been here for X amount of years now, and I've been busting my ass, and what do I have to show for it? I'll go down as one of the best all-time franchise players, don't get me wrong, but what did I really get out of it?
Did you see his interview at his locker?
I did, yeah, and I thought that was interesting because that was the first sign of any crack, maybe, right, in the reports that we've been hearing, that there's no way he wants to go anywhere. There's no way in hell they're going to move him. That was the first sign you saw a little slippage there. And I think Max, look, I'm not telling him what to do. I mean, obviously the guy has made a career for himself. He's turned himself from a 4th-round pick. You have loyalty to an organization, but at the same time, with where you're going,
call him.
And the reports coming out about Brady wanting to bring in Belichick. My advice to Max would be that's not a road I don't think you want to go down.
I don't see the whole bill.
I'm
One
not
second.
going to
This
change
is
his mind no
important.
matter how he's.
No, I want you to partake in this with me. I want you to look at David. Don't look at me. Look at David. Look at David. And I want you to lie to a
Stop yelling
pastor.
at me.
I want
Good
you to lie
Lord.
to a pastor. Do you have
Yelling
Max's
at
number
me.
in your phone?
I do. Yeah,
Call
I
him
talk to
right
Max all
now.
the time.
Call him.
It's noon in Vegas.
He's got
Sure, at
nothing
practice.
going on at noon in Vegas. Call him right now. Hold on. Can you tamper?
Yeah, I mean, I could talk to Max.
Why haven't you?
I'm not saying I haven't.
Whoa!
Breaking news at 3:07.
Talk to Max.
TJ Lang is working Max Crosby to be a Lion.
Kenny, you saw the rake, right? You saw the rake. You walked right into the rake.
Clear as day.
Right.
It's right there.
It was no grass.
He's been doing nothing but hollering at me since I walked in the door.
And
I
I'm
got to
like-
defend myself at some
Like
point.
TJ's about to hit right that rake. Yep, there it is. There.
Iceberg right ahead.
How's that for corporate?
Okay.
Shove it.
Now here we are.
All right, are we back?
We're good.
Okay.
I need you to recruit him. But do you, on a serious note, do you believe it would break Brad Holmes' character? It's not who he is. It's not what he does. Do you think there is any chance they pick up the phone and even try?
Yeah, I do.
Yes.
Because, good, oh, God.
TJ Lang reporting the Lions are in hot pursuit of Max Crosby.
I warned you the first time. I warned you the first time.
No comment.
I warned you.
No comment, no comment, no comment.
I work with this.
Oh, God. Okay, does that really go out of character, though? I mean, I know you didn't give up a high pick, but you just looked at this team and said, we need improvements on the defensive side, especially in the secondary, and you went and traded for Carlton Davis.
Okay.
You know, obviously,
Off-season, but
off season, yeah,
yes.
but that showed the willingness to realize, okay, we are one, maybe two pieces away. Now's the time to do it. So I think seeing this past offseason, him be more aggressive and going to get guys that he targeted that can help this team.
Okay, but TJ,
I think they know they're close. I think he knows he has to address that position somehow.
He addressed the secondary because I think he saw the secondary fall apart in the San Francisco game and the title game for the NFC Championship.
Well, yeah, you can't let balls bounce off your face mask.
Right. Does he need to see Sam Darnold do something against that defensive line before the sense of urgency kicks in?
I think so. Yeah, I think part of you wants to go into this week and say, you don't really know what you have. You haven't played a game yet. You played a couple quarters without Aiden Hutchinson, against a team that they absolutely murdered.
They quit.
But yeah, I do think sometimes you need to see it, right? Hey, you could be thinking, man, we're not really great at the pass rush anymore, and then all of a sudden some guys step up and you're like, wow, maybe all he needed was a chance, right? Maybe all these guys needed was an opportunity to be the guy. Or sometimes on the flip side, you need to see it. Okay, yeah, we knew we were going to be hurting with Aiden, and we were really hurting. We couldn't get anywhere close. So yeah, I don't think they have their minds made up right now, but after Sunday, one way or the other, I think definitely at times you need to see it. Now the good part, I think, and we'll get into this more with Talk Lions, but I think Aaron Glenn in this defense might have a small advantage for a week. And just stick with me because he's going to have to be forced to change things up. You know what I mean? Like, they've been a team that they're going to rush for. They're going to play press man coverage. That's what you're getting. And they've just been saying, hey, we're better than you. By the time your guys get open, it won't matter. Our pass rush is going to get home. And then a couple pressures mixed in on third downs. But I think with Aaron Glenn, and I don't think you got to change the whole defense, but I think there's going to be times this week against Minnesota where it's going to be a lot of unscouted looks that Minnesota hasn't seen yet, because Aaron Glenn knows he's not stubborn enough, and he can put his ego and pride to the side and say, okay, I don't think we can go out there with this same group of guys, missing this guy, and expect the same results. I think he knows, and he showed that the last half of last year, with Ife Melifonwu and all the pressures that he was getting and the interceptions and where are these guys blitzing from? We have no idea what's happening. They were kind of in the same situation last year, and Aaron Glenn showed that willingness to change up the defense. So I think there might be, and it's not going to be the rest of the year, but for 1 week, you might be able to throw some things out there that Minnesota hasn't seen before. You might be able to confuse them. You might be able to get a couple free rushers, which in close games might be able to turn into a couple takeaways,
You know what the comp is?
which a lot of time is a difference in these division
The
games.
comp is Green Bay had the week to 2 week window when Jordan Love got hurt, and Malik Willis out of mothballs, and LaFleur schemed up stuff that the other teams did not have tape of, and they survived. So it is. It's a lot like losing your quarterback. I can get away with it for a week, but the longer you go, the harder it is to hide.
I mean, Minnesota's probably preparing, for press man coverage. You go to the game and it's, you're dropping the zones or zone pressures or, max blitz or max coverage. And now all of a sudden you're in Minnesota's head a little bit. You can confuse them.
He's made me believe not only are we getting Crosby, but now we're winning Sunday. I don't know what to do.
I think one of those
13
is true.
points. There you go. No, I was just laughing. Yeah, you're Spencer Rattler one week, and then you're benched in the middle of the game the second week.
There you go.
I don't know. Are you guys like me where this sounds so mean, but part of me just keeps waiting for Sam Darnold just to turn back to Sam Darnold?
Yeah.
Like the first couple of weeks, what was all the hype about? Derek Carr. Oh, my goodness, they're scoring 50 points a game.
Right.
And then they haven't won a game since. And I know he's got hurt, but you kind of you still wait for some of these quarterbacks just to say, come on. Like, come on.
No, I don't. Because I see Sam Darnold as the new Jared Goff. I see him as Baker Mayfield.
One. And it took years for the idiots in this town to leave Goff alone. Yeah. Even last year we were dealing with Hendon Hooker stuff.
And Baker Mayfield. It was like, oh, well, he's Baker, and look at him. He's a screw-up. And he's just gone down to Tampa and own that town, and they love him, and he's winning down there.
Yeah. But I think TJ is in the early stages. Yeah. You were like, all right, come on. No, seriously, you're a pumpkin. Yeah. It's going to happen.
And you look at
I think for Darnold, TJ, not to cut you, he finally got an opportunity where he's got a team around him and a coach around him.
Yeah.
And it's not, I don't need you to win games. I just need you not to turn the ball over.
Yeah.
See all of these toys? Play with them.
It'll be interesting because, they obviously took a first-round quarterback, too, that they probably view as the future of that team. No, I don't think he's going to play this year. But
No.
Moving into the future, I think they look at him and it depends, right?
I think he becomes straight bait.
There's a lot of football left to play. It depends on how the season goes. I just look at, especially the last game and a half that Sam Darnold has played, hasn't been impressive. I mean, they got up to a big lead against Green Bay, but you watch second half of that game?
Nothing.
You watch him against the Jets where I think he completed less than 50% of his passes. And even some of those were, just throwing it up to your all-God receiver, Justin Jefferson, and making plays. But
that's kind of their MO, is they jump ahead in the first half. And in the second half,
I'm not knocking him for that. I just think
they almost run practice in the second half.
I think there's ways where you can get to Sam Darnold and kind of show why he's been that guy that's bounced around a bunch of teams, right? And I've seen signs of that. I know they haven't lost yet, but I've seen signs of that over the past 6 quarters of football. That, man, if you rattle them a little bit, you just got to keep this thing close enough in the first half, because you're right, that's where they've been winning games. They've been pulling away in the first half, then their defense is good enough with all the pressures and confusion that they can supply.
In the second half of games, all they need to do is kick 2 field goals, and that's enough to
think
cover.
they scored 3 points against Green Bay in the second half and still won.
If you're going to call Max, what day and what time would that take place? What's a good time to get a hold of Max?
You know what? Why not 3:15?
Come on.
That's only 12:15 out on the West Coast, though.
So he's at the buffet.
Yeah, I think they practice, man. Red zone day.
He was held
it's
out.
Vegas, man. It's too hot to practice in the middle of the
day. You do
even
know.
in a dome.
You do know.
Okay.
In an article,
practicing at 9 tonight.
In an article written before the dedication of the field that you were too cheap to pay for, he had talked about growing up and idolizing the Lions and Calvin Johnson and Matthew Stafford and how amazing it was to be home.
Cool.
Recruit him. You owe the city this.
Cool.
You don't want to recruit him?
Cool story.
Come on, man.
How much is he? Is there anything in East Lansing with Mike's name on it?
Hell no.
Rico.
I wouldn't give that school a dime. 2-4. What was that? Oh, my God.
That's probably the only thing up there with Mike's name on it.
Black crab?
Was that what they said? Paying it for that.
Oh, boy.
A lot of the geese by the Red Cedar,
Read something. Read something.
Yep, we're definitely moving on. Here's Rico. Be curious.
No, we're not. Somebody asked me the other day, do you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? And it's way more than I thought. I actually went home, counted the number of connected devices I own, and it's more than a dozen, all to keep me connected to the good stuff, the streaming, gaming, interneting, security, you name it. Xfinity knows the number of devices we have connected to our internet is growing by the year. That's why they've engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds, for real. Now through October 20th, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract, and get free Wi-Fi equipment included, and ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone with Xfinity Mobile. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity internet. Actual speeds vary.
Hey there. Whether it's an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry of Abraham and Rose. They will advocate for you, which means they'll go on the offensive against the IRS. They'll fight for you, guide you through the whole experience, and the best part, you will not have to speak with the IRS. They will be your point of contact. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. All right, TJ is with us. We'll get to the picks a little later in the hour. TJ wants Max Crosby. We are attempting to get TJ to recruit Max Crosby. We don't know factually if it hasn't already taken place.
As do 31 other teams want Max Crosby. Yes, you're correct.
I don't care.
Actually, I just got a call from Pro Football Talk. They want to know if they can go with what you said on the radio.
They want to
show.
run with
If
TJ.
you're recruiting Max
it.
Crosby.
Only one team.
That's going to make a difference.
Only one team is the team that Max Crosby grew up loving before moving to Texas in his youth. Come on. You got to love it here to go back to that dump Eastern. My point is.
God,
just a drag. Listen.
That's like 7 already.
I know, because I want Max Crosby and you won't call him. Just recruit, man. Get him here. And go, call Brad. You're the only guy with the juice. Go ahead, set a meeting, get an audience with Lord Brad. And Brad, Booby, baby, 2 first-round picks.
I got you.
Come on.
I got you.
Do you know this town would be electric if they landed Crosby? You know what the next 3 years would look like? Come on, dude. Yes, Rieger. Yes.
Of course. Obviously.
All right.
Obviously.
Okay. You're on board, though. You're with the movement.
Yeah.
Well, why are so many people fighting it? No, because
who's fighting it?
A lot of callers are doing the I don't want to give up picks. Let Brad cook. We don't need to mortgage the farm. It's a weird. I don't understand.
Because they want to play it safe. That's why. Because if you go up to the high stake tables, you got to put the money on it, and they don't want. You know what? Let's just wait and see. It's going to come eventually, because they don't realize in football when your time is now. It's now, and you got to do whatever it takes. You got to kick that door down and not worry about 3 years from now. Because if you win, or even if you get to the Super Bowl, at least you can say, you know what, we did everything possible. There's no regrets. Where, well, man, if you find out later that Crosby, I don't know if he's moving, TJ, but let's just say he does, and he ends up in one of your rivals' uniforms, that's when you're going to say, man, this is Montez Sweat all over again. We could have had somebody, and we went cheap.
Yeah. No, you're right. But, I think a lot of fans are – and, look, the Rams don't have fans in L.A., but I think a lot of fans see what – and I'm not saying that it did. Like, it's true. But I think a lot of fans are afraid to do what they went through. Would it be great to have a Super Bowl and get over the hump? Yes. But would you say, oh, I don't care what happens the next 3 or 4 years? Like, no, that's not true. And being a Michigan fan, David – I mean, Michigan did what they had to do to win last year, right? That doesn't absolve the fact that they stink this year. And
but you don't care as much.
I do. I do as a fan. I'm not just saying, hey, the next 5 years, go ahead and
I know
and
what
be
it's going to
terrible
look
because
like,
we got that
but
one.
I care.
Of course, that one means a lot as a fan, but that doesn't mean you're.
Man, if
you're
MSU won the national, Mike, if
for the next
State
4 years,
Michigan State wins the national title and then goes 7-5 the year after. I'm not caring.
I'd invite U of M to personally firebomb our stadium and raise it to the ground. I don't care. Yeah, just one time. Could they do that?
Yeah.
Done. Sign a piece of paper.
Maybe
Look,
some
I'm a
like
Giants
that.
fan. I'm just telling you. Like, give me one Super Bowl per 10 years. What do you want? That's been my life. We're asked the other 9.
You're right. But I think the fear is if we try to do this for the next year or two, what is the next, and we mortgage the future, what does the next 10, 15, 20 years look like?
Probably like your
You know
past.
what I mean? And I get it. Like, there's times where I'm like, I don't care. You're in the window right now. You got this group of guys right now. You got veteran guys that aren't going to be here in 2 years.
You know what?
You've got old guys on this team that your chance to do it is now. So I go back and forth. Of course, I want you to go all in and get somebody. Do I want it to do it at any cost necessary?
No, but see,
not necessarily.
I believe in Holmes and the fact that, you know what, even if you take a step back for a year or two, I mean, look at Minnesota. They were good, then they were bad, and now they're good again. Like, NFL teams rise and fall. The key is you don't want to fall and just be down forever.
Yeah,
you don't want to
you're
be in the top 5 of the draft each and every year. You don't want to turn into the New York Jets.
Yeah, you're right. And you know what? You make a good point, because I do trust Brad Holmes. And, even if you're missing a first-round pick for a couple years, I trust you to go get guys in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th round that can come in and be key players on this team. So I don't, especially picking where we all hope they're going to pick, which is like last year, somewhere late 20s, early 30s. Would it be worth it to give up a couple of those guys to bring in an all-pro perennial, future Hall of Fame guy that can solidify this team? Hell yeah, I think it would.
Because here's the thing.
But there is a cost where I think you do have to pause and say, okay,
but I'd rather
this better work out or else.
No,
right?
See, I'd rather greatness, and then even if you fall off for 2 years, but then you build back up and you jump in, and then you're back into the fray again. Mm-hmm. That's what a lot of good teams do, where they're good, they fall off, and then they're right back in there, rather than just 10, 15 years of mediocrity were just kind of good enough to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
You become the Steelers.
Okay, now does it have to be Max Crosby for you guys?
Well,
I mean,
if it's-
obviously there's
no.
other
If it's
premier
not-
pass
well, hold on.
rushers that can help out too.
If it's not him, I need a name. He is the name because that franchise is headed off a cliff, fire sale. They just traded Devontae Adams.
Yeah.
The contract works. The cap hit works. Born in Lapeer, went to your school, affinity for the Lion. You got a shot here.
Yeah.
And he looks like a guy built in a lab to be a Lion. Motor, hustle, grit. Like, I can't imagine what he would be like playing for Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
So that's why I keep saying it. But if it's not him, give me some other names you're into.
Well, I mean, if you're just throwing names out, I mean, Cleveland's obviously a dumpster fire. Could they use some picks? Could they use some? But the problem is they seem like a very awful franchise when it comes to making decisions. So
they're terrible.
Do you trust? Do you look at a team like that and say they're going to do what's best for this team? Well, is it worth a call? I mean,
100%.
You're not doing anything down there. It's kind of the same thing.
We in this town, this is scared city. This is safety city. No GM in this town wants to take any risks.
I thought you were going to use the other city.
Oh, Cialis
There
City?
you go.
Oh, okay.
No, but I mean, or if you want to go, I've heard some people mention Hassan Reddick. Do I think Hassan Reddick's a good player? I do.
I just can't understand him and the contract.
And just he could be a great teammate when he's in the building. But everything that's transpired over the past 8 months.
Yeah, when you're
does
on
that seem
5
like
teams in 4 years, it makes me...
and he could be the nice guy. But does that look like the type of guy that we've seen them bring in here?
See, here's what I don't want to fall into. We do this for the draft. We want this certain person in the draft, and Brad has to draft this guy. And when he doesn't, you're a little disappointed because he didn't get your guy. He didn't get the toy that you wanted. It may be the best fit. So I'm to the point, yes, I would like to see one of the top end people, but I need to see something.
Yeah.
And I need to see something more than Isaiah Thomas.
I mean, I threw out a name, and Mike, I know you watch it. It's your team.
Ojulari?
Ojulari. Yeah. I mean, look, he's a former second-round pick. He has had some injury concerns.
Yeah, that's the big thing.
But you got Brian Burns. I know Thibodeau's banged up a little bit now, too. But
what are you offering me?
4.
Done. I'll package him
5.
up.
I mean, he's good. Only that. I think he's a good pass rusher with a tremendous
and again,
amount of upside, but he's going into a contract.
You'd
year,
limit
too,
his
so.
reps. He's a rental. Look, I like Aziz. It's never been about talent. He's just availability's a skill he's always hurt. I'd happily trade him.
Does that fall in line with kind of Brad Holmes' MO? Let's go try to find some. Hey, we know
let's
he's been
go
banged
find
up in the
another
past, but-
injured guy. Yeah.
No, but that's a guy that hasn't reached his potential yet because of some circumstance, right?
Yes,
so
and you could do it cheaply.
Yeah, and I threw a name out there, to Costa Monday, and he, just if you're going to go that route where you're not going to go try to get one of the premier guys, who is that next stage of players, right? Zadarius Smith could be in the same boat. A Jadeveon Clowney type that he will bring in for. I said a type, not that. I mean, he had a hell of a year last year on that Ravens defense. That's a total different story than Carolina. But you asked me to throw some names out, just brainwash a little.
TJ, maybe you don't need him long term, Mike. So can you just hold your nose, endure the stench?
I think you'd be stuck with Clowney for 2 because I think if you got rid of him at the end of this year, it's like a $20 million cap hit. I was looking at his contract the other day.
It's a $10 million hit.
Yeah, he signed a 2-year deal. There is guaranteed money on the back end. But I get what all of you are saying. We need to focus on, think about TJ's place in history. If he is able to call up CJ LeBoy at Wasserman, which is Max's agent, and you go, listen, officially, unofficially, I want to put this thing together. You call Max, you have Max demand a trade. But only to Detroit. Then
CJ, Booby,
baby. Then you call Brad, because I know that number's in there, and you go, Brad, listen, I'm doing you a solid. This one's free. I'm invoicing you the next time. Mm-hmm. Call the Raiders. They'll say yes. Can you imagine there'd be a statue of you next to Barry?
Yeah, you're also living in a fantasy world, thinking I have anywhere near that type of power.
But that's the world I want to live in.
I don't know what to
I
tell
also
you,
want to live in a
Hey,
world.
I wish I had that type of pull too.
How do you know if you
I
don't
wouldn't
try?
be doing radio if I had that type
How
of
do
pull.
you
Let's
know
go
if
that
you
way.
don't try? Come on.
I wouldn't be sitting here with you if I had that kind of power, all right?
Also fair. 248-539-9797. All right, listen. If you want to watch football tomorrow as a Michigan or Michigan State fan, you'll need alcohol because our teams stink. Old Nation Brewing, the Oktoberfest is out with the summer beers, in with the fall, crisp, brewed the right way. This is a top-end brewery. It's all independent. It's all done right. Support them. They do it right here in Williamston. Support local, support independent. Get with Old Nation wherever great beer is sold. 21 and up. Old Nation Brewing Company reminds you to please drink responsibly. All right, we're going to get the ticket text here. We worked. TJ was attempting to reach out to Max Crosby, and then he took his phone out of my hand. So we will get back to that momentarily. But
I'm so glad you did that, DJ.
I was
touch.
sending him 911. We need to talk. I just thought that would get his attention at practice. David on the ticket text first, and we'll get to the picks.
TJ, this is on you. Get Max to Detroit now. Let's go from Jason.
It's your moment.
No, this
big
is
dog.
on you. This is on you. It's not on me. It's on you.
Okay, first of all, if I get Max Crosby here, I'm pumped up. I get a statue. I want to bring a parade to this town. That's my final act before I walk out of here live on air. I want to win the Super Bowl for these people. And then I will leave. And it won't matter anymore. And you'll just go, you know what? The guy was a bleep hole, but he helped us get Max Crosby. Come on, man. You can do this. You're friends with him. You went to the same silly school. You talk all the time.
Well, someone's asking for your help as well, Mike. Joe in the car says,
finally,
Mike, please use your voice to get every tattoo shop in the area to give him a free cover-up and get him here as a Detroit Lion.
Done. I can have that done by 4:30. I got you covered. Just everybody cool out. Player-to-player communication is what it's going to take. And it's TJ, Max, come home. Like Dr. Evil. Just come home.
Yeah. Another one for you, TJ. Another one for you, TJ. Please grab Barry, grab Calvin, fly to Vegas tonight.
Yes.
Who cares about Minnesota?
You
fly to
love
Vegas, get them here.
You love Vegas. I know your kids haven't taken that from you. You love Vegas.
For a day.
Let's get on the plane. Me and you, we're going to go recruit Crosby.
Okay.
Call him. Tell him we're going to dinner.
Okay.
See, he thinks I'm joking.
Done.
I want to do this for the city. Why do I care more than you
I just
care?
said okay.
I didn't feel like it was sincere.
That's a you problem.
My point is, you love this town. You are. You're a Detroiter through and through. Why does the New Yorker care more than you do? Come on, man.
I don't think you do.
For this
think you're
town.
unrealistic.
Because we can get Max Crosby.
Because you think somehow
He
am the sole reason he would come
respects you. And you're a bowl rep now.
That's true.
Good point.
That is true.
That's a good point.
With a brand new name.
Yeah, we got to talk about that. How did that come about?
The Game Above Sports Bowl?
Yeah, how the hell did you become a bowl rep?
So do you walk
question.
around with the jacket and you hand out pins at games?
Yeah, might have to. Trophy presentation, potentially.
Wait, you're on the field? Oh.
One of our teams might be there.
That's yours.
Michigan State, Michigan, Eastern. We might get a chance to get a local team in there. How did it come about? Good question. Well, it's the same group that when we had the Big Three announcement, the basketball, and that just kind of fell into place. I think the Lions were looking for a new partner, and they reached out to us and said, "Hey, man, you guys are making some waves
reached
here
out
in the
to
city."
you,
And
you brokered the deal.
I was
you
part of
brokered
those
this.
conversations.
So be a part of
I was
these
part of the
I
group.
just threw a
conversations.
log on the fire. So do it again.
I was part of the group.
So you have brought Joy to Detroit.
That's right. See,
So you could do
he
it
does-
in December. We will. December 26th.
This is TJ's problem. And this is a compliment. He won't
Good
take
Lord.
it this way. No, it's true.
How did-
You don't recognize the level of respect people have for you. Now, that's as nice as I'm going to be. You could play a real role here. I'm just saying. That's all. Just saying. Only one person's got connectivity to both sides of this issue. You know Max. Max trusts you and likes you. You work for the team.
Tucka.
So basically,
Lasers.
there could be like an unofficial visit at like a coffee shop where TJ just happens to invite both parties there.
That's it.
Hey, have you guys
It's like the J.J. McCarthy recruiting visit. Hey, what are you doing here?
want a burger?
They all just happen to be in Cabo, Stafford, and
Yeah.
Okay, that's enough. Finish the ticket text. We'll do the picks.
Please stop.
We're good. We're good. You're fine. We're
this
good.
is the year. Lions need to do whatever it takes to get Max. Has nothing to do with you, TJ. That is Kim from Sterling Heights.
Thank God.
Brad Holmes said the goal was to win the Super Bowl this year, so he has to make the trade.
Imagine Max in a villain's sweatshirt. I mean, he's designed in a lab to play for this team.
Mortgage the future. Sell your soul. Doesn't matter. They could go 0 and $1 million after this, but
That's
I
right.
want the Super Bowl first. That's
right.
right, Josh.
Yeah, you know, but TJ, you know what I'm about to say. No sarcasm. People in this town are trying to win 3 Super Bowls before they win their first. Be very careful with that attitude.
I think people just want to be relevant for longer than a handful of years.
Well, what the hell does that do for anybody? His team's been relevant.
I think that's just what a lot of
has
fans
he got
do.
to show for it?
Nothing. Well, it's better. I mean, I'm not going to say it's better
Heartbreak,
than the opposite,
disappointment.
better than winning one and being terrible for 20 years, but there's a part of excitement as a fan to know your team has
Look at that
has a
shirt
chance
he's
every
wearing
single year.
too, by the way. You won't help the town, but you'll rep it right there, born in Detroit. Get out of
TJ,
here.
I would say take the ball bouncing off of Vildor's face mask, multiply that by 1,000. That's what happens when you lose in overtime.
Oh,
in the Super Bowl.
Jaquiski Tart, huh?
Yeah.
Hit him right in the number 3. How do you drop that ball? You hate to see it. David, go ahead.
F them picks. When you lose Barnes,
He's in a mood today.
you don't flip out. When you lose a generational talent, you will be affected. Crosby, Garrett, Reddick, somebody. Don't get an average guy, though. Let's win while we can.
Factually, TJ's only friends with one of those players. Yep. That's right.
I'm just soaking it all in.
Would the
Taking
word
notes.
to use your relationship with
Taking
Max, would the appropriate word be mentor?
No.
You sure?
No. Yeah. Our paths never crossed. We've talked before. I've helped him.
Like a mentor would.
At times. I would absolutely doubt he would describe me that way, but we are cordial.
I think privately he would. Publicly he would.
I'm a big fan of Max. He knows that.
Okay. Why don't you tell him?
I want what's best for Max.
Which is coming home. Here.
Only Max can decide that.
No, you can help him with
can't
his
tell him.
decision.
I
Kenny,
can't
go
tell him
ahead.
He's gonna be happy.
Go ahead. Don't shy from the microphone.
Dumb joke I was telling David. TJ Maxx. TJ Maxx.
Okay.
You know what?
Right. That was dumb.
Okay. You're
You
done.
asked for this, Mike. You asked for this.
That was terrible on my part.
I take that back.
I'd like to apologize to TJ for having to sit through that. 248-539-97.
Kenny's done for the day.
And away we go. All right. We're going to do the picks next. TJ, 911. We need to talk Max. Send it.
Okay.
NFL season continues. No better place to play the game than FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Hopefully, FanDuel's got Max Crosby to the Lions odds. $300 in bonus bets if you hit your first $5 wager. Build an SGP. Play the game any way you like. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Now withdrawable bonus bets that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we do it every week at this time. It is the picks.
Still battling it out.
Yeah, we are. You had a good week.
Yeah.
Absolutely stellar week for the group, led by our fearless leader, Mr. Thomas John Lang.
Yeah.
He took the lead back.
8-2. He has stormed back to the lead.
12 games above 500.
That's the best you've ever done.
Oh, yeah, by far.
And, well, listen.
It only goes one place from here. We all know that.
Uplifting. All right, we start out number 6, Miami, laying 4.5. They travel to Louisville to take on the Cards. Mr. R.L. Beard.
You know what, Mike? It feels like Miami is in for a big letdown. It's going to be on the road. This is an actual ACC game. I think Louisville wins. Give me the Cards.
Over to Kenny.
I am with you, Rico. If it was under a field goal, maybe I'd feel like Miami, but I'm going to take the Cards also.
Thank you. We go over to David.
No, I'm going to be confident here. I'm going to stick with Miami. I understand what you guys are saying, but Miami all the way.
TJ.
Yeah, I feel like this spread should be bigger. I know teams have been keeping it close against Miami the last couple of weeks and probably should have deserved to lose to Cal. But I think Cam Ward is too much for this Louisville defense to handle. I'm taking the Hurricane.
Oh, my. Give me Louisville. Line looks weird. It's going to be sold out, rocking. Give me the Cards. Bama, number 7. This line has moved to 3.5. Bama laying 3.5. They travel to Rocky Top, take on Tennessee. Mr. Rico Beard.
Yeah, neither team looked like outstanding. Alabama has been struggling, but I think this is the game where Jalen Milroe puts himself into the Heisman talk. Roll Tide.
Kenneth.
I'll take that annoying song. Give me Tennessee.
David.
You're letting your hate come across, Kenny. It's going to be Bama on this one.
TJ.
I'm taking Bama too. I like Nico, but I don't like his offensive line. He got hit way too many times last week. In that game, I think Alabama's due for a big-time performance.
Everything with
Could've tied.
Tennessee, A, they haven't played anybody, and B, their offense is all timing. It doesn't look right. Nico's not processing. Give me the best 2 players on the field. Give me Milroe and Ryan Williams.
And thanks to you, I like that little Alabama song that they sing, the crowd sings.
Oh, the Dixieland Delight or whatever. Please. Please. Let's go Georgia, Texas, out in Austin. Texas laying 4.5. First time Georgia's been a dog since 2020. Rico.
And I think there's a reason for that, Mike. Texas looks like they are that team. They look like the number 1 team. Wow. Kenny, stop that. Georgia is struggling. Give me Texas.
Kenny.
Orbital's ramming speed?
Question mark?
Question mark?
You're nervous about this. Don't lie.
Absolutely I am. I have every reason to be. Give me the Dogs.
David.
All right. I was going to go against Georgia, but you were actually a smart fan there, so I'll go with Georgia.
TJ Lang. 2 schools that did not want you out of high school.
Man, amongst 115 others. I do think Texas is the number 1 team in the country. They are the best, but something to be said with Georgia and the talent that they got. I know Texas defense is playing well. I just can't keep taking all the favorites here. I don't know if Georgia wins the game, but these 2 teams are closer than 4.5 points. I'm taking Georgia to cover.
It's crazy because you're right. It's like Texas looks like Alabama, and that's always been Georgia's kryptonite.
And their defense is legit, too.
Yeah, this is like the last shot I'm giving Georgia here. Like, come on.
I saw the Mississippi State game. They lost me there.
Okay, then. Hook 'em. Give me the Dogs one time, Kenny. Iowa, Michigan
Am I the only
State.
one taking Texas?
Yes.
Wow.
You'll probably be right, too. Iowa laying 5.5, Devil's number, at the Erector set in East Lansing.
Devil's number, Mike, and let's just hope that Michigan State can go out there, score early, make Cade McNamara beat you. Give me Michigan State. Orbital Kenny, I'm going to go like Kenny. Orbital ramming speed?
Ramming speed? Question mark?
Hopefully that'll be Aiden Childs at the end of the night.
I've never heard that one.
Kenny. Kenny.
Oh, boy.
Give me Sparty.
Oh, my goodness.
David.
I have to go Iowa here.
I hate you. TJ.
Man, Caleb Johnson, the running back for Iowa, is having himself a hell of a year.
Don't do it.
Ashton Jonty, probably keeping him out of the conversation of being one of the better players.
No. Come on.
I'm going to feel like a fool I think this is finally the week coming off a bye that Michigan State takes care of the turnovers.
Wait, hold on. He's
Aiden
not done
Child's
yet.
throwing way too many picks. I'm like I said, I might be a fool. Yes, thank you. I'm going to take Michigan State.
Yes.
I think Michigan State's going to win.
Me too.
I would like to
Out of
change my
nowhere.
pick.
No. No.
I'm on a heater, man.
Off a bye, at home, at night, get healthy. Iowa's overrated, and maybe Aiden uses a couple of brain cells. Exciting. Give me Michigan State. One time, you idiots. Michigan laying 3.5 on the road at Illinois. If it matters to you, Illinois in throwback uniforms with leather helmets.
Hideous, by the way.
They're
Galloping
unbelievable.
Ghost
they're
jerseys, red Grange.
That's right.
Yeah.
Also, Brett Bielema in a throwback bedspread, a.k.a. the quarter
moo-moo.
zip.
The moo-moo.
I'm going to go with David. Did we not have this conversation? Dude, he
is after you today.
I don't know why. David, I'm going to ask a question. Was something wrong with the system last night? Jeez.
Holy hell. And normally I'm the ball breaker.
Okay.
I'm just sitting over here in my church pew.
I'm going to go.
Mr. Innocent over
Let's
there.
get back on folks. I'm going to go with Illinois. I think Michigan wins. Illinois will find a way to screw this up by missing a game-winning field goal. So give me Illinois in the points.
Okay. Kenneth Gott.
Oh, I don't know how to make a pick after that. Give me Illinois.
You just do. David.
Jack Tuttle's the starting quarterback, so it's going to be a different second half to this season. I'm going Illinois.
TJ.
Well, might be dumb twice, but I do think Jack Tuttle gives this team the best chance to win. And look, I think they just have more talent than Illinois. I know they haven't been playing great as a team. I don't think it's going to be a big win by any chance, but I do think Michigan's going to cover that 3.5 on the road.
All right. I want to be nuanced and unbiased and fair when I make this selection. F Michigan. Give me Illinois. Let's go to Sunday in the National Football League.
I'd like to apologize.
Absolutely no one. Texans traveling to Lambeau. Packers laying the 2.5. We go to Rico Beard.
Mike, Green Bay and Love looks like they are back on track. Give me the Packers.
Kenneth.
Spread under a field goal. Give me the home team. I'll take Green Bay.
Yeah,
Sorry, David was taking a sip of water.
Really want the Texans here, but no Nico, so I got to go Packers.
TJ.
Yeah, 2.5 points either way. I would take whoever's at home. It just so happens to be Green Bay, and that defense is still doing a unprecedented job of taking the ball away.
And they're getting healthier.
They are.
Every week, Love is acclimating back into the lineup.
Yep.
Texans, no Nico.
I'm taking the Packers.
Packers for me as well. Oh, look at this matchup. Eagles. What are they doing only laying 3 to the Giants at MetLife? Rico Beard, get the Imodium AD for this matchup.
Sirianni has figured things out. He's talked with the crowd. Eagles.
He's talked with the crowd.
Eagles win. Fly, Eagles, fly.
Over to Kenny Cott.
I don't know why it's only 3. I'll happily step on the rake, though. Give me Philly.
David Hall. Remember, everyone's betting on the Eagles. Why is the number going down, people?
Yeah. The Eagles just don't look right. They struggled to beat the Browns, so I got to go with the G-Man.
TJ Lang.
I'm taking the Giants.
Why is it 3?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Didn't you
Weird
think
things
when this
happen each
came out,
week.
Andrew Thomas dead, it'd be 5.5, 6.5, 3?
And the Eagles look old to me. Jalen Hurts looks like he's disinterested at times in what they're trying to do on offense.
But you know what?
And Nick Sirianni looks to me like a total nutcase right
He
now.
is.
Bringing his kids to podiums
you know-
and celebrating after beating the worst team by 1 point. Something's wrong with the Eagles. I'm
You
with Dave.
know, but TA, you know who was favored by 3 on the road last week? Lions. How'd that work out?
Oh, okay. Okay.
I think the Eagles. Sorry, Big G.
The Lions got their stuff together a lot more than the
And
Eagles
Nick
do, all right?
Sirianni has talked to the crowd.
Okay, all right. They worked it out. Hashed it out.
Give me the
douchebag.
Giants. I can't believe I just said that. Ravens laying 3.5. They travel to Bakerville. What do you got?
Nobody walks into Tampa.
No.
Not even Lamar.
Load the cannon.
And goes away with the victory. Give me the Bucks.
Over to Kenny.
I really wish this was under 3 points instead of over, but I'll take the Ravens anyway.
You know, Kenny, you should dress up like a Buccaneer for Halloween. You look like that kind of guy. The beard, get a little earring in your ear, you'd be all set. You got any Halloween parties to go to? No? Okay.
What was it, Bruce the Buccaneer?
Yeah, like wouldn't he look like it?
Yeah, put a knife between his teeth.
What's the problem? He takes everything as an insult. All right, let's go over to
Little Jack Sparrow.
All right, David.
I think there's going to be a human factor here for the Bucs. They were emotional last week dealing with the hurricane, staying in New Orleans longer, but now they're back home dealing with things. I think they're going to lose. So Ravens.
Over to TJ.
Yeah, I'm with the Ravens too. I think their defense is good enough to take away a lot of those explosive plays that really propel that Tampa Bay offense, and their run game is just going to be too much for that Tampa Bay defense. Give me the Ravens on the road.
Bucks. I'm not taking Lamar as a road favorite north of a field goal. It's just not happening. And dude, Baker. I don't know. I love Baker Mayfield. I do, and I just feel like they play so hard for him. And give me the 3.5 points.
He went from really easy to root against to really hard to root against.
He's on like a hero arc now.
Really easy to root for.
Chiefs, Niners.
Oh, boy.
Out in Santa Clara. Niners laying 1.5.
I think I need to do as Mike called the emotional hedge here.
No.
But Mike has convinced me.
Come on, do it.
I'm going to take the Niners.
Yes. Did I mention Andy Reid is 21-4 out of a bye? Over to Kenny.
Yeah, give me the Chiefs.
Make me feel good.
Over to David.
I just can't take the 49ers on principle. Chiefs.
What is his issue with you today?
You know what? I don't know.
TJ?
Honestly, I don't know.
Yeah, I would love Levi Stadium to burn, so give me the Chiefs.
Niners. Chiefs, I don't care that they're undefeated. They don't look right. Give me the Niners.
They're getting kind of lucky, aren't they?
Hey, it's not October. It's Brocktober. Me and Purdy, peace conference. Put some money in the account, and I'll forgive him for being a rat. Give me the Niners.
Brocktober. I like that.
Brocktober. Lions at Minnesota. Vikes laying 1.5. RL Beard.
First game without Aiden Hutchinson, I think is going to be a struggle for this Lions team on the road. Give me.
I'm sorry. It was right next to each other. I'm so sorry. It was right next to each other.
Hey, go get your man. Balboa.
Lock the door.
Go get your man. Yeah, David, you in some trouble now. You better make
Jesus.
I'll take the Lions.
Oh, my God. David has a real problem today.
Minnesota.
TJ.
The Vikings defense is good, don't get me wrong, but they haven't faced an offensive line like what we got here in Detroit. I think they're going to do enough. Ben Johnson's always found a way to negate the pressure that Brian Flores loves to bring. Back-to-back 30 points last year. I don't think that changes this year. I think the line's going to keep on rolling.
Unbelievable. Vikings. This is a Matterhorn spot.
Debbie Downer. You're so negative.
Will you just call Max and get him to town?
Not after that.
All right. Rico, you need a peace conference with David.
I've had it.
We're all going to power down. Those are the picks. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. The 4-1 Lions hit the road to 5-0 Minnesota Sunday, but not just for the top spot in the NFC North. How about the entire conference? Aiden Hutchinson's season-ending injury is not the only thing Detroit's worried about, though, for this one. Guard Kevin Zeitler, corner Carlton Davis, they're both questionable for Sunday. Zeitler's got a hip injury, Davis battling a quad injury. Wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown says the offense right now is a confident group headed into this division showdown. They've hit a groove. The Lions beat the Vikings 2 times last year, one of them to clinch the division. Sunday, though, they're a 1.5-point underdog. Homecoming in East Lansing tomorrow. Spartans 5.5-point underdogs against Iowa. Meantime, the number 24 Wolverines with Jack Tuttle at quarterback, 3.5-point favorites at number 22 Illinois. Wings have lost 3 of 4 to open the new season. They hit the ice in Nashville against the Preds tomorrow. And Bally Sports Detroit will officially be branded as FanDuel Sports Detroit starting Monday. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we will get to who said it. Also, obviously, we will get back to the Lions, but we do have one segment we're going to do this hour. I think something really interesting happened last night at the house that Pizza built, and I want to give Kenny Cott the floor. Now, we can do that right now, or we can do it after who said it. I leave that decision to the executive ball buster, Mr. David. An incredible use of a drill. You want it right now. Okay, so let me set the scene for you. And then, Kenny, I'm going to turn it over to you. Under the pretense, yes, it's early. But the Red Wings are getting booed off the ice. Jim Costa, a season ticket holder, Mr. Jim Costa, began a Fire Yzerman chant last night. Remarkable at LCA. Kenny Cott, who is ultra super fan. Kenny will watch preseason games. Kenny turned the game off at the end of 2 periods to simply watch games he bet on. That's unspeakable in Kenny's house. But the Wings, they don't look any good. They look just like last year. You have 3 goalies, you don't have any. Oh, you didn't want to give term to any real defensemen? Cool. Your defensive core blows. And you don't have the skill necessary up front because you got a bunch of 15 and 20 goal scorers, not 30 and 40 goal scorers. Mm-hmm. They got dump trucked again last night. And by the way, the Rangers didn't even start Shesterkin. They started Jonathan Quick. Fans booing this team?
Yeah, what?
Jim Costa pondering the Yzer plan's existence?
1 goal scored on the power play
Kenny,
for the season.
To the main stage. What is going on here?
When Costa booed, Kenny turning the channel, I think every fan has been there where you're so disgusted with your team, you just got to walk away. But Jim Costa booing Steve Yzerman.
Exclusive audio of Costa at the game. All right, hold on. Kenny, please, what is going on in Wingland?
It was infuriating in every type of phase of the game. Offensively, defensively, goaltending. Offensively, the DeBrincat thing angered me. The DeBrincat missing a wide-open cross crease on a 5-on-3. It's like, dude, we brought you here for the purpose of scoring. Score! Mo Seider scored. He's a defenseman. That's not his responsibility. That's
so did Montour.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Another guy you didn't want to give term to.
100%. And that's just it. Is you look at this team as this offseason could have been an offseason where you didn't have to spend a ton of money, but bring in a little bit of help defensively. Bring in a little bit of bring something. Tarasenko is on a line that's supposed to be your scoring line. They don't score. DeBrincat doesn't score. We don't play any defense. It's infuriating to watch this team. And like you said, if it was Shesterkin, you could argue, oh, they got goalied. It happens to the best of them. He's, if not the best, one of the best in the world of goaltending. But they didn't. They started Jonathan Quick. They couldn't score on him.
So when does this go from concern to panic? And I'm not asking you for any specific, don't feel like you need to answer this any specific way.
No, I'll answer it specifically. I give it about I want to see a 10-game sample size. That's usually how I judge hockey teams.
Okay.
In the data collection phase, even for cash the ticket, that's what Sir Pucksalot would do in that situation is I want a 10-game sample before I can really say this team is X, Y, and Z.
All right.
But what I've seen, the early returns have been very poor.
All right, so you're, 4 games deep. Here are your next 6. At the Preds tomorrow afternoon.
Probably a loss.
At UBS Arena on the island against the Islanders on Tuesday.
Got to win. Got to.
Home against the Devils Thursday night.
That sounds like a loss.
At Buffalo.
That's got to be a win. That has to be a win.
Home against the Oilers. Home against the Jets.
If you split those, I'm happy. Yeah, if you're around 500 in your first 10, I can live
But
with
if they're 2-7?
It's a problem.
Is Lalonde in danger?
Yes, absolutely. Especially if they feature games like this where you just get dump trucked.
Well, this is twice this season I have watched where I don't want to go overboard, but they didn't look very interested. Maybe the better word is they didn't look very inspired. It looked very flat.
And that falls on the shoulders of Derek Lalonde.
Are you accepting of that remark from fringe hockey guy?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, just want to make sure.
You can't. I mean, dude, you can't trot out this type of a performance and say anything else.
But again, keep your eye on it, guys. Because again, I know certain people, it's blasphemy. How dare you? Guys, they're getting booed in their own arena.
And something happened, and you asked me about this pre-show, and I thought it was an interesting question. You asked me how social media was reacting because usually it's drinking the bathwater type of stuff. And social media was ripping Lalonde's ass. Social media was in fury. There wasn't one person going, guys, give it a little bit of time. No, there's overreaction happening within the fan base right now.
And I want to give it time. It is early. I will say it again. It was just like, wait, Cookie's booing? Kenny turning the game off?
I think it was maybe I'm oversimplifying the disappointment, how you finished last year, how you're starting this year. And then you've seen the other teams in this city start to do some things well, and you're wondering, okay, when is it going to be your turn?
If I told you the Tigers would make the playoffs before the Eyes are playing,
wouldn't have bought it.
You would have laughed me out of the studio.
I would have.
I wanted to do that check-in, one segment in a 4-hour show that is exclusively football. Yeah. Keep your eye on it.
I would have thought that was hot take radio.
Newsflash, if we're sitting here next Thursday, they win 3 games in a row. None of what we're talking about matters. But it was a very, Cookies described it as a very odd scene at that game. A lot of unhappy people in the home seats, a lot of booing, a lot of people leaving after the second period. That's just, you don't want to start a year like that.
And at a point, too, we want to be a playoff team. If you're a legit playoff team, you have to win games that you're supposed to lose. So when I map out the next 6-7 games, whatever it was, some of those that, you think, oh, that's an assigned loss. We have New Jersey. We have, Nashville on the road. Some of those have to be wins, guys. That's what has to happen here.
It's very fair because otherwise you're going to be begging for games down the stretch. And the problem is their season ends the way it starts. Difficult, at least on paper. David, Ticket Text, what do you got?
Fire the coach and fire Yzerman.
Okay, we're not doing this already.
The Wings are a disaster. Lalonde is a fraud. Steve Yzerman is a fraud. They need to blow it up.
Can I ask a question if we're going to go down this road with Lalonde? And this is just something that annoys me, and I see it generally in the NBA and the NHL. If you are willing to fire your coach 6, 8, 10 games into a season, why did you bring them back in the first place? And I'm not talking about your coach going Gary Moeller. I'm talking about okay, we're off to a slow start, Dad. Why did you bring him back?
I think it's because you think that you've improved the team in the offseason enough where the coach has better tools to work with.
Okay, but then hold on. Then I don't.
It goes a step higher.
Exactly.
I don't want to use a word that will anger people. I'm not being provocative. But that's a level of delusion because I don't know anyone who's intelligent about hockey, Kenny included, who walks away from last offseason going, tangibly better. No one said that.
So it was funny, too, because in the offseason, during this last game on the national broadcast, you had the national broadcasters going, something I've never heard them do before. They were like, oh, he's the king of this town, but if they don't make the playoffs, he might be on the hot seat this offseason. And I was like, what? Now nationally it's being picked up because every other year it's been, oh, he's Steve Yzerman, he's fine.
Well, and again, they made a willful choice not to address the goaltending situation. True or false? They made a willful choice not to sign a legitimate defenseman. Oh, I don't want to give out term. Great, then you don't get anyone. And they didn't add anything to the front line. They retained Patrick Kane. How are you better?
You're not.
Now,
especially with the goaltending.
All right, now Casper's up. Okay, he needs to become a story for them to be tangibly better. Keep an eye on it. But I tell you, Cookies loves the Wings. If he left after the second period and was booing, Cookie said he's one step from bringing a Fire Iserman sign to LCA. Can you believe that?
Yeah, I had to do a double check when I went back and looked at the group checks. I was like, wait, did Cookie say he booed?
And he's a season ticket holder. He's a member of the 1906 Society or whatever they call it down there. All right, let's get to Who Said It next. Thank you, Kenny. I had to check in. I didn't want to whistle by the graveyard. Wings getting booed at home is not something you had on your bingo card 4 games into the season. We'll get to Who Said It next, 97.1. All right, Northville Lumber, we've talked about them for a long time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks or sells more Trex than Northville. And last year, contractors, homeowners, bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. There's a reason they can do it. It's because they stock it all year long in their warehouse. No lead time, no shipping, no delays, just product. And some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. Deck season's here. You could be on yours right now enjoying this gorgeous fall afternoon. All you got to do is go to Northville Lumber. They'll hook you up with a Trex certified pro. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. All right, we do it every week at this time. David compiles things our coworkers have said. We have to guess who said it. David. David, who is eligible?
Anyone from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
All right, so we have a Rieger Wojo addendum. Let's begin.
Number 1, he's got Micah Parsons. They're going to have to pay him $30 million a year. Can they afford it? If they look at their books and say, can we actually afford Micah Parsons, pick up the phone and say, what do you think, Micah Parsons?
So this is about Micah Parsons.
Would seem that way.
Let's start out with Evan Jenkins, who's joining us.
Let me go last because I'm pretty sure there's only been one person on this radio station that's talked about this.
A trade for Micah Parsons?
I have zero idea.
I have no concept of who this could possibly
be. Oh, God. Well, hold on then, Evan. You don't get to...
I'm janking myself.
Oh, jeez.
Come on.
It's the rule.
It's your rule.
David, can we hear it one more time?
Sure. He's got Micah Parsons. They're going to have to pay him $30 million a year. Can they afford it? They look at their books and say, can we actually afford Micah Parsons? Pick up the phone and say, what do you think, Micah Parsons?
I'm getting either a Gator or a Kang vibe from this, and I can't tell why.
See, I was going night show.
Huh.
We're like Rieger Woj.
See, I was thinking Gov.
Oh, my God.
Nobody's anywhere close.
All right, hold on. Evan has janked himself.
Yeah.
Could you offer a hint? Just a lifeline.
Wait, which one of us is the closest? Tell us that, because we guessed
Kenny
3 different
Cott
shows.
is the closest.
Okay.
In my opinion, I could be wrong because Rico saying Tom kind of threw a wrench in everything, but I'm pretty sure that Kenny's the closest.
I'm going to guess Kang. I got a Kang vibe from it. He's the co-host of the
Why?
show.
Why?
It's a cadence thing. It sounded like
cadence.
Yeah.
Here we go.
We're good.
You know, you got to get the cadence right.
Omaha. All right, so you're going Kang.
Kang.
Rico?
I'm gonna go Gov. I don't know why. It just sounds like something Gov would say.
Michael?
Gov did produce a big list of players.
Yeah, everybody in the NFL.
Exactly. So maybe it featured Micah Parsons when I haven't heard other people talk Micah Parsons. I've called Micah Parsons a problem. I think they may trade him in the offseason, but I'll go Gov. David, who said it?
I'm going to go Scott the Gator Anderson.
Damn. I was so close.
Because I sat here and debated with myself. I'm like, oh, yeah, because the Lions have all this great cap room because they're signing everybody under the sun. And Jerry just went and paid all of his guys. It just didn't make any sense to me. I held on to that one.
Jeez.
That's why we have the rule, people.
All right, let's keep it moving.
I still feel like they have a really good team here, and they still have the offense, that offensive line, those weapons, and yeah, the rest of that defense is better than what it was last year.
Okay, that's not me. Who wants to take the lead?
I'm gonna go Jansen because he was focusing on the offensive line. And that's a big thing for him. And I think I've heard him say multiple times that this defense is actually better, even though Hutch is not there than where they were last year.
Okay. Evan Jenkins.
The positivity just screamed Doug to me. And that's the reason I'm going with that.
Well, we're in the booth together.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Evan. The positivity. I'm between either Jansen or Doug. I'll go Doug.
Let's listen one more time before you guess. David.
I still feel like they have a really good team here, and they still have the offense, that offensive line, those weapons, and yeah, the rest of that defense is better than what it was last year.
Nope, Jansen. I'm in on Jansen.
I'm Dugging, man.
I'm going to go Doug.
You doing the Dougie?
Oh, yeah. Thuggish, ruggish Doug.
Teach you how to Dougie.
Okay, then.
What a great moment in time that was when that song came out.
Okay, David, who said it?
We were close.
Damn it. Hate this game.
If you can collect, it'll talk about it. All right.
I guess I shouldn't yell at David during the picks.
Let's go to number 3.
You aren't.
That's
Sorry,
it.
I had to clear my throat.
Oh, I'm going to guess Tom.
Heather with the news.
You aren't good enough. You can't get it done without Aiden Hutchinson. The only reason his defense is any good is because of Aiden Hutchinson.
Jeez, only reason the defense is any good? Now, I do hold the opinion the injury hurts you badly. I don't think I've gone that far.
That sounds like Rieger trying to sell a topic. I'm going to guess Jeff.
And I was going to say the same. I heard the angriness, but I don't think that was you.
I haven't gone that far.
No, you just simply said you're disillusional if you believe that nothing's going to happen.
Yeah, I feel like
that sounds like Rieger.
He took it out of context for sure. It's somebody trying to set something up or being facetious from a ticket text or something. I'm going to guess it's Tom, though, just yelling because fans.
I wish we had the audio of what he said today. Huh. Oh, man. Yeah, Rico knows.
I know. I heard that live.
Shout out Black Friday.
Okay. All right, I'll go Rieger. Kenny.
Yeah, Rieger.
David. Who said it? Oh, my God.
Evan, you are spot on. It was a rant. He went off basically giving a Rudy speech saying that you can do this. You actually can.
How did we not see this?
I know. We had it. We just didn't have the host.
It was right there in front of us.
All right.
We oversaw
but you got to leave me out. I don't listen.
Chariots of Fire starts playing.
The defense was only good because of Hutch?
Yes, he was trying to motivate, saying people are saying this about you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so okay. Okay. Now I understand. It's a real cute setup by you, David. Feel pretty good about yourself.
Yeah, okay.
Next.
Posse up, or whatever he said after every, what did he say in Denver? Let's ride.
Posse up?
I have to use the jank rule.
I'm going to guess Tom, just because I want to hear him say
that
posse
sounds
up.
like the whitest thing I've ever heard.
What I'm saying.
Hey there, buddy.
Hey, let's posse up.
Would you and your posse like to come in to the restaurant in the Tecumseh area?
And that's why I'm going to go with Doug.
Yo, you were his college roommate.
Hey, you want to be in my posse tonight, Rico?
Oh, what's
Sir
your name?
Mix-a-Lot, my posse's on Broadway.
What's your name there, Broheim?
Hey, me and my posse are going to come through later.
Hey, can I join the posse?
For shizzle.
Is that how your people say it? Be real. Was that Doug freshman year?
Doug was
It's a high top fade.
Doug was interesting.
What the hell does that mean?
I don't have time to go through everything.
Oh, yes, you do.
Put it this way. His record crates came in the room before we saw who Doug was. So we saw all of these rap albums and we're going through it. And then all of a sudden this white guy walks through the door and we're like, I'm sorry, who are you? And why did you just walk into our room? It was Doug.
It was like The Hangover, Black Doug versus White Doug.
Right. So
Fight the power. I've been saying it for years, Rico.
So yes, that's when we all found out his favorite rapper was Schoolie D.
He's got steps in his haircut.
Now he had the Gumby.
Gold chains.
He had the Gumby. He had the swoop.
Oh, my God. I don't even remember who said it.
You don't even have to worry about it. I'm just going to play it.
Okay. Yes! Ah!
Yes! No need to guess. You all had it.
Rico,
you all were spot on.
Rico, I've often said it for the culture.
That's exactly why I wanted to put this in here. You all...
Wow.
Great job.
I was like, yeah, that sounded like Doug.
I love Dr. King.
Posse up.
Posse up. Oh, my God. Okay, then. I think we're good. I think we're good. All right. That is who said it. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games. Best viewing experience built for you, the fan. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the big screen. Just imagine Texas v. Georgia. the heart of Las Vegas on the biggest big screen in the planet. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatments. It's a battle for not just the top spot in the North, but the entire NFC as the 4-1 Lions hit the road to take on 5-0 Minnesota Sunday. Aiden Hutchinson's season-ending injury, not the only one of concern before this one. Guard Kevin Zeitler, corner Carlton Davis, both questionable for Sunday. Zeitler's got a hip injury, a quad for Davis. Head coach Dan Campbell says the stage does not get any bigger for a divisional game. The Lions beat the Vikings twice last year, including one to win the division, but Detroit Sunday, a 1.5-point underdog. And baseball, Dodgers look to eliminate the Mets and clinch the World Series in Game 5 of the NLCS this afternoon in Queens. ALCS, Yankees and Guardians is tonight. New York's got a 2-1 series lead. At the Corbell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. More at 5 o'clock or at 971theticket.com.
Just talking to Kenny Cott. Kenny is a bachelor tonight. His lady won't be home till late. And what's the solution for a man like Kenny who can't cook? Hungry Howie's. 20 minutes, dinner's on the table. Kenny's having a sports fiesta tonight. There's going to be hockey on the TV, college football, baseball, Hungry Howie's. And even though Kenny would be blissfully unaware, you'll be doing something good for someone else, because in October, a portion of the proceeds to Hungry Howie's are donated to the National Breast Cancer Foundation. They've had a relationship for 15 years, and it's Love, Hope, and Pizza Month. They raise millions to find a cure. So if you're in Kenny's spot tonight, or your pain in the ass kids just have you running all over the state for youth sports you don't want to be at, call Hungry Howie's. They'll assist with dinner. Go to Hungry Howie's and do a little more than just get dinner on the table. You'll donate to a great cause. Only at Hungry Howie's, and only in the month of October. All right, David, we'll get the injury report for the Lions, and then I want some ticket text, and we're going to reset everything at 5 o'clock, because I want to reset this Max Crosby thing with the conversation I had this morning, and then straight up about the game this weekend. I mean, it is life after Hutchinson. And do I think Carlton Davis playing or not matters? Yes, but whether he plays or not doesn't change my mind on I really feel like you're in a bad spot. But David, first things first, let's go with the injury report. What are the designations?
Designation, Christian Mahogany, doesn't matter. He's out. Carlton Davis, questionable with the quad. Zeitler, groin, questionable. So that will be game time decisions based.
Now, what's interesting is with Carlton Davis, Campbell said he was trending in the right direction. We'll see. With Zeitler, he was more negative, saying, I don't want to put words in the man's mouth. I just remember hearing it and it's sounding like Zeitler wouldn't play. That's what it sounded like.
Now, what's Carlton Davis' injury?
Quad.
Okay, that's not good.
What? Listen, let's see what happens. But for me, this is a very difficult spot. You're going on the road.
Yeah.
The euphoria of Dallas is gone. The reality of losing your best player. Look, as fans, it's not your responsibility to be stressed out about it. No. But in those meetings, in film, at the facility, you know who is? Aaron Glenn. Mm-hmm. Everything you do is different without Aiden. Everything. So I want to see it before I can believe in a seamless move forward. I mean, again, I come in really early Fridays. I do the hit with the morning show, listening to their caller base, and people just going, we're winning by 14, we're winning by 17, we're winning by 20. I wouldn't pick you to win by 20 over the Panthers. Those games happen, but you don't predict them. What happened last week against Dallas? It might be 10 years before you beat a team like that again.
Yeah.
So I just view it way different. In the NFL, win by 1, win by 100. It's hard to win. So we're going to get into it in the 5, and I want to ask, there's a new angle on the Max Crosby stuff. We're going to do that too, but ticket things. No, not even the TJ thing.
Okay.
No, the other thing. Not the TJ thing. Go ahead, David.
Someone's asking you, or Eric from Makar is asking you, Rico, did I just hear you say Doug had a Gumby haircut in college?
I was joking.
Oh, okay, so he didn't have the Bobby Brown.
He didn't have the Bobby Brown. No, he did not.
Someone's asked, did he walk in like Forrest Gump and say, sorry, you ruined your Black Panther party? I'm sorry.
No.
Is this what all the texts are about?
No, I have Wings text here.
Oh, I'm about to say, no.
No.
When he walked in the room, as I described to you, it was 4 of us sitting in the room. We're all black. Doug walks in the room, and it was the sound of the needle going across the record, like, who are you, and why'd you just walk into our room? And he was like, hi, guys, I'm your new roommate.
And I'm for the culture.
Red Wings are doomed. We are old and we suck.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Okay, Kenny may have written that.
You might have. No. They signed Gustafson, and he was a healthy scratch after game 1. Explain that, Kenny.
Yeah, he stunk. I mean, that's pretty much it. They signed an offensive defenseman who doesn't play any offense. So there we go.
I have a fever, and the cure is more goalies. What were we thinking this offseason?
I don't know. Kenny and I got mocked for wanting to get into the Linus Ullmark sweepstakes or to make a trade, to be aggressive. So you can just keep mocking us and enjoy the government cheese you're being fed. I don't understand it. I can't figure it out.
A little confusing. Someone says, guess Blashill wasn't the problem.
Okay, hold on. It's 4 games. Before you throw Lalonde out with this week's garbage, can we at least get to next week? I mean, I understand getting booted home, bad.
Yeah.
Team looking lifeless, also bad.
Mike, kind of like that milk on the last day. The expiration date is coming up soon.
Uh-oh.
But if you beat a couple of these teams, like if you end up winning in Nashville, I think Lalonde looks a lot better.
Exactly. Win a couple games in a row, this all goes away. But it was just, it's a jarring start to the year.
Raymond, Kane, Berggren all have 0 goals. Tarasenko has 1. 4 of this team's top scorers combined for 1 goal is a problem.
All right, can I ask one question here? And if I'm out of line, no pun intended, check me, Kenny. Berggren's not an NHL player. He's certainly not a high level one.
He's a fringe NHLer, but he's not one that you have high expectations for. If you mention his name and he's not producing, no.
Right.
Really
So it's like, okay, so again, why here? Now I know they brought Casper up. Okay, here's one of the young guys. Let's see it. The problem is, and Kenny, again, I pay deference to you on this, everything I have read about Casper, because I have a life. I'm not watching minor league hockey. There is a concern about his offense translating to the NHL level at a high level.
It's more true than untrue, but where you drafted him, you have high expectations.
I know. No. I know. I'm just saying, the comp for me is I lived in a world where for years the Islanders did this, where they would draft guys and constantly it was, well, we don't know if they're going to be the best offensive player. And you'd end up with Tim Connolly, Josh Bailey, Kyle Okposo, all these guys. And you're like, well, wait, are any of you ever going to score 30 goals?
Okposo wasn't so bad.
But he was never what they were supposed
100%.
to be drafting Todd Bertuzzi.
But then if you want to be, you have to be fair about it, though. You reached what people thought was a reach for Mo Seider, and he's turned into an excellent NHL.
I understand that. But one has nothing to do with the other.
No, I agree.
I mean, we saw what a team of 15 to 20 goal scorers was. Those aren't the guys that are going to will you into the playoffs.
No, it's not those guys, and it's certainly not Berggren. So you can miss me with that one.
I'm willing to give it more time. But when Jim Costa boos them at the game and the crowd is booing, and you've got Kenny turning the game off in the second period, that's come on.
Yeah, the frustration's kicking in.
So we will turn the page, get back to football, Lions, Vikings, and I've got a interesting twist on the Max Crosby thing. You can tell me what you want to do with it. We're going to do all of that next. 97.1. We've talked about injury attorney David Femininio for a long time. Look, the results are simple. David delivers. Him and his team, $3.5 million, $5 million, $11.5 million. And you need an attorney that's going to fight for you when you're injured. But you also need one who will answer the phone. Call David right now. He'll answer. 855-65-CRASH. Go to that website. Get David. GetPaid.com.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm, the top spot in the NFC North and the entire conference on the line Sunday as the 4-1 Lions travel to 5-0 Minnesota. Aiden Hutchinson's season-ending injury not the only concern for Detroit before this one. Guard Kevin Zeitler, corner Carlton Davis, they're both questionable for Sunday. Zeitler with a hip injury and a quad for Davis. Defensive line coach Terrell Williams talks about how they'll make up for the loss of Hutch. The Lions earned 2 wins against the Vikings last year, including one to clinch the division. But Sunday, Detroit's a 1.5-point underdog. Number 24 Wolverines will start Jack Tuttle at quarterback as they head to number 22 Illinois as 3.5-point favorites Saturday. On homecoming in East Lansing, the Spartans 5.5-point underdogs against Iowa. Bally Sports Detroit will officially become FanDuel Sports Detroit on Monday, and Wings Islanders on Tuesday will be the first game under that new branding. Baseball, too, Dodgers look to eliminate the Mets and clinch the World Series in Game 5 of the NLCS in just minutes in Queens. ALCS, Yankees, and Guardians tonight. New York's got a 2-1 series lead. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Blast from the past right there. That was probably 6-7 years, man. Going into the archives on a Friday. Couple notes. We have something interesting for you on the Crosby front, so let me do that. Because, again, I'm not going to try to shake you from your opinion. It is clear this town has reached euphoria phase where you think your team just beats everyone by 30, and you've turned into Chuck Swirsky's superfans from SNL. Bears 38, Mini Giants 2. Fine. I mean, I listen to the other shows, right? I do the morning show on Fridays with Cookies for a couple of segments. I mean, people call it in. It's a walkover in Minnesota. Hutch dead? No impact. Lions on road at a good Viking team? F 'em, roll. We're playing Pacific. So I want to offer you something different. Because, again, I'm not going to take the last hour of our show this week trying to convince you to what? Be scared? No, it's cool. Root for your team. I'm a little more worried. I'm way more grounded with the NFL, and it's just easier for me to see through it and go, this is not a good spot for this team. If they win the game, I'll be incredibly impressed. But I want to just pass on something. So, 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, the kickoff show that I do with Boomer comes out. Okay, who cares? The point is, well, David, I'm shooting straight. It's a radio show that's played across the country. I'm not begging people to download the podcast. I mean, whatever. It doesn't matter. The point I'm making is I brought up the Crosby thing to Boomer on the show. And he had said the Lions are the fit for Crosby. I go, super, glad you said it. Here's what I did on the show in Detroit. And I said, here was my offer to the Raiders. And I said it, 3 first-round picks, gave the whole spiel. He goes, Mike, it won't take nearly that much to get Max Crosby. Mm-hmm. I go, all right, well, elaborate. He had said a 1 and maybe a future 2. And I said, well, then the deal should have been done yesterday. He laughed and we moved on. The point I'm making is, if you could attain Max Crosby for anything less than 3 first-round picks, can you give me one credible reason why that deal doesn't get done? If it's less than 3 first-round picks, let's say it was 2 number 1s. Let's say it's a 1 and a pair of 2s. Whatever it is, less than 3 first-round picks. Can anyone make a coherent argument why that phone call doesn't get made and that deal doesn't get done? And if you want to blame the pricing structure, blame Boomer. Leave me out of it. Mm-hmm. he was steadfast. It will cost less than that.
No, I think it will. Your rationale made sense. It's like, I want this house. So
and you don't want to sell it.
I'm not going to sit here and try to outbid somebody. I'm just going to make you an offer that I know no one's going to want to touch. So it's going to cost me a little bit more now, but it's what I want.
Right. It's as far as I was willing to go.
Yes.
3 ones.
So, right. So rather than do the whole negotiation thing, let's just go right to the point where I'm going to say no more. I think the same.
Best and final.
Yes.
That's the best way to negotiate to me. When you want something and you know you got the juice to get it, you just lead with best and final. Mm-hmm. Take it or leave it. I ain't going to sit here at the swap shop with you or going to Rico's comic book store. I'll give you $750 for the episode 7 Spider-Man. No, I ain't doing that.
I got it for $650.
Just give me the damn player. But do you buy what Boomer's selling?
I get what Boomer is selling. And I think the only reason why it does not happen, and we talked about this with TJ, if you missed it, Odyssey Rewind, I don't think there's a sense of urgency here yet. Now, once that happens, I think you need to make the deal immediately because the price is only going to go up. I don't see any situation where the Raiders are just going to say, you know what, fire sale. Whoever comes first to pick up Max Crosby can have him. We're going to drag him out to the curb.
Right, like an old stove?
Yeah, I don't see that. He's not going to be that old couch. I think they're waiting to see what happens this weekend in Minnesota.
And in turn, Raiders with the Rams, they are a touchdown underdog in L.A. this week, right? Part of this story is let it go complete clown car mode in Vegas. I always want to say Oakland. I'm so sorry,
me too.
guys. Because then here's the deal. They play the Rams this week as a touchdown underdog. Guess who they get next week? Chiefs.
Oh.
If this goes clown car, it could also in real time alter Max's perspective, alter the organization's perspective.
Yeah. But see, I also think that if it goes clown car, you're going to have more teams jumping into the fray, which is why if I'm the Lions, start negotiating some deals, and back channeling some deals. Okay, let's see what happens this weekend. But if let's just make it this weekend because the longer it goes, that's when other teams are going to be like, yeah, we know the Raiders are going to get rid of this person.
Oh God.
Let's pony
up. It's
up.
sunny and it's 65 and I don't want to get in a fight with people. I'm too tired. It's Friday. Just work with me. I'm not saying this to anger you. Hear me. Hear what I'm saying. Is it crazy to think it would be better for the long term of this franchise to get the reality check Sunday? Mm-hmm. No pressure on Darnold. Get cut apart. Oh my God, we miss Aiden. Mm-hmm. Versus get seduced like the Tigers, think you can beat the system, only to be exposed at the worst possible time, which is past the deadline and your season's over. Is it crazy to say maybe it's good to just have the alarm clock go off on full volume?
No, that's a great call because
people are going to be so mad at me.
No, I think only the myopic ones, the ones who really see the bigger picture will see, yeah, that actually makes sense because you see now, okay, we got exposed. This isn't going to work. We're going to have to fill that spot, and we can't just go out and get some cheap player. We need to bring in some guy. Now, it could be Max Crosby. It could be anybody, but we have to make a move. We cannot stand pat the way we did last year.
Do you agree with me? If it's not 3 and it's let's say it's a pair of ones, wouldn't you just view trading this year's first-round pick as drafting Max Crosby?
Absolutely.
So if I took the 2 ones and it was to move up and get James Pierce, the edge from Tennessee, who you have no idea if he'll be as good as Max, I got about a 99.9% chance he won't be better. Mm-hmm. How is it any different than you taking pick 29 plus a future one to move up and go get the guy?
Let me add to that. Let's just say he does become that. I mean, it's going to take him some years.
Yes.
By the time he finally becomes what you see in Max Crosby, it could be 3 years from now.
Yep.
Oh, wait, your window is now closing.
I like that.
So, yes, I'm drafting him, and he is ready, plug and play
15 minutes.
right now.
The minute the plane lands.
Yeah.
Here's the deal.
We'll
teach you the rest of the playbook later. Go get the quarterback.
On the plane. Okay. Remember now, you're wearing new colors. When you see that team, go get the guy.
Kill that person.
Right.
So we're going to do this two ways. Boomer Esiason saying, great, you want to give up 3-1s, but it won't take nearly that. Give me one credible argument to not do the deal. But second of all, what is your confidence going into the Minnesota game? Life after Aiden. If it's anything like the morning show callers, you think they won't even play the game. You'll win 58-2.
And
you're playing Old Dominion on Sunday.
The problem is if they win and you want them to win, I think that it may hurt you long term, because if the Lions win this game, I don't think any deal gets done, period. They can go out because now, okay, we're just one game behind Minnesota and we own the tiebreaker right now. We're back. We're ready. I told you guys.
Oh, my God.
You idiots on the radio said we had to go make a move, and we didn't have to.
Oh, I don't care.
I mean fans, not the.
I don't think the
Lions
they can say whatever they want.
That.
I don't care.
No, but I think it would end up hurting them because yes, it's like when the new quarterback is in there, you don't really have the game plan. And TJ kind of talked about that earlier. Minnesota really doesn't know what the Lions are going to do. Nobody does. So because there's nothing there, now what will be really telling is what happens the next week with Tennessee, and especially with Green Bay, now that they see, okay, this is how you run your defense.
You got a shot at this, man. Rams are, wow, holy mercy. Rams are 7.5-point favorites on the Raiders. You know what the Chiefs are? 10.5. Boy, if this goes off the rails, Pierce gets fired, you're going to look back at that Max Crosby in front of his locker with a wry smile saying, I ain't here to rebuild. Keep an eye on it. Now, I'm with Rico. I'd love to make it snap my fingers and make it happen today, but look, Brad Holmes clearly is adept and knows what's going on way more than we do. It's the idea of, in real time, Max's perspective may change. Mm-hmm. And in that same time frame, maybe timing is everything in life. Maybe you're right place, right time, right need, and you go get them. And again, go and read the articles from when they named Eastern Michigan's field Crosby Field, when he made the donation back to EMU. He talked at length. There are articles about this. He grew up adoring the Lions, worshiping Megatron. Yes, he had moved to Texas from Lapeer, but loved the Lions. He talked about how special it was to be back home, referring to it as home. You do have an angle other teams don't have. And I know the almighty dollar speaks and business is business, but you know what else you have? There's no other team that's going to try to go get him that has a tangibly better chance at the Super Bowl than you. I could make a case, and I don't know if I'd win in court, but I'd give it a good country try. The Lions are the best shot of teams going to get him to deliver a Super Bowl to Max Crosby. Like, it's all there. Tell me right now you couldn't see him playing for Dan Campbell.
Oh, no, I think
I'll give you minus 250. There's a headbutt with bloodshed at some point this season.
Yeah, Dan with no helmet on.
248-539-9797. So, confidence meter for this weekend, and also the Crosby stuff. Boomer Esiason lowering the cost. You know, hey, man, I told you I'd deal the 3 first-round picks. But in the idea that it's less, what are we talking about? I'd make the call.
And here's the thing. You don't want to get beat by another team because they move faster, and we end up with the chair drop part 2.
This one would be a literal chair drop about this player. Remember, the player I wanted last year for the Lions was Montez Sweat. Mm-hmm. I was only upset because you were getting joy again.
So what if I got joy again?
If you got Crosby, straight up, I would take day off. I just wouldn't come in there. No, I would take the PTO. Really? I'm not having it. You can have any other player you want. You leave Max alone. 248-539-9797. Be curious. Go ahead. What do you got?
No. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area. You did. The Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren at 14 Mile and Mound to be exact. Andrew and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. They'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, incentive, and opportunity to save you money on your next Chevy. Hamilton has the inventory to find the car that fits you best, including the new October Rico deal. A new 2024 Chevy Crew Cab Silverado 4x4, $259 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $999 down. You drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Yes, a hard-working Chevy Silverado for just $259 a month. That's why I say the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer and drive away in the Rico deal. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Companies advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. Come on, you know better than that, guys. It ain't BOGO when they jack the price of the stuff in the first place. If you want a fair deal, you go to Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. Got you covered 24/7. Locally owned, over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. And at Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They'll beat any price. You bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you'll save up to $2,000. Fast installation and same-day service. Just go to mastercraftheating.com. Now, before we get to the phones, David has a quote from someone whose name has been in the trade market. Edge rusher. David, I don't want to steal your thunder, though, and I also have no idea what the person said, so take over.
Yeah, this is from MLive. Zadarius Smith, the Cleveland Browns pass rusher. He was talking about some things. They were asking him questions, and he said the right things initially, saying he wants to win with the Browns. Then, quote, "But if I was to go to Detroit, I would like it because I get to play Green Bay twice a year and the Vikings twice a year, so yeah, that'll be big."
I dig it. I'm not telling you it's at the top of my leaderboard, but I wouldn't turn my nose at it. I mean, I think if you came home with Zadarius Smith and Azeez Ojulari and you piece it together with a couple of options for cheaper.
I was about to say, you'd probably be shocked. It wouldn't cost you anything like
No, but you're not getting what you're getting with him. You know what I'm saying? You're getting a good player.
Volume is what you're getting.
Quantity over quality. See, I'm looking for the stud horse. I'm looking for why buy 100 horses when you can buy Flightline? I want the stallion. I want the dude that's going to line up, play 65 snaps, and give you hell every one of them.
But Brad can still cook with all this.
Ooh. All right, let's go to Jay 97.1. What's up, Jay?
Hey, how y'all doing? Y'all
Good.
all right?
Yeah, Jay, what's going on?
Good. So, I heard you say that Boomer said that it could possibly be a one and a future second to get Max Crosby.
Yeah.
If that's the case, I'll go get him. I would have been on the phone talking to Mark Davis like, hey, you need an edible arrangement, send him a bouquet of flowers, whatever he needs, because the Lions need edge rushers. You know, when they talk about, well, we have depth or we like our guys, they forget that they lost 3 of their starting defensive players, being Aiden Hutchinson, Marcus Davenport, and Derek Barnes.
Right.
Like, those aren't people that, you know, that you could just go out and replace, right? Like, this franchise has been suffering for 70 years. I can't remember in recent history. I was born in 92, so I can never name a time the Lions were just aggressive and they went out and actually put like a finishing touch on the team. I just remember, you know, passing over Aaron Donald and getting Eric Ebron or getting Terry Fair over Randy Moss. Those are the days that I remember.
Of course.
It's time to deliver a Super Bowl. It's time to give this city something to be excited about, you know, especially after losing somebody like Hutchinson.
Yeah, and I also I don't think the cost of attempting this is prohibitive in any way. Brad has done such a wonderful job putting the team together, and Dan Campbell coaching the ingredients that have been brought to him, the culture that's been built. Remember, Jay, we're not talking about bringing in a degenerate or a malcontent. When we talk about Max Crosby, straight up, he's like a video game creative player. Design a guy to play for the Lions. Max Crosby downloading.
Definitely. It's like the stars are aligning for him to come to Detroit. It's like, just bring the man home.
And Jay, you know the worst part?
Let's just say,
Jay, the worst part is when things make this much sense, they never happen. That's the worst part.
Like last year when they, you know, we were all advocating to get Montez Sweat, Chase Young, you do absolutely nothing. And eventually down the line, that hurt him because let's just say even in the NFC Championship game, I know we don't want to open up old wounds, but I remember Brock Purdy, nobody getting to the quarterback and Brock Purdy scrambling for a first down, which hurt us in that game. I remember them still having trouble with getting the quarterback. If Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes are listening out there, just make the phone call. Just go give this city what they want. That's an electrifying 27-year-old.
Look, here's the thing you need to do.
Pro.
The next 2 weeks, you just need to be a Lions fan first and a whoever plays the Raiders fan second. And that's the Rams this week and the Chiefs next week, where the Raiders, 7.5-point dogs this week, 10-point dogs next week. You want the Raiders embarrassed. You want them shamed. You want the Rams acting like you in Dallas, running the yackle tackle pitchy woo woo. You want all the nonsense. You want to make Max Crosby quit football.
What do you mean we running up the score? We're not running up the score. These are just our plays.
Go to Brady, 97.1. Hey, Brady, how you doing?
Hey, good. How you guys doing?
Good.
Hey.
What's up?
Hey, so, yeah, I keep hearing about 2 first-round picks for Max Crosby, and I would do that in a heartbeat. You know, Brad Holmes had showed over the last few years that he can get quality players later in the draft. You bring Crosby home, Then Hutch gets healed. You got two hometown guys.
Yep. And think about this. You know, TJ Lang asked me a question earlier, and I thought it was a good one, Brady. Let's say you had your first round pick this year. Let's say you didn't deal it. When you look at what is here, what the hell would you even use the pick on? And I answered the question, and I said, at best, I would offer you a center/guard who could play center, because if Ragnow doesn't retire this year, it'd be next year. There we go. Literally, the best answer I could come up with, Brady, is O-line depth. That's how good you are.
Yeah.
Wide receiver?
Yeah, and it's just it just makes sense. We need an edge rusher anyways, and so, you know, him and Hutch can bounce off one another, and they can get to know each other's play style. And yeah, man, I was born in 1990. My dad told me, he's like, hey, come watch the best running back ever to play the game, and it was Barry. You know what I mean? So, yeah, long-time listener, first-time caller, go Lions, no matter what. But, yeah, two first-round picks for Crosby, no problem. Let's do it.
Brady, appreciate you, man. Thank you for the call. And again, Boomer lowered the price. Yeah. He was like, wait, you'd do that? And I'm like, well, that's what it would take to guarantee a yes. He goes, I'm telling you.
I think that's the price the night before the trade deadline. I think if he's still around now, the Raiders are just fielding phone calls and just going back and forth, playing teams off of each other.
David, what do people have to say on the ticket text?
If the Lions win and the Raiders win, could it drop the price?
No.
If the Lions win, I don't think they're in the market. Honestly, I hope I'm wrong, but I think at that point they will get a body, but they're not going to break the bank. In their world, we got this covered.
Here's the scenario. Here, you ready? Here's where we could thread a needle, where we get to be happy and still address the need. They need to win Sunday like 41-40. The defense gets murdered. Darnold goes nuts, but you still win, so happiness can ensue, yet can't ignore Houston, we have a problem.
Except.
Oh, no, don't.
Except you scored 41 points against the best team in football. You're never going to see a team that good again for the rest of the year.
You'll see the Packers. You'll see the Texans. There's plenty of offenses better than Minnesota.
This team's undefeated.
Okay. You're right. I quit.
We are looking at Max Crosby like he will plug and play and fill in for Hutch. I think the reality is Hutch is way above what Crosby is. I wouldn't do the deal.
You're insane. In what planet is he, quote, way, if you say, hey, I like pepperoni pizza
different style,
better than peppers and onions. Not mad at you. Yeah. Dude, they're both elite. There's no world where one is, quote, way, stop.
Right. Different style. Hutch was about to put himself into that category. He was about to go beyond the velvet rope, where you would talk about him like you would Bosa and
I'll tell you
Garrett.
What, if Aiden's that special, then how dare you say you wouldn't do the deal? If Aiden's if he's that much better,
you win.
I'm sorry. Last I checked, Jesus is not available to play edge rusher for this team Sunday. So short of making that deal, where first of all, you'd have to call David's Uncle Gilbert. People confuse me. They talk out of both sides. Yeah. Oh, we're not going to miss him at all. Cutscene. Best player in the history of the sport. Well, which is it?
I agree. Holmes need to be kicked in the nuts this weekend for us to make a move.
248-539-9797. Get you the picks coming up next. NFL rolls on. Great card this weekend. Niners and Chiefs, Lions and Vikings, Bucks and Ravens.
Ricky Pearsall, full go.
Don't care, but hey, happy for his health. $300 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. You do it at FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. The 4-1 Lions hit the road to 5-0 Minnesota Sunday for not just the top spot in the NFC North, but a battle for the entire conference. Aiden Hutchinson's season-ending injury is not the only thing on Detroit's hands right now. Guard Kevin Zeitler, corner Carlton Davis, they're both questionable for Sunday. Zeitler's got a hip injury, Davis battling a quad injury. Wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown says the offense is a confident group right now headed into this division showdown, and they've hit a groove. The Lions beat the Vikings 2 times last year, one of them to win the division, and Sunday, though, they're a 1.5-point underdog. Homecoming in East Lansing tomorrow, Spartans 5.5-point underdogs against Iowa. Meantime, the number 24 Wolverines with QB Jack Tuttle, 3.5-point favorites at number 22 Illinois. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan, more at 6 o'clock or at 971theticket.com.
All right, big weekend. Lions, Vikings. We're going to find out what life beyond Hutch is going to look like for this team. We had TJ Lang in earlier. If you missed it, Odyssey Rewind. And TJ actually made a great point. Because no one knows what the Lions are going to look like, Minnesota cannot game plan against that. That could work in the Lions' advantage. Now, it's not long-term. It's not sustainable. But you may get away with something, but I think that would be the worst thing possible because, look, I think the Lions, if you want to see movement, if you want to see them actually go out and get somebody, you may need to lose this game to get the sense of urgency there that, hey, things aren't as good. Got Mark Ryan in studio. Hold on one second, Mark. Let's finish this up with the ticket text, David.
Yeah, someone's asking, too late first rounders or almost second rounders, so is that enough?
It is enough. It is enough because if you're the Raiders, you can take that late first rounder along with your first rounder if you need to move up to get to, the number one overall pick. So you can package it with your first round pick. But yeah, they're glorified second round picks. So I would look at it as if you gave away the first round pick this year, you just drafted Max Crosby and he's ready to go right now. You don't have to wait 3 years. He's ready to play. You don't have to wait for the development. It took Hutch 3 years to become Hutch. He's ready right now. Mark Ryan, how you doing?
Rico Beard, how you doing, my
Good,
friends? Man. David, Kenny, can I get an amen to all of you guys? Yes. Listen, I
That wasn't the drop. That was you.
Oh, I was live in living color, man. There we go. Rico, I disagree with this mantra from the Lions that we're just going to get a complimentary piece. I don't like that. Why are they trying to downplay? Are they trying to lower expectations? Because the reality is there's an A+ dude out there right now that wants you, okay, wants to be here, wants to come home. As far as I'm concerned, no price tag is too high as long as you pay it off with the ring.
Lions believe in their players, and sometimes to a fault. You've seen that they're taking care of all their guys. There will be no contract holdouts. They've paid everybody ahead of time. They got the cash advance, okay? You're not seeing what you saw in San Francisco with holdouts with players. No. But because of that, I do believe they think we have the solution already in the locker room. You'll see. Let's wait and see what happens. We'll just come up with some new configuration. And that's why I said short term. You may need to, now we came up with the perfect solution. You win 41-40, but it shows you your defense is bad. You need to replace Hutchinson. And the beauty of it is when Hutchinson comes back, now you have a pair of guys that you could just say, okay, which one you're going to double team? Can't double team them both. Because if you do that, then we're just going to come right up the middle. It makes your offensive and defensive line the best in the NFL.
Max Crosby, Aiden Hutchinson when he returns. Those two DTs in the middle gives you, in my opinion, the best defensive line in the league. Rico, this team was 27th in pass efficiency defense last year, 19th overall in defense. Where do they need to be overall defensive ranking, your opinion, to get where they want to go? 19th obviously wasn't good enough.
No, I think the Super Bowl stat is, I think 14th is the worst that a team had the 14th and still won the Super Bowl. I know people think it's offense that wins you the Super Bowl, but if you look at Mahomes, you look at Brady, those teams had defense on them, and that's what won them the game. Last year, it pains me to say, Chris Jones, in overtime, took over and said, enough's enough. I'm going to go kill this quarterback 3 straight times, force you to kick a field goal, and then we're going to score a touchdown and win.
Here's what's coming up over the next 4 hours. Why the Detroit Lions need to make sure they aren't the Baltimore Orioles. I'll explain. Would you take this hand or would you press your luck since September 1st? I'll explain what I mean by that. A perfect Detroit Tigers offseason. Is Sharon Moore going to be given time or is he merely a placeholder?
I'm sorry.
Hey, by the way, that segment, the quietest 110,000 people, that worked real well. That worked real well. Thank you for that. Quietest. Plus, you guys did something, one of my favorite segments since I've been here. In early April, you did the new food items at the baseball ballparks.
Okay.
I want to do that today with a tip of the cap to you for the NFL stadiums.
Okay.
NFL stadiums this year.
Okay.
All that's coming up. Yeah.
All right.
Hey, they've got a cotton candy burrito, David. Are you in on the cotton candy burrito?
No, thank you.
Okay. How many? What is it? What do you guys do? Flushes? Is it flushes that you do?
Well, that's the Carson Anderson. They do the flushes.
You know what? I'm just okay with a hot dog and a bag of M&Ms.
Okay.
I'm a simple guy when it comes to games. I don't want to eat the greasy food. I don't want to be sick, especially if it's hot outside. No.
There you go.
That's a no for me, dog.
There you go. It's got Fruit Loops in it.
You
got
know
all
what?
sorts of fruity pebbles.
That's disgusting.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
Thank you.
Mark Ryan, ladies and gentlemen, he'll be on from 6 to 10, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, 97.1.